Love. The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
So, gentlemen, to break the tension a little bit, I got some stats here.
Sure, hit us.
Do you know what Broken Blade's Fiora win rate is?
No, sir. No, I do not.
Yeah, it's only 33%. He has a 2-4 all time.
That's not. I think this is. Fans. Sounds like fist fighting in the stand. Ready to go. Ready to scream each other down. Ready to support their teams. And pressure on both sides. Again, this is probably the last pause, the last tension-free moment we will have in this series because it only gets more and more intense from here.
So Broken Blade has been playing a lot of Fiora in solo queue. I'm just looking at his stats here. A couple wins, couple losses, but it's something that he's found comfort on and he has been practicing. So this isn't something that they've just pulled out of the wheelhouse that they think will work. This is comfort for Broken Blade, and they're looking for a level 1 topside invade.
Stepping forward, Vital proc for Wamne. Not too bad of a spawn, can't just stand against the wall and reduce that little bit of damage, but now it looks like they're looking to force potentially a split map. Malrang solo starting on Wolves. Not going to be the fastest clear. Jankos is going to be a little bit ahead on this one.
Yeah, Malrang's actually on the Wolves. So he's doing Wolves start in the bot side, I presume. And Jankos is going to take away the Gromp as well. So really good early game start here for Jankos, which he can transition towards the top side. Maybe look to early gank go to one lane and then clear back from top to bot, depending on how bot lane push goes.
And the split map makes a lot of sense when you kind of look at the matchups. It's very difficult to dive these type of lanes, especially when you have these mid lanes. An Azir roaming bot at like level 2, level 3 to try and dive with a Sivir Lulu. It's just not something that G2 is particularly afraid of. They're the ones that actually have more agency in the early game, and look at this, Jankos already looking for a level 2 gank in mid. But Larssen has the ward for it. Really good awareness by him. Ooh. Flash charm from Caps. Will go wide as Larssen respects the flash himself. But now G2 setting up for another play in the mid lane later on.
Really good reactions there by Larssen. Caps wants to make the play happen, and I think that just brings an opportunity at level 6 to see if Caps can punish that flash before it's back up. Don't have much support pressure. You know, Targamas roaming mid isn't that much of a threat. Malrang doesn't hit level 3 here. Will show on that ward. Looking for Caps, maybe trying to cover his mid, going towards the top side now. He saw Jankos take away his blue. He saw Jankos go from top to bottom. He can level up from the wave here. He could try to take away Jankos' red himself or the Raptors.
Moving up into enemy territory. 0-2 to 3-2. Rage. G2 fans hopeful. The players on stage need that hope for the G2 army. Now the contest over the red buff. Malrang only level 2. This is a disastrous early start for Malrang. Not able to get level 3 quite yet. Jankos not afraid to just bully him out of the top side of the map.
It's going to chase him because the crab's up, but it looks like he's backtracking. Larssen has mid push, but he's low, but Broken Blade's first to the play, so now Malrang just has to run away and go for bot crab himself. Luckily for him, he has bot push, so yeah, Jankos off to a great start. Can clear out his top side camps. Malrang slightly on the back foot in terms of XP and camps.
Yeah, really good understanding of how the early game is being played out by Jankos. And he's just got a really good read on Malrang overall. Malrang will tick over to 3 after securing this. He may be able to secure this Gromp on the bot side of the map, but Malrang is hesitant. He doesn't have information on where Jankos is, but now he's moving deeper, but he'll be spotted out by another ward. Caps respects the idea that he could get dived. The question is, will this ward actually stop the dive from happening?
Jankos in the area. Malrang, the EQs will be in trouble. Just a bit of poke, just a scorch, a bit of extra damage. Caps forced out of lane for now. Does have the TP. Should be able to come back just fine.
Larssen gonna base as well here, I imagine. Does have the TP if he wants it, but can also walk back into lane given the state of the wave.
Not worth the commit there. The charm can cancel the flag and drag, and then Malrang can't get the auto, and then you have to flash to commit, and it's just a 1-for-1, and double buffs goes back over to Jankos to give a big early game lead to him. So Malrang will just get a little bit of vision for his bot lane as they try to continue this push.
TP's matched. Makes a lot of sense in the early game. No real advantage to holding them 14 minutes. We can see as well, if we have a quick look at the top lane, we know that this Fiora is going to be a big talking point, but in this early matchup, you can see that Aatrox can get the edge, especially once he has a few levels under his belt. Broken Blade is being bullied just a little bit. Odoamne rather, yet to use his health pot. But as the game progresses, we know that this Fiora will become a menace in a side lane, and really there aren't many champions on the side of Rogue that can stop her in her ability to split push.
That's exactly it. When she gets towards her first and second item, she can start to 1v2 these lanes. Odoamne will be pretty happy in the early game, but it'll only get worse, as he does have the top push for now. Broken Blade has that TP, of course. Odo still having that pot, like you said, so sitting pretty happily. Pretty slow game. Both have scaling options in bot and top side.
See Jankos hovering around the mid lane, making sure that this wave can get pushed underneath. And again, massive kudos to Jankos. So far, the first 5 minutes of the game, very clean from him. Nothing but advantages gained across the board.
And the past 2 games, we've seen Rogue get 500, 600, 700 gold leads in the early stages just from laning alone or from Malrang's pathing to deny waves himself. But right now, it's only a 200, 300, slowly going towards mid and bot. And Jankos, like you said, is keeping that lead slightly even.
The other aspect of the previous games I think is important to highlight is it was often quiet like this. But once the plays start, they really never stop. The pace increases so rapidly. So for now, we're seeing the handshake, we're seeing waves press back and forth, TPs and flashes traded, no kills, no objectives going down yet. But as level 6 gets closer and closer for the junglers, the plays will start to come through. That said, Malrang be behind in terms of individual XP. Could be difficult for him to make these early game plays.
Look at the aggression from Larssen on this Azir. We already talked about he's been having a great weekend, but when you give him a comfort pick like this, especially with how strong Azir is in the meta right now, you can see how dominant he is being in the isolated 1v1.
Wow.
Look at
Caps trying to force it. The ulti now coming out. Caps with a clean side step, pulling him back under tower. Larssen now trying to escape. Caps has to be careful about falling forward because Malrang is now on the way and he doesn't even need to finish the Skeleton. He's trying to get one. That's first blood for G2. Caps still standing. Gets the reset on the ult. G2 firing back in game 3.
It's beautiful from Caps, and I think he spellbooked a heal there to bait the 1v1. So Larssen thought he had a kill. Heal comes through, charm connects, Jankos does the rest.
Just as I'm singing the praises of Larssen, Caps goes and breaks his ankles like that. What a phenomenal play. The setup from Caps was beautiful. They burnt Larssen's flash earlier on. Remember, level 2, flash from Caps into the charm. But let's have a look back at this play from Caps here. He's so low, Larssen feels confident to make the play. He dashes forward with this HP, pops the heal. He then dashes away, lands the charm, sidesteps the ultimate. Oh my word, Caps is definitely feeling it here in game 3.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So well executed. Dashes forward to get a reset last second, gets the kill. First blood over to Caps, and Malrang can't really respond.
Frustration on the face of Larssen. But we heard Malma and the G2 army come alive. All it took was Caps popping off in a single play to stoke the embers. That team and their fandom. Broken Blade potentially in trouble now, but a clean parry stops the play from coming out. Broken Blade still has to be careful though, because they're getting him lower and lower. The wave will be stacked.
Really good reaction times there by Broken Blade. Take a look at the minimap with 15 seconds on the Herald. Trimby is already up here. We'll see if Targamas bases and tries to match here, because there's 4 members of Rogue up towards this top side. Jankos, no flash. It's going to be hard for him to walk up. Malrang needs to tick over to level 6 if they want to have more pressure around this Herald. Will he start it though? But now Jankos is ganking top. Even though they have numbers advantage, Odo forced the ult.
Just walking away. Flash out. Broken Blade trying to get a little bit more here. Odoamne will make it out to safety, but they do get the flash. Big for any potential follow-up ganks. Now just getting a little bit risky onto Jankos. Jankos now pulls back. They're looking to turn it. The subjugate not nearly enough. Malrang grabbing the kill.
Remember that Jankos burnt his flash in the mid play to help Caps secure that kill. He then walks into the brush thinking that he was safe, was not expecting Malrang to just be there. And that means the Rogue turn around a quick kill, and this will be the first Herald of the game going to Rogue.
And of course, with the jungler being dead, yes, they can't contest, but they also can't cross-map. There's no dragon in response, so Malrang can clear his camps after basing if he wants, and then go towards this bot side where they've had the push for the majority of the game. That's what allowed Trimby to come up here in the first place. He's teetering still up towards the top side, considering some kind of dive if Broken Blade decides to stay. Look at his HP bar on the top right, but he's going to back away smartly.
And that's the unfortunate thing for Broken Blade. It was a really good trade onto Odoamne. By forcing him back, there was room where Broken Blade and Jankos could then move to contest the Herald. But after losing his jungler, Broken Blade knows that he's at risk of dying, so he loses this whole wave. Odoamne picks up 2 plates off the back of that, and we may very well see the typical Rogue play, where they swap their bot lane up to top, bring the Herald there as well, get that tempo advantage, and then funnel the second Herald plate into their AD carry as well.
I think that's a really smart play. They're just going to have to secure this dragon first, because Malrang's just hit 6. He's going to get the red buff. They're going to pressure towards the spot side with the constant push. And I don't think G2 are able to respond. They can even use that Herald to force the dragon, right? They can Herald through bot, use that to get the plates down, and then use that push if they lose it to get the dragon themselves. Odo no TP, Broken Blade no TP. It's a 4v4 on this bot side of the map.
Definitely Rogue want to keep this ball rolling. We talked about already 1-2 items. Broken Blade will start to take over the 1v1, have to capitalize on the advantage that they have built for themselves. Mowering with a Herald on the bottom side. Looks like it could just be used here. They can strut through that first plate and look to knock down one more. Comp, so many resources bundled into this man's back pocket.
And important to note, what Odoamne just did is he leashed blue buff for Larson. He just handed off the blue. So now he can start pushing in mid, but Malrang might be caught.
Mako's used the pillar, just trying to zone him off, but Malrang, of course, quick EQ out.
Now with the Sheen on Broken Blade, you can see that he's a lot more comfortable in these trades in the 1v1 top lane. He does have the push. Larson's actually making his way towards top. Broken Blade is cautious of it. Right now, we're watching this tower slowly get chipped away as Janko starts off the Dragon. Both top laners don't have TP just yet. Larson choosing to reset, will TP back into mid, but it looks like this Dragon is going to go uncontested, and G2 will secure their first of the game.
I'm surprised that Rogue have given this up. They had mid push, they had bot push, they had the Herald to force it, but Larson actually, after pushing in mid wave, went towards top side. He was hovering in top rush, then based and TP'd mid, so maybe because of his positioning, they couldn't walk in. He was a bit too far behind in terms of base timers.
Truth be told, I think that Rogue know that they have the scaling advantage. When we think about front to back, Rogue is just so much stronger, and while yes, G2 have a scaling advantage in the side lane, they don't have to take risks. It's Caps looking for another play on the last set.
So aggressively there.
But overall, I think that Rogue are fine to concede this first Drake and look to test the next one. EQ.
Malrang going into the flash, he's got the red. He does so much damage. Jarvan base damages are nuts here, waiting for the flash to come out so he can use the Cataclysm, just walking him down. Flacket knows he's dead anyway. He will not get anything. Rogue again finding a clean play on the bottom side.
How did Malrang get there? Did he just sneak through the lane when the waves was dead after his crouch, just sitting so patiently, and Flacket not having the E means he can't dash over the wall. Malrang punishes the second he steps up. Now it's the 3-man of G2 on a ward.
They're looking for a response here, but now they will back away. And gentlemen, let's look back to game 3 of Rogue versus G2 last week. The second that G2 started getting a small edge, the game quickly deteriorated out of control for Rogue. And it feels like something similar is happening here again. Look at how quickly Rogue is building this gold lead. Every little play that Rogue makes is converted into something massive, and they're just taking their time. They know that momentum is in their favor, and the pressure is mounting for G2.
2,000 gold lead combined in the bot side of the map for Rogue, and Odo's up 1,000 as well. First to his Eclipse. Broken Blade still far away from his Mythic. Good trade by Caps.
Larson pulling away as we clear the wave. And I mean, gentlemen, history's going to be made today either way, because G2 have never reverse swept a final. Countless 3-1s throughout their history.
Number of 3-0s.
Number of 3-0s.
Yep.
They would have to make history for themselves to try to secure their 10th title today. And for Rogue,
a 10th title in and of itself would be making history, right?
Yeah.
And that man on your screen, it was Cadril that said it at the beginning of the series, this man has never lost a domestic final, ever. He's been in 7 finals and he's won them all. G2, the only final they lost was the one that they lost to Caps. This man knows winning in an environment like this, and that's why at the beginning of the day we said that this was his home ground. And I don't mean Sweden, I mean this environment, this crowd, this type of support is where he plays at his best. But right now, he's playing his heart out, but the map around him is falling apart. 3K gold is the lead, and Rogue are looking to secure this top tower.
And just like you talked about, they're swapping the bot lane towards top. They got the bot tier 1, why not put them up here to get a couple extra plates? 45 seconds left before they fall. Junglers matching each other, but Rogue, constant push in this lane, constant push in mid just allows Malrang to cover both of them. And G2 lacking a response, lacking lockdown. What's their real CC if they can get onto a target? Malrang again.
Targamas is so vulnerable, they're just going to knock out the Soraka. The polymorph now coming through. Targamas getting bullied. Malrang holds the ultimate. But Flacket looking to fire back. Flacket looking to trade back. Malrang still standing, and Rogue find another kill.
Oh my word, Trimby, the polymorph there was so crucial to lock up Targamas long enough to secure that kill. But now G2, they're on the offensive. They're looking to get some kills back.
They have to get something done. They have a brief advantage, a brief window here. Caps waiting for those timers to fade away.
Needs are in the way.
He has to dash past. Dash, E-flash, maybe.
It's too late.
Maybe they were waiting for Malrang to base so they could set up a dive. No, he's going to back away. But just like you highlighted, the flash polymorph was huge to deny Targamas the initial flash, the initial heal, and the ultimate from coming out. Malrang is being really sneaky this game, and he's finding so many good angles and positionings. Double knock up onto the bot lane of G2.
It's just so clean. The polymorph is just so good. I don't know if he was even aiming for Targamas, but in any case, they get them both. The 2-man knock up as well from Trimby's ultimate, and the follow-up from Malrang's ultimate. The second Soraka flashes, it's like he's flashing to his doom. Malrang able to get away with his life as well. And look at the smiles on comp faces. He knows that this game is going ever more in the favor of Rogue. 5K is the gold lead now. And Rogue are getting closer and closer to securing the organization's first ever LEC trophy.
And while mid lane is just about dead even, 100 gold in favor of Larson, you can see in the top lane 1.1k in the favor of Roto, 1.4 on the bottom side. Hell, even Trimby is 900 gold ahead, courtesy of the spell thieves in lane, but Caps looking to change that. Will get the flash in the 1v1, but Rogue still continuing to build an incredible advantage.
Caps trying his best here, but now he has no ultimate. Jankos looked like he wants to start the Herald. Larson uses the flash, yes, but in the short term, that benefits Rogue. If they can force this objective before that ults up, they have the top push. Odoamne has TP. Larson can base himself here and match Caps in terms of base timers. Caps trying his best to find something, but I think G2 are just going to have to give this Herald up.
Rogue keeping a cool head, not overstaying, not overcommitting, not letting what could be a looming 3-0 let their play get sloppy. They learned in game 1 and in game 2, if they take their foot off the gas, how quickly this can fall away. And no matter how down and out G2 look, we know that they are a team that must be respected. Broken Blade finishing that first item. 10 stacks away on the Cole, getting closer and closer to 2 items where he will start to take over, potentially, in the 1v1. The game's so incredibly difficult now, though, for G2. They cannot afford to let Malrang make any more of these plays.
Dragon up, they can Herald mid here, force this Dragon as well. They have a plethora of options right now, so Broken Blade's going to move towards the mid lane. Flacket's going to push out top, see if they can find any kind of vision to see what Rogue's up to. Comp moving back down there to threaten. Odoamne pushing bot. Eventually, G2 will have to go back and catch these waves, but Broken Blade's sticking around as long as possible. Flacket's still coming down. They're going to go for a 5-man mid here to see if they can contest this Dragon. Malrang lying in wait, but they're on a ward.
Yeah, G2, they're looking for something. The rest of the team is starting to collapse into mid lane. Comp will now make himself known. Oh, the spell shield. Jump. Oh, Caps!
Flag drag goes golden. They got the stopwatch out, so crucial. But now G2 looking to turn it back. Malrang has the overstay. Larson on the way in, moving in with the cataclysm. It's massive. The flag and drag. G2 are routed in the third game. Rogue are out for blood. They will not be denied.
Rogue, that was unbelievable. Malrang with the re-engage. Gets the knock-up onto Caps. He shuts down the superstar of G2. Rogue will secure the Dragon. They're dropping the Herald, and they're just taking everything.
They are running away with this game. G2 tried to find something, but Caps had no ult, so he had to stopwatch early, and then Rogue just outperformed them in the team fight. The Soraka healing is strong, but Rogue's damage is too damn high. Odoamne collapses. That's 2 towers in bot. That's a Dragon. Mid tower's down. It's just going out of their hands now, G2. Rogue in control.
A regular season that showed a team like this how many times in a row. And how many times has Rogue fallen flat when it mattered most? But here today in this play, Rogue are showing up.
Caps' ult not up yet, so he pumps the stopwatch, expecting heals afterwards. Malrang trying to run away. Flacket commits, Caps commits. Malrang turns, the stand is still there. Ult gets the knock-up, Q's back to the EQ that he used to go on Caps initially. Incredible engage and plays from Malrang this game. Polymorph onto Flacket, he has no way out. And then Jankos falls to come shortly afterwards with the flash, and off screen we see Odoamne taking down Targamas. 4 kills to Rogue. And you look at this G2 comp and you ask yourselves, where's the engage? Where's the lockdown? It has to be Caps, but it can't fight against 5 of them. And Rogue as a team, Rogue as a brotherhood, they are unstoppable right now.
You can see the frustration on Caps' face. There are few in Europe that are not a Caps fan. He has been the superstar for Europe, domestically and internationally. And as we mentioned, he has never lost a domestic final that he has been in. But now he finds himself face-to-face with a Rogue team that seem unstoppable. And while there have been many superstars on this Rogue lineup throughout this series, Malrang's engages, Malrang's cheeky picks throughout this game have been phenomenal on a champion that he is now becoming synonymous with. He is looking to lead his team to victory and secure the championship for Rogue.
And we've seen this all year long from Malrang. He came into the league and everyone just said, yeah, just avoid his ganks, just track him. It's going to be really easy. All he does is gank and never farm. He's stuck to his style. It's working. Always goes down in CS, always looks for kills. 100% KP now, coming from Damwon as a substitute. Coming into this Rogue roster, a lot of skepticism, a lot of questions as to whether it would work. But right now, he's the backbone of decisiveness alongside Odoamne, and he controls and dominates the early game here in Europe.
And Rogue fans, out and force believers in Rogue being made left and right across this series. They were the team that was doubted every single season. You believed in Fnatic, you believed in G2, hell, you believed in the Mad Lions. Rogue was not the team that you believed in. But today, that changes. Rogue on the cusp of something great. Malrang overstaying. Flackett looking to turn, but he doesn't quite have the damage yet.
And this is where we see the game slow down a bit. Rogue, they don't have many options left, but they've already secured the majority of them. They have a very healthy goal lead right now at 7,000. But in terms of forcing, they cannot overforce. They cannot overstep because G2 have good ways to punish. They have a lot of healing to resist dives. And G2 want to scale over side. So G2 will have a bit of time now to breathe, slow it down, not contest dragons. They just need to keep track of this Baron.
A big shout out to Larsson's father in the audience. Gave us an interview earlier, holding a sign that says new #1 mid in Europe. Larsson looking to prove it, looking to bring it home.
To be able to win in front of your home crowd as well must be a special feeling. Of course, he still needs to do it. Let's not forget that Rogue found themselves in the 10K gold lead against the Mad Lions. They were at match point and they will reverse swept. They do not want to find themselves again. Those painful memories have to be sitting there in the minds of Rogue, front and center. They don't want to mess this up. They've seen what G2 can do. Let's not forget last game, it was Cats with his miracle play. Full focus, as Kadril said. This is Rogue's game to lose. 7,000 is the gold lead, 21 minutes in. G2 are making their way towards the bot lane.
The lock of Odoamne. Odoamne moving back into Cats. The Infernal Chain's not quite connecting. Odoamne putting his back against the wall to deny any further damage. Broken Blade will find the kill with the help of Caps, and G2 looking to claw their way back in.
The collapse is coming down. Trimby is here. Comp is on the way. Broken Blade is trying to recall. I think he'll get it off. He might have to TP to the top tier 2 to defend it, but Malrang's there as well, so they can't get the tower and they lose their top tier 2.
Let's have a look at the pings, though. G2 were like question mark pinging the Baron. They were wondering if Rogue were going to go for it. The moment they had information on where Comp was, they may very well go for that play themselves. With a TP towards the top side, but maybe they're looking for a pick on the loss, and Malrang reads the play.
Waiting in the brush, taking his time. If they're going to turn this, they have to turn it fast. Broken Blade already on the collapse. The flash in. Clean flash out from Larsson. The movement flawless.
And Cax is just looking to put his team on his back. Gank in the bot lane, TP top lane, gank again. Malrang, though, is he in a dangerous position? The answer to that is yes.
Can flag, drag out. The killer won't quite interrupt it. He's now been silenced. There's really nowhere else for him to go, but he's going to try to re-engage the fight. He knows he can maybe try to turn this one back. Odoamne on the way in, but G2 managed to disengage in time. Malrang makes it out.
And Malrang was the human ward for Larsson to spot out Caps, so he had enough information to work with on the timers, and then Rogue pay him back by having to invest a TP to save him. Managed to get both of them out, and they'll get a dragon as a reward. G2, can they cross map? Can they look for this top tier 1? Larsson and Trimby are already there to respond. They're making plays and they're covering any play that G2 can look for.
You can feel the tension building, even though Rogue have the lead. Everyone has seen Rogue in positions like this before. And we've seen the magic that Caps can bring to an arena. He's already been making so many incredible plays. Let's see if he can continue to do just that. Flash is down, TP is down. Rogue, for now, can breathe a sigh of relief as they walk away with the dragon, and they will hold on to their gold lead.
The most important thing for G2 right now, if you're looking through their perspective, is Broken Blade has got 2 items. He needs to do damage on side lane, because grouped up, they're going to lose. But on side lane, trying to punish with Caps' TP is their only avenue of success.
It's very true. Broken Blade doesn't have the best record historically on this Fiora, but the team put their faith in him in the side lane. And now he's at a point where he should be able to win out in the 1v1. Helping secure that kill onto Odoamne, forcing the flash out from him is going to make it even easier for Odoamne in the isolated 1v1. But we look at the minimap, and Rogue, they don't care about the side lane right now. Caps is hovering that side lane, looking to find another pick, but Odoamne is just grouping with his team. I did not know you could attack that ward as Aatrox over the wall. Now they're going to start this one up.
Learn something every day. G2, let's see if they can find a way to this pit. There's no flash on Jankos. Just not possible for him to get in here. Sari W very strong, but they're looking to turn. They're looking to turn. There he goes. Broken Blade now TPing in. Broken Blade in the area. Broken Blade in the pit. But what is he doing? Can they do it at the 50-50? Caps. There's no way he should steal this, but he's stolen them before. Maybe, just maybe they can find him, but no. Not today. Rogue are clean. Rogue are patient. And Rogue will get the Baron. But Malrang is hungry for more. Target is running. Caps running. Rogue pushing them back. Broken Blade running for the hills. 4 members of G2 retreating as Rogue take over the mid lane.
G2 are limping. Rogue are the predators right now, and G2 are the prey. They know the only way they can play the game is through the side lane, so they force a Baron. Jankos has no flash. He can't get into the pit. Eventually, he has to just run through and Hail Mary a smite. But Rogue, calm, collected, finish the jungler, finish the smite. No hesitation, are now going to back away and keep the game firmly in their hands.
So hard now for G2. so much control, so much wave clear, standing up against the siege of the Sivir, the Azir. They have to hold the line, but they don't have a traditional control mage. They don't have that huge source of wave clear on their side. And we take a look back at this play, you can see G2 desperate to try and find something.
And Jankos, he just tries to get into the pit, but he doesn't expect them to be in this bush. Look at the damage that comes out from Comp and Larson. They just melt through the jungler of G2. Broken Blade TP's in to save what they can, but it's not enough. 10k is the gold lead now for Rogue. They have the Nexus in their eyes, and Rogue is looking to upset the apple cart. They are looking to take down the reigning kings of Europe and claim the throne for themselves.
Top tier 1 down. Broken Blade gets the objective bounty. He's going to have to back away soon because the 4-1 is coming in. Malrang will start to shadow Larson. Cannon Wave coming in. Buffed up. G2 like a little bit of wave clear. REQ is all really they've got. And now Rogue can step up. Need to be careful for the charms though. Broken Blade still pushing. He's thinking, we're going to lose this inhibitor. Maybe I can get a top tier 2. It's a lot of gold for the Fiora. It's an objective bounty, but it might not just be a bot inhibitor. It might be a mid inhibitor as well. Is Odoamne going to buff up that wave? G2 trying their best to hold on in a 4v5.
Doing everything they can. Targetman has to be careful with the silence. That might be the only defensive tool they've got. Trading it for a tier 2, trying to trade something back. Early subjugate forced out for Jankos. So difficult now for G2 to hold on to this tower, for G2 to find a way back into this game. It is about survival, but it is going to be so hard.
And that man on your screen in the bottom left right now, it has been 7 years that he has been playing this game. 477 games, 3 finals, and now only a few towers stand in his way. Odoamne is looking to secure his first ever LEC title, but Rogue will choose to disengage for now. They will not overstay their welcome. They will walk away with 2 inhibitors, the base of G2 in tatters.
They don't want to overextend. They do not want to make a mistake for G2 to punish. They want to base after those inhibitors fall, set up, secure a dragon, and play this top inhibitor. Play it by the book. Rogue know how the book goes. They played it so many times. They like the theory, they like the macro, and they're going to stick to it. No mistakes will be made, and G2 can't pounce on them.
The dragon spawns in 45 seconds. Rogue, they don't have to worry about it right now. And you can hear the cheers from the crowd for Rogue. The support is what they need right now. As they get ever closer, G2 is being put on the back front.
Trimby was in the URLs a few years ago. Comp was benched. Larson's in front of his home crowd for the first time ever. Malrang was a substitute. And now Odoamne, 7 years, like you said, in the making. So close to closing this game out. It slipped through their hands in 2021 spring against the Mad Lions. Doesn't look like it's going to slip through again.
And for so long in the LEC, G2 have felt like an inevitability. They felt like a force of nature in their own right. Whenever they have been in form, they have been indomitable. They have been unstoppable. But even here, even now, we saw a G2 that tore through playoffs. But in the finals, they have fallen, or they are falling, rather, to Rogue. An incredible turn in the tides of EU, of the LEC. While Rogue aren't out of it yet, or Rogue aren't in there yet, it feels like G2 are falling to pieces before our eyes.
So many doubters, so many did not believe in Rogue's run through the lower bracket. They were 3-0'd by G2 only last week, and now they have an opportunity to do the same against the rivals. The ultimate is off.
Forward, going golden. Caps on the flank. Caps has to be everything here. Yanko's getting burned down. Yanko's getting shredded. Ignite taking flash forward for Comp. Comp looking to etch his name into the history of EU. Caps being pushed away. Caps being zoned off of his own base. It is a double for Comp. Rogue, though, they wait their patience. Incredible. They will not overcommit. They will not give G2 an inch. They will take everything from them. They will look to make this their final push, or no. Back away, giving them the respect their history deserves. 19 seconds left on the side of G2. That test timer ticking.
They're going to go for it. Nexus Tower's alive.
Caps! Flash away the charm, but no, Malrang here! And this is it! The final moments of G2. The first moments of Rogue's legacy. They will not be knocked down. They will not be denied. They will not be stopped. Larson standing strong. Malmo, Rogue are champions! 2021
thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my. No complications, nothing excess, just good vibrations. I'll be looking forward, living like a holiday. Repeat, do it over every night and every day. I don't want to work, I want to take the rest of my Forget 9 to 5, no occupation, no suit and tie, a new sensation. I'll be looking forward, living like a holiday. Repeat, do it over every night and every day. Living like a holiday, every night and every day. Living like a holiday. I don't want to work, I want to take the rest of my take the rest of my life off.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the tides. Wash away what used place to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
Welcome everyone to the LEC studio for day one of the LEC Winter Playoffs live from Berlin, Germany. You can't take that. You can't. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Not taking it. Great. And walking to. Oh, this is great. This is the experience actually. If you come to the studio, you can almost touch the cup, and then you can walk in to watch the games. I love it. It's a G2 fan because today we have G2 Esports versus Koi, a fantastic matchup that has defined a lot of the LEC in the past couple of years, and very much so it was the story of 2022. It's a great showdown. We have been looking forward to it ever since Malmö, I want to say, as I'm joined by Ender and Goldberg. Goldberg, you were there when Koi then Rogue
I don't remember.
finally lifted their
The
trophies.
unbelievable happened back then where G2 came in as favorites and Koi or Rogue back then absolutely smashed our position. And once again, upper bracket, G2, Koi. It's just a story that keeps on happening.
It's the story, it's the gift that keeps on giving, as is
Oh,
the
we
G2
got the G2
base.
fans in today.
There they are. I mean, that's the players. Before we dive into today's action, we do have some exciting news to share with you. The LEC spring season will kick off on March 11th, and all the tickets will go on sale for that on February 22nd, which is amazing. But it just goes to show how breakneck the pace is this year, right, in the LEC.
We've got 1 week off, and then we're right back into it. Feels like we just said goodbye to a couple of teams the last 2 days, and they have 2 weeks to get ready and get right back into the thick of things.
Make those roster changes fast.
You gotta get the pace going. There's no excuses. You know, maybe new split, new me. Who knows? For some of the teams, they certainly need it.
Also, the teams that might need roster changes had a few extra weeks.
They did, maybe. So let's get into it. The first day of the very first winter playoffs in the LEC, and it is the upper semifinals between G2 and Koi. The winner goes straight to the finals next Sunday. And these are the two teams that battled for the LEC throne last year, and I think it's very fitting that they end up playing each other in this very first round.
Yeah, 100%. It just felt like Koi, they were struggling coming into it, but they came in form during the group stage, and G2, you know, throughout the entirety of regular season has just looked so strong. And now in the upper bracket, somehow, some way, it is just so fitting seeing these two teams go against each other again.
Over the years in Europe, there's like always some kind of like main rivalry that's at the forefront, right? For so long, it was G2 Fnatic. Then the new era came in. It was Mad Lions versus Rogue.
Oh, yeah.
Last year, Rogue versus G2. Today and continuing through next week, we have a chance to see potentially that rivalry of 2023 kick off with Koi versus G2, because this matchup could very well happen again next Sunday.
And I love how it's been such a long time in the making. We talked so much about Koi, then Rogue, not being able to ever win that title. Then they did it. G2, who has just had to adapt throughout the years, but has stayed on top somehow, some way. Can we also mention what a year G2 is having in an organization overall, right? You feel like it's heading towards that appearance in the finals, but Koi could have something to say about that.
Yeah, most certainly. I think G2 as a general, really just the wonder child of the year so far in 2023, but also just Koi elevating themselves coming into the group stage format certainly has something to say. Last time people didn't believe in them, they took the title, so for sure, once again, eyes have to be on them.
It's wild how Koi went from like the best of one kings and then faltering in playoffs to now like, oh, BO1s, that was not the best, but they showed up these last few times in the BO3s.
They did. So that's where we arrive now. As said already, the winner will be can't talk, I'm so excited. Straight to the finals next Sunday. And ahead of this series, we're going to go through each lane matchup to answer the question, who has the edge going into tonight's upper bracket semifinal? For the top lane, Lore is joined by both Broken Blade and Shigenda to set the stage.
Thank you, Shox. I think it's better to ask them directly. Guys, who do you think is going to have the upper hand today on the top lane?
Me.
Okay, Shigenda, why do you think you're better than BB?
He's known as Broken Brain.
Broken Brain. Oh, wow. Okay, BB, how do you answer this? What do you think of Shigenda as a player?
We saw what Broken Brain did to Shigenda last game.
Okay. How do we expect this one to go this time? What makes you better than him?
This time around, the Shigenda will pop off on Broken Brain.
The Shigenda, Zigwenda. Okay. What do you think? What is going to make you better than him this time, BB?
Well, everything experience, amounts of games played, just skill, yeah, just everything, really.
I mean, I recall that Malmö finals didn't go so well, so...
Well, it's fine. In the Malmö finals, there was no Shigenda, so...
And you think you're still gonna maintain Rogue's now Koi's win rate, even if you're on the top lane now, and make it better?
I have good expectations for today. I think we can do it for sure. He's kind of trash.
All right, couple words on what we can expect on the top lane. Should we keep an eye on this? Is it gonna be a fist fight? Because top lane can be boring sometimes.
There's not going to be need of any eye on top lane because we all know the outcome already, right? And it's going to be me being on top, so...
Him being on top, you being on top. Any last words?
It doesn't matter. Top lane is useless.
All right. Okay, we're going to end on this, guys. Thank you so much. I'll let you go backstage. Shox, back to you.
Yeah, useless indeed. That's why we could actually interview the two top laners before. You don't even need to...
It always comes back around to that, isn't it? Top lane is useless, no matter what the analysis is.
Yeah, it always happens. Jamada, thank you for joining us. Here in the LEC, we love a bit of banter back and forth. And maybe there'll be a bit of banter back and forth in the mid lane as well. Caps versus Larssen once again. Caps, who has been so successful throughout the history of the LEC and has been challenged lately by Larssen.
Yeah, definitely has. I feel like, over the years, normally it has always been Caps, and there's always been the likes of Larssen or Humanoid that are kind of chasing him behind. But we felt like we finally got that crowning moment for Larssen in summer 2022 last year, where, of course, Rogue then, now Koi, took the championship, and it felt like finally Larssen could turn over a new page, and Caps would have to have a lot of work to be done for this split, which he's certainly done.
Yeah, I mean, Caps has definitely looked great. I think for Larssen, it was a bit of a reset. At the start of the year, him and the rest of Koi didn't look quite as strong coming through. But when I look at this matchup, it is one where on Caps' side is super explosive, because if you look at like the champions he's been playing, so many of these AD mid laners to support Yike's AP jungle style, the Tristana, the Jace, other champions that want to roam around the map, the signature Zac, of course, shows up, whereas Larssen has been primarily on the scaling mid lane mages and Sylas, so not nearly the amount of map impact that Caps has.
Yeah, it normally feels like Larssen always kind of defaults to this, and this is typically the Koi play style, right, historically, and for Caps, it feels like he's always malleable to whatever the team needs, right? It needs the AD mids for Yike's new sort of found AP style, you can do that. If he wants to play side lane with some of the sort of assassin picks, he can do that as well. So I feel like for Caps, like you say, more explosive early games, pairing up with Yike, getting a lot more skirmishing and dueling done, and for Larssen is typically about just getting to the mid game and trying to pick up the slack there or pick up the team fighting there for the rest of the team.
Yeah, the wild thing about Caps is that he'll just become the jungler too. Like, he works so well to like run into the enemy jungle, fight with Yike, roam and try to dive with him as well, but he'll also just gank bot lane at level 3 while Yike is on his camps and just take the entire game into his hands. Like, this guy, and through the history of G2's always been a team that wants to fight you early and often, and it's always been led by him looking for those fights.
It's been a bunch of psychopaths sometimes, but on the other hand, though, we also have a couple of those on Koi. Malrang, who can be absolutely crazy. Yike, who is slotting in perfectly in G2, and you're going to take a look at the junglers, I
Absolutely, because these are like two junglers with like very different styles, I think, right? On the one hand, Yike's been playing a lot of the Lilia, a lot of playing his lanes play towards him. Malrang plays towards his lanes, always looking for early ganks.
Yeah, completely agree. Two very different styles come through them. Now, personally, I wanted to take a look at Malrang in the beginning because he's a very selfless jungler. At times, people call him predictable as well, but what I really love about Malrang is the fact that he's been known for the kind of 3 jungle camps into ganking a lane, and I want to start out with this one where he's starting on the red side on the map. You can see he's getting a little leash, but instead of doing what we would usually see, if you can hover up the minimap for me there, Ender.
I got you.
Thank you.
And then let me throw this over to you too. Boom!
Oh, there we have it.
That's teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream make. Instead of going for the Crocs and Raptors that we so often see people do when they start topside, immediately goes over for the blue buff and the Grom to get that level 3 going for himself as well. And this kind of bounces off of wave timers that usually on a bot lane, you're not ready for the jungler to come on after, let's say, the 3rd wave or something like that. That used to be the traditional one instead. But here, Malrang's even ready for the fact that River will be warded because people know when they play against Malrang, they can anticipate an early gank. Instead, he's actually going to wrap around the vision, come in from the tri-bush in a lane where they're actually playing into a Lux and a Caitlyn that wants to be aggressive, that wants to push. And Malrang, of course, being the selfless, early game psychopath ganking jungler that he is, will take advantage of this.
Yeah, I think Koi also do a really good job of like spotting out where the early vision goes.
Oh, yeah.
So Malrang knows how he can path around that. But if we move over, actually I'm gonna steal this this bar here. Where'd it go?
Which one
this
do you want to
I
take?
want this one, because I want to do a little bit of drawing myself here. If you can send me over to the next clip, we can take a look at what Yike is actually doing for his team. Because on this, when he locks in the Lily, it's all about full clear into then looking for a dive. You can sort of see right now on both of these, he's starting on the blue side, has full cleared his jungle, and then will go ahead and look to dive on the top lane. If you hit that play button for me, you can see that sometimes he likes to look to roam with Caps. So Caps gets priority down here in mid lane and then looks to walk up and dive into the top lane. But at the same time, on the clip on the right-hand side of your screen, the wave timing doesn't really work out for Yike. So instead of looking for the dive, it's all about trying to find a good angle to invade on the respawn of the enemy camps.
And it's something we see so often from him, right? He has a very aggressive champion pool. We don't see him on the Sedranis and the Maokai. We saw it once, but he's not that comfortable on it. This is his bread and butter.
Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Now, the one weakness I think of Yike as a player, sometimes he will just overfight. Like if he sees an angle to take a 2v2 or something, he'll go for a fight even when it's been losing. That's something that I think might be exploited with more even matchups around the board.
Yeah.
But also, what I'm looking at for Malrang is finding that 3 camp into gank, because if this Lilia matchup happens again, Yike's going to be clearing his jungle while Malrang's already visiting 1, 2, 3 lanes.
And I think that's kind of the early stylistic we're looking at from the junglers in the early game. We're looking at Malrang. How can you be impactful for the laners? And how can G2 as a team shut that down? Because if you can shut that down, Yike with full clearing junglers should almost have a field day.
Yeah, he'll have a lot of fun if the vision is able to spot out Malrang. You remember how I said Koi do a very good job of finding where the vision is? Malrang will path around that to have a gank work out. You have to be on your guard and make sure there's no darkness that he can sneak through.
And so that's the jungle matchup. We hope you're more suited in for that one. We're going to take it over here and talk about some bot laners instead. My favorite role in the game as well.
Your favorite role, and I think you'll be really happy then to see this one particularly, right? With Comp versus Trimby and Hans versus Mickey. Jamada, the 2 best bot lanes, I guess, in the LEC right now.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think everyone was always saying the G2 bot lane from the get-go here.
Yeah.
This winter, because they just got off to a fire start. No one was really matching up to them. For the side of Koi, for Trimby and Comp, it's been a bit more of a ramping style, right? We didn't really get a lot of them in the regular season, but playoffs, it's all been about, or rather, the group stage has all been about this bottom side, and a lot more reminiscent, finally, of the summer split.
So what's happened? How have they played differently than they had?
Well, that's the thing, though, because just why, in terms of what the champions they're playing, it's not different at all, right? Last year, Comp and Trimby was the best bot lane due to the fact that they're so good at playing that range style. Then this meta, that became the style, but somehow they couldn't keep up with it. Now going into the group stages instead, they've just elevated themselves. It feels like they're not making the same mistakes we used to see from them as well. Comp specifically has just been stepping up. You used to look at the guy in regular season and say, well, why do you keep falling behind? Going into group stage, they were just individually, and I'm thinking to that Vitality game as well, where they were just 2v2 out-battling Neon and Kaiser.
I mean, we just see it behind us here, right? It looks like a different player.
It's night and day, right? You're looking at left-hand side, you're thinking, man, that's got to be someone on 10th place team nearly. And then here for Comp in the groups, it's just, I'm not even sure. It's really hard to break down when you just see such a massive spike or return to form after such a, it feels like just a slump, right?
Maybe it's exactly that, the return to form and keeping the energy in check before getting into those inevitable playoffs, which they are in now. Talk to me a little bit more about this matchup specifically. You started talking about the matchups in terms of the champions we'll be seeing from either side.
Yeah, for sure, because if this was the best spot lane last year, well, G2 spot lane this year is really making the case for it, and they're doing it in a completely different style as well. If you look at the champions, Comp and Trimby, very known for playing the double range supports, but down towards the G2 bot lane, it's all about that aggression. We're talking Nautilus, we're talking Leona, and coincidentally, those are the kind of champions that they have been able to punish with melee supports and a Draven into the range supports to go for a kill on the first 3 waves.
Did you see it? It said Hansama, please pick Samira.
Oh, you might
that's
get
my
your
favorite
wish
fan in the studio already.
Yeah, I mean, to me, right, the G2 bottom lane, it feels a lot more LPL-ish to me, right? I feel a lot more at home when I'm watching the G2 side because they are just kind of sending it. They're just going for the full 2v2s a lot of the time, just off of 2v2 prowess. And I feel like if you're running something like, Varus Leona, Varus Rakan, you're always going to be able to find these small windows into things like Sivir and Zeri because they're not going to have the lane pressure to necessarily win those 2v2s out, and that will always draw the attention of the rest of them.
Yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me if we just saw Comp and Trimby try and go for the more scaling with the double range, and then on the G2, they want to play for that early game in the waves, and I think that's why I'm giving them the edge as well, because they have the aggression.
GB, we've heard all the lanes. Tell me in a few words why you're so excited for this matchup.
I'm so excited for the matchup because Koi is ramping up, and on the G2 side as well, they're just so, like, we've never seen them be this good without being so flexible, and once again, they're so flexible from all laners, so I'm so excited because Koi has its ability now, and G2 keeps the flexibility.
Let's see what happens. A spot in the Winter Finals next Sunday is on the line as we're writing another chapter in the hottest rivalry in the LEC. Let's see who comes out on top this time in our LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week.
A bit of a fall from grace from Koi. They definitely have been struggling. Their losing streak continues. We'll have to see what this team can continue to do.
In a way, I think we definitely didn't have the best start of the year. We still definitely had the level and the skill. So I just think everyone was feeling a bit more overconfident. Since that week happened, we put in the work, we kind of got humbled in a way, and I think right now we are back of where we left last year in summer.
The hook goes short as well and comes able to walk away. Mauan coming in alongside Larsen to ruin SK's date. Larsen with an incredible flank. He waited for his opportune moment and then he pounced. SK routed in the mid lane.
They're going to take down the #1 seed of the regular winter split in a 2-0 fashion, and they're going to look damn good doing it.
I feel very excited actually to play against Koi. I get to play against my old teammates in the best of 5. It's going to be really fun.
Me, Trimby and Marlang, I think we kind of found our footing again on our 3v3s on bottom stuff, so I'm really curious how they will match.
I think winning the next series will prove to me that we have the potential to be a super, really good team in the EU that everyone would dream of. We just have to work every single day. I really want to make this right. If we get to complete this challenge, I think we can go very far.
Jake taken down. BDS trying to find the fight, but it's Hansama. Hansama untouched. Hansama on the back line. The Kaisa standing strong and looking to turn the fight. The flash finish to make it work in a triple for Hans to win the day. Re-engage now coming. Mickey under the backside. Instantly gets interrupted. It's so clean from Elyoya, and that could be everything or it would be, but Broken Blade's already in the back line. The Draven does too much damage.
G2 and Koi. Two teams who seem destined to meet at the end of each and every LEC season. In 2022, spring belonged to G2. Summer belonged to Koi. As Koi return to form, all eyes are on the reigning champions. Will they once again rise and dismantle G2? Or will they crumble under the weight of the expectations thrust upon them?
Hello everyone and welcome to the start of the LEC Winter Playoffs. Now, Vedi, you know how we're usually called Medi-Vedi?
Yeah.
I've decided we shorten that to MV this time. Because then we're the MVP, because it's Pedro at the end. Right?
The MVP TriCast, I love this. The British boys back on the desk for a banger of a series between G2 and Koi. The beginning of our playoffs, the upper semi-finals, as both these teams were victorious throughout the group stages. Koi yet to lose a game so far in the best of threes, and they have looked good so far as we get well, into the finals.
Yeah, definitely a big bounce back from Koi, isn't it? I think all of them have stepped up. I think Maurang especially is just looking on fire right now in the early games, and teams haven't really been able to find a way to suppress him. I think his style of just sitting in the river for 1 minute, leaning to one side, waiting for the option, waiting for the outcome to happen is inevitable, so we'll see how G2 deals with it.
That we will.
That we will, Vetti. That we will. Let's get into draft for game one. Now, every time these two teams met up in a best of 5 last year, it was a 3-0. Twice to G2 and once to Koi. Obviously, Koi, the reigning LEC champions. Jarvan going to be banned out first here by G2, who got side selection in this and selected blue.
I think the Elise ban on Koi's side is a guarantee, and I think G2 might be looking at something like the Ashe, perhaps as a first pick or a first ban. I think these are the two champions I'm going to keep my eye on for this series, because Trimby's Ashe has been phenomenal.
I'm curious as to what Koi is going to do with the Lilia. Is that something that they feel that needs to be removed?
Okay, I just quickly need to mention, a lot of Koi chants coming from Fnatic jersey wearers here. Very quick for them to have changed their tune, you know. Fnatic come back in the spring split, but for now, Koi fans through and through, it seems.
You just got
to call them out like that.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, Medic, fair enough.
Giga Chad, Giga Medic.
Anyway, Silas and Caitlyn taken away by G2. There's the Elise that you were talking about. Ashe, obviously, possibility. There's the Draven, and Ashe finally taken away by Koi. So lots of AD carries getting taken out of the champion contention. G2 with first pick have a lot of different options.
I was going to say Lucian was an option, but it looks like the Maokai is the priority for the time being. We know how strong the champion is. Just very well rounded in terms of engage, good scaling, good damage, and also gives you flexibility in the mid lane in terms of what AD champions. Tristana we have seen come out from Caps before. Jace is also a very viable option here for G2.
Classic G2 here would slam double solo lanes, wouldn't they? I think Jace, yeah, like I said, would be amazing. Just go for something along those lines, perhaps like a Jax early rotation too. Just make sure you secure full top side. Make sure the top side is happy. They could also just pivot and go bot lane here. Zeri, Lulu wouldn't be too bad. Expecting Koi to pick up Sejuani on 3, Vi on 3, depending on what G2 pick up. If they pick up Zeri, likely a Vi. If they go full top side, likely a Sejuani.
Instead of looking towards the top side, though, they go down towards support. Give Mickey his Nautilus, something he's shown just how good he can be. Xayah gives you a bit of protection, especially from something like that Vi in the jungle.
Varus would also be a pretty good one.
For sure,
Varus, Nautilus, lots of kill pressure down there. I think we saw Astralis run it yesterday. But they could also just leave AD for now. They have so many options. I think G2, the thing is when you have players that are so flexible and can play kind of anything, you can see them debating and discussing what they want to do, because Jace here would be, Jace here would be amazing. Just drop AD. I think it's just worth it.
You can also flex the Jace if you want to. Can go both mid and top. Our current expectations is it will be Caps on the Jace in the mid lane. But as you rightly said, given they have so much versatility in the AD carry role, they can do kind of whatever they want. Maurang now, the question is what will he choose to go for? Sejuani is often the answer into the Maokai. Have those two team fighting junglers, a little bit more durable, a little bit more of a frontline ways to kick off those fights. But we know that Koi can be a little bit unconventional. Perhaps they want to get their mid laner in for last, and it looks like that won't be the case as Maurang will lock in his jungle. Now we look at some of the things that can be removed. Some of the AD carries are the expected bans that we're likely to see from Koi now.
Yeah, I think Varus would make a lot of sense. Looking at Jace and Maokai, that's a lot of poke. AP Maokai likely to be the only AP on the team. And want to take away as much poke potential as they have. Varus slots in really well there. Zeri, just another powerful champion on the patch. You talked about the Xayah. I think Kai'Sa is something I'd be concerned about.
I was thinking about it as well, yeah.
Because Kai'Sa's dive potential, and handsome as Kai'Sa last weekend, was really, really good, and just has really good percent damage to shred through things like the Sejuani.
Instead, they go for the Kalista, trying to remove some of the power that G2 have in that 2v2 in the bottom lane. Lucian Nami very strong when it comes to those all-out duels, but something like a Kalista Nautilus can match up to them in the early game and try and get a bit of a lead. So take away the Kalista. G2 here likely to look towards some mid lane bans. The Azir, of course, one of Larsen's premier picks. G2 don't want him getting his hands on the Emperor.
I wonder if Renekton is just a pick here for Koi. Something like Renekton or Gnar on 4, be really safe, see where the Jace is going, and then decide what to do with mid. Unless they want to go for some kind of mage. I think Victor has been cropping up a lot in the LCK and the LPL as the blind pick go-to mid laner, but it hasn't found much success. And I think with champions like Sejuani, you really want Sylas or Akali on your team, something that can help with that passive.
Certainly the case, but we also know that Larsen, very well known for his mages. Victor, Orianna, Azir, all very comfortable champions for him. I think the Sylas ban, if we go back from G2, makes a lot of sense. They knew that they wanted to prioritize the Maokai by locking in the Maokai. The expected response, especially from Malrang, was that Sejuani, and then by denying the Sylas, which is often Larsen's go-to. Good prep and good readiness there for G2, because it does kind of bring into question what will they pair up with the Malrang's Sejuani, and what can kind of facilitate this Lucian as well. Just going through a couple of options right now.
I think they're teasing them. They know what they want to play. Samira Kaisa is what he's saying here. Comp to Hansama. Tristana, what do you want to play? Is Larsen going to go for Tristana mid here? I'd be a bit surprised.
Instead it's the Victor. You talked about
what we expected,
the safety blind pick Victor there. Can still go towards that Renekton up towards the top side if you want to try and get a bit of a melee combo with the Sejuani.
So, yeah, no, I was just going to say, how frisky does Hands-On get with this? Because Samira Kaisa would be great.
He's looking very frisky right now.
Trimmy putting his thumbs up right now.
He's teasing each other from across the stage, taunting one another.
And of course, Hansama and Jimmy had history together. You know, they played together for a little while, so Jimmy will have Zri, but instead, MF going to be the lock-in here. Good poke, good harass in the lane as well.
A lot of teamfight power coming out from G2 right now. And as you said, a lot of poke. So they've got a little bit more AP damage coming out from the top side of the map.
It's so good here, Aatrox, I'm telling you. Double melee topside tanks with a tank support as well. Aatrox can get a lot of work done, so they've just blind picked the Gragas. We'll see what build Broken Blade goes for, likely tank-ish, but it helps the split damage from your team. Sion the hover for now, but yeah, Koi's team comp is just so teamfight heavy.
I can't remember the last time I was sad not to see an Aatrox locked in, but I would have loved an Aatrox being locked in here. Nah, perhaps a little bit more safe up towards the top side. Does still work well with the Sejuani if you can start to harass down that Gragas, but Gragas very difficult to actually get damage on in the early game.
I feel like that game one, everything has kind of gone as expected in terms of what these teams have drafted. Koi, a very traditional composition, scaling mid laner, a very aggressive bot side of the map, a lane that they often like to play through, and Jigenda kind of just doing what he needs for the team. They wanted a little bit more team fighting power. Dinar gives you presence in lane and also scales pretty well in terms of the value that it can offer to team fights. Whereas G2, while they do have a lot of team fighting themselves, again, they have a lot more agency to roam around the map with the Jason mid lane. Caps can get unlocked early on in the laning phase. I expect Yike to be aggressive, ideally looking around bot side of the map, maybe even mid, but I expect all of the action to be happening in the bot lane as Hansama and Comp go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, it's likely top lane will be in isolation this game, as it always normally is, unless you have explosive champs, ignites taken, or any kind of LEs that can threaten those dives. We'll see how bot push goes though, because I think that yesterday in the Nautilus lanes, the Nautilus would force level 1 really hard to make sure they could get the push to help jungle, and then the Maokai, or the jungler in that case, can start bot side and invade and start skirmishes with the level 2 melee support, because then you can really start to pressure the map.
So close for that fan. Samira was hovered for a while, wasn't quite locked in, but G2 and Koi about to take to the Rift. That bot lane, a key point of focus for us through this game. I believe that's Caps' dad and Dylan Falco's dad together. We'll see if they perform well coming into our first game of the LEC Winter Playoffs.
This crowd cracks me up. There was
So
one
the
side,
Fnatic fans started chanting Fnatic, and then the other side of the crowd goes, "Where is Fnatic?"
Nothing special. They lose every week, guys. Okay.
You gotta love it.
What?
Oh, man.
The fans are not happy with you right now.
The G2 ones are. I can see them.
Well, onto the Rift we go. Both junglers on the top side of the map right now. No extra pressure down the bottom lane. We have seen 5-man groups down in bot lane to try and get early push, early prio. There is a ward from G2, but nothing too adventurous happening from either of these squads.
So, given that the other game looks like it's going to be pretty stock standard, unless Koi actually could go for a bit of a delayed invade here.
I think it's just about denying any ward in that pixel bush.
Fair. But I wanted to talk about Koi's early game, because something that we've been very impressed with is their evolution from the best of ones into the best of threes, and how convincing and dominant that they have looked. Because there are a lot of question marks around Koi and their regular season performance. Where is Koi usually when they were Rogue, we expected them to be the regular season kings, consistently placing in the top 2 positions, but the early games didn't look consistent. The team was really struggling. Then the moment they came into the best of threes, they yet to lose a game. The early game has been consistently dominant, and honestly, they felt largely untested leading up to this point.
Night and day, absolute night and day from Koi. And this is the team we saw win a championship last year in these last few best-of series. But here's the force from the Nautilus. Try and get the Lucian as low HP as possible. Make sure that you can threaten dives on bot side. And you can see Yikes already going to finish up on his Crux, go towards red, and then he'll likely invade Malrang's jungle. So Malrang actually responding really well, knowing that that'll be his pathing. He skipped his topside camps, did red, went into blue, will take Gromp, nothing for Yike to take.
That battle between the junglers is one we've got to keep our eyes on throughout the course of this series. Mickey looking for another hook, can't quite land it. Early trades, good for Hans, Samo, and Mickey. You can see triple potion longsword for Hans, so he's going to be able to regenerate some of that health. But obviously Nami, when she gets a couple of levels, can just continue to push out that healing onto Comp with the ebb and flow. And then we'll see if Comp and Trimby can answer back as they lost the early push for level 2.
So Yikes in their jungle now, threatening a dive. He was on a ward though, so I think Malrang is ready to cover. G2 classic here. Stack up waves bot, look for the dive. Yike thinks something's up though. They've leveled over to level 2. The wave isn't in range of crashing just yet, so maybe they're calling the play off. Malrang's just hiding in the shadows, waiting to see what happens.
Well, I wonder if Malrang was... Oh no, that ward did end up coming out afterwards, wasn't it? Because Malrang put himself behind the wall, kind of shadowing in the lane so that he wouldn't be spotted. But now he has his eyes on mid. Caps is very low. Yike is in a position to cover, but a flash Q from Malrang could be all it takes.
How long is that Q from coming off cooldown? He used it to get into this, but Bush knows there's no Warden with Caps going forward, even though Larsen's low. There's nowhere for Caps to go. Does still have the flash, will hold on to it. Malrang flash follows though. Needs a slow here. One more auto will be enough. Permafrost. And down to an icy tomb for Caps.
He always does it, man. Malrang always does it. Level 3, he will get a kill. And it was just a smart pathing, right? Covers the bot dive, runs towards mid, Qs over the wall in case there's any wards in river, and waits patiently to find his targets.
You know, I seem to recall this exact same thing happening the last time the G2 and Koi met, and it was Caps. I remember listening to the voice comms afterwards saying, thought I could get a solo kill, instead I just got ganked.
Yeah. I also remember, I think it was Fnatic in the playoffs last year up against Rogue, where I believe it was Razork who just flashed over the wall on Xin Zhao and sat in that bush.
Yep.
And then looked for a very similar gank. Junglers love jumping over that wall. Mickey not going to land the hook onto Comp.
Hansamo and Mickey have been able to neutralize Comp and Trimby a little bit in the early game. I think Lucian Nami very strong as you get your first item, even into mid-game, can be very powerful. Just dash forward, rapid fire cannon, land a couple of autos, and it becomes very tricky to deal with him. But for the moment, this MF Nautilus seems to be having a handle on the situation. Malrang has a handle on the rest of the map as Caps, with no flash, could get caught out a little bit here.
Important to note, he's running Electrocute, not Phase Rush, so once he goes in for that trade, he's not coming out if he goes into Hammer form.
The damage that he had onto Larsen was pretty good, but of course, Victor deceptively tanky in the early laning phase, especially thanks to the shield you get on your Q.
Malrang wins those.
Yeah, he does with the Permafrost. That's a huge amount of damage down onto Yike. The sapling will chase Malrang away. He can come back, clear out this ward, but Yike is only at 200 HP. Gravity Well landing onto Caps here in the mid lane as he tries to get an Electrocute proc off, but Siphon Power gives Larsen the shield, and overall, mid jungle very much in favor of Koi so far.
Not a major gold advantage for the time being, but Koi will be happy with it nonetheless. Comp is a little bit low, but Malrang is looking. Looks like he won't really be able to convert that into much. I think his priority here is to just make sure that this wave gets pushed underneath the tower so that the Koi bot lane can look to get a reset off. The only thing they have to be concerned about is G2 setting up a freeze.
Oh, constantly fishing for those hooks there, Mickey. He knows he can get a summoner out of Comp if he lands it. Managed to trade the Ignite for Cleanse earlier on.
Well, Hansam has already got a cheater recall or some sort of recall off in this bottom lane. With the strut on the MF, you can get back to the lane so much quicker. You can see Comp only sitting on the Doran's Blade, whereas this double longsword dagger as Caps caught out again in the mid lane. Chaos Storm coming down. Caps, you've got nowhere to go, and we will just be chipped away. The death rate from Larsen is the second kill of the game for Koi.
What is going on? How long has Malrang been around mid or bot? It's 6 minutes into the game. He's based once. He's done, what, 6 camps, and he's just been hovering around this river the entirety of the game. How can G2's mid or bot ever push?
My expectation was we'd see a lot more action towards the bot side of the map, but Malrang, he saw his window. He was able to find an effective gank in mid. He found a repeat gank in mid as well. And remember, Malrang, he went from mid to bot, back to mid. He hasn't really strayed very far from this area. Yike is now going to use this as an opportunity to get a bit of deep vision. See if he can spot anything out. He should, yeah, he's going to ping now that the Raptors are respawning. He expects the Sejuani to pass towards there, and this gives information towards the MF that, hey, Hansama, jungler should be away from you for a little while.
And the beauty of all of this is that the Gnar is winning in isolation. You know, you can just leave Shigenda up there, he'll do his thing, he'll keep the push. If you ever want to move to Herald in the next minute, you're guaranteed top push till a couple more points get put in that queue from Broken Blade. It's a bit harder to push back into Shigenda. Mickey's also looking for similar sort of vision that you just touched on there, Vedius, on the bot side, but they will see Malrang going towards the red buff. See how close he is to level 6 once he finishes that one up. A couple more camps and he'll make it there.
Koi not a huge team when it comes towards the Heralds. Like to look towards first tower and first dragon a little bit more. G2 tend to prioritize the Herald on the top side of the map, but here's going to be a bit of a struggle for them because not really going to be able to get any pressure in this mid lane with Larson already having a kill lead and Caps still being flashless for the next 30 seconds or so, maybe even a minute there on the timer. Bubble from Trimby, that was blind. Mickey goes back in with a hook, but Trimby's around the corner and we'll just get pulled into the wall.
Worth noting, small thing, but can have massive consequences, is Victor, when you get those kills, oh, hang on a second.
For them fight in the mid lane, Caps able to go away from the permafrost. Yike was there to counter it. Yike stunned up for a second though, Malrang going back in still. It's the pain of having a ranged mid laner with a Sejuani. The permafrost was stacking up, but couldn't get 4 stacks in time, which means both Yike and Caps are able to walk away.
Bit unlucky for Koi there. Larson's Chaos Storm, his ult was about 2 seconds off as Malrang queued onto Caps. The fight ended, the ult came up. That means that they are stronger in this 2v2 and they will start up this Herald. Shigenda has the top push and he will move straight after the wave is crashed. And yeah, Yike's just going to base, he's going to give it up.
Yeah, Larson, he should feel very strong right now and you can see how he's kind of...
bullet time coming out. Trimby has to flash away. Comtank's a tower shot as well. They were just looking for the plate here. Trimby able to survive the Cullen coming back and will keep Mickey and Hansama at bay.
Wow, we didn't quite catch the beginning of that fight, but Trimby looked like he was locked up underneath the tower. The G2 bot lane doing very devastating damage, but they should be able to heal that back up in no time. Comp very low on mana. They know where Malrang is. They should spot out Yike any second.
Right, looking at how low that tower is, I'm 99% sure they were greeding for a plate in the bottom lane. It was about 1 hit away from dying, and Trimby just overstepped a slight bit because of it. Depth charge going down onto Trimby. Comp, though, trading back onto Mickey, and with Malrang on his way, and Flash Glacial Prism a possibility. Mickey has Flash, instead he goes for Hansama. Only lands the slow Hansama, only the exhaust on him. And because he doesn't have that escape tool, he will die in the bottom lane.
What an early game from Koi. They're controlling all the neutral objectives. They're controlling this entire bot side river, which is what we expected from draft, and they're playing beautifully around these lanes. Malrang especially just making sure plays are happening. Doesn't even commit the flash ult there. He knows that the slow is enough to kill Hans with no flash, and they're gonna start running away with it here. They've got the Herald, so the next play is theirs. Caps even trying to contest this crab. He won't be able to get it. See if he can push Malrang back a bit, but that'll be all.
He's trying to make Malrang actually have to go back to base at some point in the game. Like puts out the sapling, couldn't find much more. This entire bot side is open for him, but instead decides not to go in. We'll see this hook once again for Mickey. Hansama was backing away with no mana as they went for this play.
Yep.
I think the idea is to just force the wave underneath the tower, so maybe no potential freeze could be set up as the next wave was coming in. They weren't expecting Malrang to collapse, which is a little bit of a surprise because they did actually spot him in vision in mid lane. It was a possibility, but regardless, G2 get punished.
Oh, Nature's Grasp being used here. Malrang's going to try and block it, but Larson does exactly that. Larson rooted underneath the tower, though, somehow surviving for an absolute Aeon, but in the end, Yike will get G2 on the board.
Looks like he got hit by one of the roots. He was just not straight behind Malrang there. I think he got tagged by...
The hitboxes are quite massive.
Yeah, they are, and I think that's what tagged him, rooted him. Malrang didn't have ult to stop any of the damage, so G2 will find a kill, and they will find this dragon. So they're getting themselves on the board here in this best-of-5 series.
Okay, so at least G2 are able to get something back after what has been a very convincing early game from Koi. Of course, they can't take a sigh of relief just yet, as you look at the bottom of your screen and you can see gold advantages being built up all across the board for Koi, which is why they currently sit at about a 1.4k gold lead. Both teams really, we're looking at the team fights later on into the game. Remember how much power this Maokai MF alone have in terms of the 5v5. Koi as well, they've had some pretty incredible team fights so far in the best of threes. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams set up for the Dragons later on. But let's have a look back at this as an early indication of how these fights are likely to go.
Flash hook from Mickey goes on to Larson. Pops a W, try and get a little bit of peel for himself. Let's see the block here from Malrang. Oh, just like you said, massive hitbox. The left-hand one that I think just tagged him. And the root is what killed him. Malrang not able to answer. Larson a bit frustrated with that one. knows the game was going so well, and now G2 found something. But they'll keep this setup. They'll keep Malrang around mid, they'll keep Trimby hovering, and I think they want to put the Herald down soon.
Yeah, you want to get it down, obviously, before that 14-minute mark, so the plates can fall, but also before it times out, which it's about a fifth of the way away from doing for Malrang. So maybe try and get Caps low so he can't defend it too effectively. Caps has been able to get a little bit back into the game, although still struggling in comparison to Larssen. Trimby and Comp should be able to push out this bot wave. Mickey is hovering mid to try and answer anything that Malrang might be doing, puts a ward down, and Malrang being spotted retreats.
He was sitting in that bush for at least 30 to 40 seconds. Trimby left to go back to bot, and he was still there. Yeah, he's looking to place it down mid by the looks of it. He's telling Larssen to stop his base because he needs to place this down somewhere. I think it's going to have to be mid with the bot lane moving up. Sweeper on that ward, Crab's there, 3 plates left. I think they need to get this mid wave in. Escort their bot lane towards this tower to try to get as much damage on it as possible.
But they can also try and catch out Mickey as he tries to roam up, and that's exactly what they do. Bullet time coming out, Comp down to about half HP, but already Mickey has fallen. Caps coming in from the side. Marin's going to try and flash across this wall, but the bullets chase him home. Caps now in the midst of the KM. Storm will fall as well. Cannot survive Trimby's assault. Hans Sama trying to do what he can. Yike's going to join the party. They'll go for Larssen. Hans Sama trying to get on the board again. A second for him in the fight. Koi forced to retreat down towards the bottom side. Can Trimby get away? Yike looked for the slow from the Nature's Grasp, but couldn't quite find it. The Bramble Smash, in fact, the slow from the Make It Vain won't be enough to keep Trimby in G2's grasp.
Ends up being a 2 for 2. Koi, they tried to punish Mickey's lack of flash early in the play, and they're able to find that initial pick, but Hans Sama with the confident collapse with Caps. You can see they're able to spot out Mickey here. They know he doesn't have flash after that earlier play onto Larssen in mid. A lot of good damage comes down from Hans Sama, which really sets up for this re-engage. As G2 are creating this 3-man collapse. The ultimate from Maokai is going to set them up. Good damage. An animation cancel there with Hans Sama's Q. Caps trades his life to set up for this ultimate and buy a little bit more time, and then Larssen knows that he doesn't have the damage to shut down Hans Sama, especially with Yike offering support as well.
I think Trimby gets his passive off here on his E as Yike looks for the flash Q, so he just gets out of range. Nice play there by Koi to look for the pick on the rotation towards mid, knowing they were first. G2 able to respond a little bit. Yike looking for this blue buff. As the smite will pick it up, and that mid tower is left with 1 plate, so it will be an easy pickup for Koi later on.
And this is kind of the difference between G2 and some of the other opponents Koi have faced during the group stage. When Koi had this sort of early lead at the 12-13 minute mark, they were able just to wrest the entirety of the game away from their opponents. Here, G2 always willing to fight them, keep them within about 1,000 gold. They're still in arrears, but G2 show that if they can find the right fights, they can really get back into these games.
Definitely can. That's the power of G2. Looking for a hook there. Mickey, Caps was right behind him, and this is Caps' Jace. Loves to roam around the map, look for these plays on sides, shut down anything he can do. And I think when he's in a game where his lane is not so much unplayable, but there's nothing to do in terms of action, he'll always sacrifice waves and move around.
The Herald was up, and I thought that Malrang had the perfect timing on it. Choosing not to go for it, but with the waves that they've stacked up in top, it could be an option for them. With Yike moving up into mid, maybe it's something that Koi is a little bit more hesitant to commit to. You can see the push in bot. Observers, if we could have a look at that bot lane tower very quickly. Mickey is now arriving to lane, but Koi getting very good damage onto this tower. Very close to securing it. Shouldn't be able to get it off the back of this wave. And now keep your eyes on mid lane once again. Caps looking for a roam alongside Yike, but they should be spotted out by that vision.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that Caps is the one that's able to roam around here first. I think it's because Malrang needed to clear out some camps, catch up, get his red base, come back out onto the map, and then the 2v2 can commence once again with 30 seconds on the Dragon. I don't really blame him for giving up river control. That's the next objective.
That's where G2 are investing their resources right now. First strike on the Maokai alongside that Demonic Embrace makes it very difficult for Koi to step in here. We often see a Sejuani get Warmog's second item after the Radiant Virtue just to be able to deal with the pesky saplings that can chip away at your health. Comp and Trimby looking for something, but no one from G2 oversteps, so they'll back away. They don't have vision on the river either. Now, Trimby stayed here.
What's going on here?
Comp's going to get hooked. Trimby looking for the tide away from behind. The next guy's coming out as well, but Trimby's on the wrong side of dodge. Bullet time into the roots. Lands his mark, and Hans Sama gets his third. Make it his fourth of the game. G2 on a tear.
Massive blunder by Koi's bot lane as well. What are they doing? Comp's just trying to run past the wave. Caps is in trouble. Malrang.
Caps still has the flash here. Glacial Prism's going to come out, and Caps flashes it. Saved it for all that time to dodge the ultimate from the Sejuani, and G2 get everything they were looking for.
As much as I want to say great from G2 for getting those 2 kills, I need to see that again because Comp is just running in a straight line to his tower with Trimby leaving him alone without a wave to block any of the hooks. And then Tribute flash ults, misses the Q, there's no follow-up, Comp's too far away, and it was just so messy.
I'm trying to understand the logic here, but it was honestly a massive mistake on the side of Koi. The only good news for them is by forcing Caps back, it does make securing this Herald that much easier. And they will be able to, they'll likely use this top lane as mid is guaranteed to fall in the next few minutes. Bot lane is also very low. As I say that, there's that mid tower dropping. Larssen and Malrang have found a lot of success in mid lane, but you kind of look at the scoreline. He was 1-0-1 at the beginning, now finds himself with 1-2-2, been caught out a couple times thanks to some great plays from Yike and the Maokai ultimate. But we're pretty much into a dead even game state. The difference is 2 dragons up for G2 and a bot lane tower and a 4-1 misfortune. Hans Summer is the carry that many in Europe fear when fed.
I mean, Bloodthirster Gale Force at 17 minutes in the game is something definitely to be feared, especially with the setup from the rest of his team. A good barrel, a good Nature's Grasp, a good depth charge just allows them to get so much CC.
So, there's no jungle around to bait. There's no TP, sorry, excuse me. And they're too far away to buff one another up. I mean, we started a little bit late on into that replay. I think. Yeah. I don't want to see what Koi did with the bush control, but yeah, confusing.
Well, they just sat in it.
The thing I see is they sit in it, they expect Hans Summer to miss position, and they CC him and kill him while he's there. They don't expect Yike to come down and use the Nature's Grasp, and then you kill off this guy that's already got 2 kills and probably a shutdown at that point. I didn't see
it was
the
maybe
bounties,
a bait of some sort.
Yeah, maybe they were looking for something. Obviously it didn't work for them, and it gave Hans Summer even more gold to funnel into him. So now that MF is a mighty problem as Malrang looks for something up towards this top side. The sun's going to land there, but no follow-up CC onto Mickey.
Keeping my eyes on the bot lane as well. You can see Mininar, Shigenda, Caps looking for the collapse. Broken Blade on his way as well, but Shigenda just going to jump away to safety. And you commented on it earlier, K-Drop, something that we often see from Caps.
Were you about to say Pedro? Because I do that all the time.
It's because his name is K-Drop. I was about to call him Caps.
Okay, yeah.
But, you know.
Easy mistake.
That would have been a colossal mistake.
Understandable mistake.
But
gameplay sim was so
it's
similar.
funny because it was actually K-Drop that, because he often goes so far. Hang on, Hook.
Onto Malrang. Depth charge onto Larssen as well. TP's coming, Nature's Grasp coming in from the side as well. Malrang trying to get away. Trimby is the root, but look at the damage! It's a bullet time and it sends them all to hell. Larssen has to flash away, Caps still on the chase, but G2 just find everything in the top lane.
And you see the beauty of the MF in this comp. When Maokai can get the ult onto multiple targets, the follow-up is always there, no matter how far away. Hans is just in range for the ultimate. Just blows them all up there. Koi was playing good in the early game, finding these small leads, but now G2 are starting to run away with the fights.
This is the problem when you have a fed MF, but honestly, it was set up nicely by Mickey, the follow-up from Yike, and this is why so many teams in Europe fear the Maokai. His ultimate is just so effective, whether it be for follow-up or whether it be to initiate a team fight. It just provides the perfect setup for an MF to deal ridiculous damage. G2, they walk away with 2 kills, they walk away with another tower, and then looking to walk away with game 1.
And with 2 minutes left on the Ocean, Drake would be sole point for G2. You can see Malrang being chipped away there just by Yike, who, after a bit of a struggling start, is now 2-0-4 on this Maokai. I think seeing him develop across the course of this split has been very encouraging for the future, not only of EU junglers, but of G2 junglers. I think losing Jankos was a big loss for this team in the off-season, but now they found someone who is beginning to replace him, although doesn't obviously have the longevity of someone like Jankos.
I mean, G2's game plan coming into the year was to do something different, right? They wanted to take more gambles, take more risks, even bringing Mickey back onto the organization after what was a solid year the year before. Many people questioned, is this actually going to be a step up? You're taking a gamble on a young jungler. You're bringing in a Hans Summer who didn't have a good season over in North America, a Mickey who sure had high moments on XL, but also had some inconsistencies, and so far the team has gelled incredibly well together. And what's crazy is often it's Caps who we'd be talking about at this point in a split, but everyone around him seems to be stepping up, that Caps can just continue to do his thing.
Yeah, faith in the bot lane of G2 and finding the young guns of Yike, and even Koi similarly in Shigenda, finding that aggressive style in these lanes or in the jungle that can bring a different style. Koi.
Nature's Grasp comes in, there's the knockback as well with the cast. Instead, Malrang will fall. But Shigenda gets onto the back line, and now it's all on Koi. What can you do? A beautiful Gnar means the Caps will fall, but Koi still retreating underneath their tower. Hansama falls away so low. One more auto would be enough, but they just can't get in range. G2 will walk away wounded, but they'll walk away alive.
Oh, so frustrating for Koi. It was such a bad fight. The turn was amazing from Shigenda, but they only get one kill. So close to getting Hans, so close to getting Mickey as well. Maybe they can find this dragon. It's sole point for G2 if they can pick it up.
They don't have a jungler, Kadro. Maurang's still sitting in the fountain for 4 more seconds.
Yeah, gonna back off. G2 are gonna work their way into this river. Caps doesn't have TP, but he'll have the home guards to get out of base and get here in time. G2 gonna stack up those 3 dragons. A little bit sketchy when the Gnar came in, but the engage initially was good.
I'm not sure if Hansama even went back to base. I feel like he just lifestealed everything back.
He's got bloodthirst.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The man just brought himself back to full HP, ready to fight again. And as you rightly said, frustration for Koi. What was a very good engage initially from G2, you see even more how well that this composition works together. Yike throws the ultimate out, and then the Gragas casket to create space between the front line and the back line sets him for a very easy pick. The Sejuani ultimate onto Hansama means that he can't ult initially. This Mega Gnar was beautiful from Shigenda, but the kills just can't come through for Koi.
The Chaos Storm was on top of it as well, so Larsen was getting so much damage down. Only finding Caps. G2 now posturing on this top side, want to take some control here because obviously when they went towards Drake, Koi out of base went top side, I imagine, and put all these wards down. Shigenda, 1.3k gold up in isolation. See what damage he can do in team fights. Another one of those Gnars with Larsen behind him, who I think he has a lot more damage now. Rabadon's picked up. If he had something like the Leandris there in that fight, it would have been disaster for G2, but he's playing the scaling route, playing the Rod of Ages. And we'll see if it pays off in the long run.
And for G2, it's all about, can Hansama get a bullet time down? Like, can he just be alive at the back of a fight? Everyone else engages. He stands there, opens up with a bullet time, and unlike Neo in the Matrix, Koi have been unable to dodge it the majority of this game. Koi now setting up around the Baron, though. Shigenda, no TP on him, means that Koi are probably just playing for vision rather than for any actual take of this objective.
I'm reminded of Worlds 2021 Hansama when he was on Rogue. World Championship. It was his misfortune that was single-handedly carrying a number of games.
Yep.
What was a disappointing World Championship for Rogue. Hansama really stood out as an individual, and it was on this champion. His ability to leverage the mobility, and Misfortune's just ability to have presence on the map, just because of her incredible movement speed and high-impact ultimate. Something we'll be keeping our eyes on as Hansama continues to have an incredibly strong game.
And Comp, his replacement for 2022, who has had a standout year. Probably the best bot lane in the league at the end of the year next to Trimby. Had a decent showing at Worlds as well. Didn't get past the quarters though. And now they're back looking for another title.
How crazy is it that Hansama's never won a European title?
That's pretty crazy.
He's been in a number of different finals. Often G2, the team that gets in his way.
Is it, wait, it's Hansama, Yike, and Shigenda are the 3 players in this game that have never won a European title.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. It's quite crazy, yeah. And I mean, this is one of the big things. Koi coming in as his replacement, Comp rather coming in as his replacement, but we're setting up for this fight.
Well, Mickey just hooked the wall there. I think he wants to engage though.
Shigenda just went into mini Gnar. TP coming in. There's a Nature's Grasp once again. Mauan will be on the front line. He goes in. They step forward, but the bullet time hasn't even been used yet. Caps on the back line. Just assassinates Trimby. Now Comp is next up. You can cleanse all you want, but you can't cleanse death. The ultimate CC for Koi as they are forced away once again.
And Caps just does Caps things once more. He's been struggling in this game, but he makes a beeline for the backline as he's able to execute Trimby. He sets up the team to kill Comp. And G2 walk away with 3 kills, the Baron and the game.
Did he TP flank there? Solo kills Trimby, knocks Comp into the team. Sejuani was just alone on top of 4 members of G2. The cast from Broken Blade was beautiful, and this is G2's Comp. They can just run at you and start the engage. If the backline wants to help, they're in front of an MF ult, which wasn't even used.
And it's the power of Nature's Grasp as well, because it just separates the entirety of Koi. Maurang's going forward, Larsen's down towards the bottom side with Shigenda, Comp and Trimby up towards the top side where Caps is TPing in. And we'll see they're just all split into different areas of this jungle.
Yeah, so Mickey hooked the wall there, but he wants to engage. TP's coming in from Caps on the red buff entrance. This pullback onto the Sejuani with the Mark ult behind it means that Koi's backline can't help. Then Caps just solo kills Trimby, knocks Comp into the rest of the team. Does insane work for G2 there, and we've got another fight here. Mickey's getting caught.
Very deep. TP coming out as well from Broken Blade as they look to join the fight. Nature's Grasp into the bullet time! Dodge that, Koi! G2 just cleaned them up in the jungle. Koi thought they found something, but all they find is an early grave as they are wiped away once again. Shigenda will fall. Caps is just
power diving 2 towers here. Broken Blade wants a piece of the party. Take notes, he says, as he forces Trimby and Maorang away.
We may as well call it the nature's bullet time at this point. The combo's worked twice now for G2, and it just decimates Koi. No one can stand inside of it, and they can't work with any space here. G2 are just suffocating them out of every part of the jungle.
And now the Dragon spawning in 23 seconds as well. G2 have taken everything, and it all stems from how the game really exploded off the back of those small 2v2 mistakes happening in the bot lane. The fact that Hansama was able to get so accelerated in the presence that he was able then to bring to the rest of the map alongside Yike has just been devastation for Koi. They had good control over early, they very quickly lost it, and now it's just been G2's game ever since.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get back here, Koi. I think it's as good as done. Their comp is just way too far ahead, and Koi don't have the tools. If they had some kind of dive threat onto the MF, maybe they could find a miracle. But what's their dive? It's a Gnar TP flank, a Sejuani ult hitting. Despite the amount of frontline that G2 have, they're kind of grasping at straws there. So G2 are just going to get the siege going. Make sure Broken Blade and Mickey are just in front of Hans so he can work with space. Make sure he can walk up. And we'll see what Koi can do on this last defense.
No TP flank for Shigenda. His teleport still on cooldown. Inhibitor tower falls in the bottom lane as Koi look for some last vestige of hope. Some last light at the end of the tunnel. It might just be a game 2 angle for them. As Comp puts the culling down, but Mickey can tank that for quite a while. Look for the hook there. Once again, the minion meets an early grave.
Maybe the Infinity Edge is what Koi's waiting for here. They don't want to pull the trigger just yet, but G2 definitely do.
There's the Nature's Grasp once again, looking for the inhibitor here. Tidal Wave used. Won't hit the bullet time. It was just wide. Larson taken out in the midst of it all as Hansama gets another one on the board. And now Comp is up.
It's over.
Mickey continues to land the hooks. Trimby forced to flash away. Hansama diving the inhibitor tower. And as you say, K-Drop, it's all done, but the Nexus falling. It's all over. But the final death knell here for Koi. 3 members strong, they can try and defend, but G2 are tanking the towers and their minions will keep the backdoor bonus alive. Broken Blade forces Maorang away. The Nexus towers fall, followed by the Nexus. G2 unwilling to end it yet. They want a little more time in the spotlight, time in the sun.
They're farming KDA.
They're farming KDA. You see Hansama with a smile on his face, and what a smile it should be. A dominant performance from G2 as they take game 1 of this best of 5.
We already mentioned it in the game. The early game looked very promising for Koi. They find themselves with 3 quick kills. They get themselves a 1.5k gold lead. All things good for Koi. But a couple of blunders. We saw a couple picks happening for G2 with the Maokai ultimate, that first one onto Larson, the next one happening down towards that mid lane or bot lane river skirmish where we saw the Maokai ultimate come out and G2, or rather Mickey getting punished for his lack of flash, but then that 2v2 in the bot lane where they sat in lane, they tried to come in from the flank, and then Hansama gets another 2 kills. He leaves lane 4-1. He then has 2 completed items. Like, the man just then gets unleashed on that. He goes from bot to top to mid, and that's really where G2 began their snowball.
And it would be at this point where I say, you know, Koi maybe lacking experience, need to bounce back, but no, they've been here before. They've been here many times before, ever since those spring finals against Mad. They know how to bounce back, you know. They've been through the trenches at this point and managed to find their title last year. Even against Fnatic, they lost the first game, right? So I don't want to count them out just yet. G2 had a phenomenal game. Koi had control.
Small problem. Every time these 2 teams do meet in a best of 5,
it's a 3-0.
it is a 3-0.
However, Koi bounced back last time they lost 3-0 to win 3-0 in the finals.
True.
So maybe we just have to wait for next Sunday to see Koi beat G2.
And that'll be that. See you guys later.
First game's done. So we see Maorang sitting backstage as they just try and get in the right state for the next game. I think the Maokai as well is an interesting discussion. First pick here from G2 wasn't banned by Koi. They can pick what side they want to be on next game. Maybe they try and take the Maokai B1, or maybe they ban it out and look for a couple of power picks R1, R2, and not take that Maokai up. Yeah, take blue side, take Maokai.
Force something on blue side, take away Draven, take away Elise, try to get an Ashe first pick or something along those lines. Maybe a Maokai, like you said.
And I also just, I guess I'm happy to see G2 continuing with their quote-unquote innovation, in the sense that last week we saw the Lilia, we're now seeing the MF, and it's not that like they're really breaking the wheel or anything, but I guess they're reading the patch notes. 80 carry changes happened, but a lot of bot laners around the world have just kind of stuck to what they've known, and this is the first time where we're actually seeing a little bit more variation. The Bloodthirst of priority, like that already buffed Draven as well. Like, I think that there are more options for AD carries in the current meta, and we're seeing a great example of it and how well it compared with already very powerful meta champions.
I also think mini supports are just OP, and people need to start playing them a little bit more. I think taking away Mickey's Nautilus is #1. I think when Mickey doesn't have Nautilus and Leona, they look a little bit different when he's playing range supports, because you can see how hard they can force when they get an engaged jungler. Mickey on Nautilus, just go forwards, run at them, start a fight. So playing the range support requires a lot more kiting back and a lot more kind of responsibility.
I think definitely suits G2's style a lot, the range support. Because if Koi were like, we're just going to get the melee supports. If Koi just said we're going to play melee supports, I'd be like, well, Trimmy's incredibly good at range supports, so maybe stick there. We'll see what they decide to do. We're going to hand it over, though, to Ender, who's with Jamada and the Telestrator.
Yeah, it's a party over here with Mr. Telestrator. Going to walk you through some of the early game here, because that was a little bit of a shocking loss after the early levels went so well for Koi. I want you to get in the mind of Yike for me as we try to track Malrong in the early game, because I think for me at least, it looked like Yike had a good read of what Malrong was trying to do.
Yeah, genuinely, you can already get the clip rolling, to be honest with you, because we've spoken about how Malrong loves to do these 3-camp clears into bot side, or 3-camp clears rather. And you're seeing this already play out. We take a pause now. Yikes kind of read this. He's done a 3-camp of his own. He's got a ward set up to also get some information on the fact that the camps are gone, and just to ensure that Malrong's not around anymore. But they had a little bit of information in the river. I think it's faded out already.
Because also, like, G2 were potentially trying to look for a dive to go on right here. I know you can't really see, but there's a wave crashing up against that turret, but it's a little bit hard, and Malrong, I believe, is actually hiding like right inside the fog of war over here, looking to actually punish that one.
Yeah, so Yike sniffs out, says, all right, you know what? Too risky to go for this dive. We're not going to play for it. And you can see if we take a pause in about... Well, yeah, here's fine. They've got a ward in the top brush, G2, and they have a good idea that Malrong's on the bottom side.
And also, like, the scouting, too. There's a little doggy, whatever those are called.
Astronaut thing, alien, whatever it is. The point is, G2 aren't expecting Malrong here anymore. They've got the vision on the top side to cover.
Also, the timing of this gank is so odd, because I think at like 240, Malrong was already hiding in the fog of war. You'd expect him to be on Wolves and actually pathing between towers going up towards his Raptors at this moment. So that's why all of G2's vision is on the top side. They're expecting Malrong to come from that angle, but Malrong waits to get this one coming into mid, and I think Caps' positioning here also a little bit problematic with the control they have over the top side. If he actually played more towards the left side of the lane, he would be less at risk of falling to this gank.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a false sense of security, right? And for Yike as well, he's now thinking, well, this gank's not happening, so I'm going to go farm my camps. Caps is maybe thinking, all right, I've got the information and the coverage from Yike, who's just there.
Yeah.
He's got to farm his camps, and Malrong's ganking the mid lane because that's what he does. He's Malrong. He refuses to leave the lanes alone.
Yeah, speaking of, when we look at this next clip here for Malrong, this is after he's based after getting that early kill. You can see he actually farmed one little camp right here,
just
got those Raptors, and now he's going to spend the next minute and a half ganking or farming nothing and simply running around covering for his lanes. He is such a selfless jungle, putting down the early vision, walking straight through mid lane, looking to take a little fight against Yike, because you can see the bot lane has the push going in, trying to do that. So he's going to cover and try-brush and make sure Yike can't actually get a gank off.
Yeah, and even if you
kind of... camp! Look at him go!
Oh my god, he took a camp. But not only that, right? Even if we pause right before this gank goes off, if you look at the mini-map, Yike full cleared after seeing his mid laner die. And sure, he was trying to cover, but Malrong kind of just knows this. So he's like, well, Yike's probably gone back to base after I've chunked him out. This gank is free. Look at Caps. He's kind of griefing his positioning again with no flash. And Malrong just says, I'll take it.
At this point, Malrong has farmed his red, his blue, I'm trying to count on the screen. It's just not working for me. His red, his blue, Grump, Raptors,
a Scuttle Crab,
and a Scuttle Crab.
Like
he's farmed 5 camps, and he's between every single lane. This man is absolutely out of his mind, but I think that wraps up the early pathing, because Koi had a big advantage, but they weren't able to capitalize on that, and maybe you can help us figure out why.
Yeah.
Poor Ryder said Juwani everywhere, just ganking, getting the kills. Huge advantage for Larson in the mid lane, mispositioning out of Caps. But when we pull up the post-game breakdown in just a second, where we see the gold graph and its evolution throughout the game, Goldberg.
They lost!
From
the early
look at
game.
How steep that is too, by the way.
Exactly, and I think from the early game as well, you have the Lucian Nami. Malrong gets them ahead in the early game. You get that Gale Force power spike. It should be you who's stacking these objectives. How many Drakes are we seeing from Koi's side? There's 0. Now, reason for that is because they started to prioritize some of their Heralds well to kind of just further snowball the gold lead. But that's where they were suddenly just put back, where they didn't really have enough movements on the map. They're not looking for enough fights. They set back, and that let G2 come back into it.
Yeah, it kind of felt like to me, for Koi, right, you have this sort of middling to ahead Lucian Nami in terms of items. You need to just send the mid, get priority. You took the first 2 heralds to try and take some towers so you'd have first move on the map, but I felt like it was never the case, and it was always G2 who were sending numbers first. It was always G2 who were sending members forward with ultimates to actually get their own fights going on their own grounds.
And for Caps, who then had a bit of mid positioning in the early, I think when you look at the bot lane and how some of those plays played out as well, right? It's allowed, and I'm not going to say allowed like definitively, because definitely it was good play out of Hans and Mickey as well. That Misfortune was deadly.
Yeah, but you know, first Misfortune AD carry we see in a major region as well, and I gotta say, Hans Summer really showed why this is a pick that G2 had prepared for today. Here, where Caps gets a bit over-aggressive, it's actually Hans Summer who's the one who's gonna salvage the play after Caps is just suddenly caught in between 3 members, but with Yike around and with Hans Summer, they just out-teamfight their way out of the bad situation.
Yeah, I really have to put a bit of a spotlight on Yike, because I feel like, obviously, it's kind of easy to just press R on Maokai, but I feel like so many of the ultimates set up to either finish off fights or set up Hans Summer with bullet time again and again and again, and it felt like there was just no answer ever for Koi because they would be out of position for it.
Yeah, you can see it as well. It's G2 every time again who's looking for the fight themselves. This one was really cool just because of how many members came in from different fronts and just the barrel setting up the Misfortune ultimate as well. It's just a wombo combo, as we say it in the old-fashioned way.
Exactly. We also see why Hans Summer used to love playing Misfortune. I mean, hasn't lost any of his tricks in that regard. 10, 1, and 5. And, you know, extremely impressive, I think, from the side of G2, if you just look at how far ahead Koi was. I don't mean necessarily that they were 10,000 gold ahead, but they definitely had the momentum of the game. Mid lane was theirs. Let's take a look at the draft order as we get into the second game. Now, as they reminded us, the casters, whenever these two have played in a best of 5, it's been a 3-0, GB. Hopefully that's not the case today.
I mean, hopefully not, but I really think that even on blue side as well, with Koi switching over to that, I have a theory that G2 actually won't ban the Ashe. I have a theory that they want to open arm, welcome it, and go for some kill lanes behind it. You all saw the Samira hover. I'm just not insane. We saw it, and it might come out there as well.
Insane. I didn't see that. Did that really?
It happened. It happened for sure. It happened for sure. Now, Misfortune came up, but Hans Summer, once again, we talk about G2 so many times. The ingenuity. Last week, it was Lilia. This time around, we see the Misfortune. And I don't even think we've seen just the, you know, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So for G2, I think going to red side for them, I think they've prepared a lot for Koi. And I think Koi, they need to step up individually, not so much just from the draft phase.
Yeah, I was going to say, aside from the draft, right, Jamada, you know, Koi has always been a team where we know that they drill their protocols. They know how to play this game from a macro perspective in that sense. This seems a bit out of sorts in the way that they just let the map fall to G2 side so much.
Yeah, I feel like it was more to do with sort of number allocation on the map. I feel like typically a lot of the time, perhaps it was, I didn't get a good look at it, but I feel like it was probably just the lane assignments in the mid game because I never really saw Comp and Trimby at a fight first. They were always getting picked off, or it was Maorang who was making a play on the opposite side of the map. So I feel like it just needs to be a little more coordinated in terms of what Koi actually want to play towards in the mid game once the map starts to open up. Because I feel like G2 were really on point with it and they knew where they wanted to go.
Yeah, I think for Koi, it's just like keep the confidence going. Your early game was so good. Just keep staying aggressive and keep wanting more. Because then I really think they have a competitive chance against G2.
Let's hope so. And don't let it get in your head that it's always been a 3-0 or an 0-3 that you've been at the
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will either, but you never know. But we don't want it because it's our first series in the winter playoffs. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with game 2 in just a second.
I love Vamos Koi.
Oh, shit.
The Vamos Koi are nothing.
It's like Malmo all over again.
So chill.
There's nowhere for Caps to go. Does still have the flash, will hold on to it. Maorang flash follows though. Needs to slow here. One more auto would be enough. Permafrost.
We've got another fight here. Mickey's
Mickey
been caught.
very deep. TP coming out as well from Broken Blade as they look to join the fight. Nature's Grasp into the bullet time. Dodge that, Koi.
I have aura.
I'm coming.
But I can maybe run mid. I will aura. He's gonna get hit as well, okay?
Nami's
behind.
Sit to Victor here. Nami and jump. Sit to Victor, Bot River.
second game of G2 versus Koi in second game of this best of 5 in 2023. It's the third game of G2 versus Koi in the year, because obviously they played earlier on in the regular season. I'm still Medic, that's still Betty, at the end is still Kadron.
I thought you were going to say Pedro then.
I've always been...
no.
I can't believe you've got the name Pedro, by the way. Completely randomly, because one guy in your chat just decided, hey, Pedro, because...
I don't know how it happened either.
Because
but
you
here we
speak
are.
Spanish, I guess?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Here we are. It's now a thing. But we're here.
Wait, no, how much of a game could you cast in Spanish?
Probably the whole thing,
The whole thing,
Let's
yeah.
go.
He's fluent.
Eddie and I can do it.
We're on an English what?
Yeah.
Cast in Spanish as
No,
well?
we'll cast in English, and you'll just be our Spanish
One of my
translator or
language
something.
You know, I did Spanish for 2 years. I can say, hola, mi amigo, me llamo Vedi.
Donde estás? La biblioteca. Me llamo Aaron.
Yeah, your guys' Spanish is great.
Let's go back into the game. Koi selected blue side, and they will ban out the Draven. Caitlyn removed by G2. We wonder if that Maokai will be first picked by Koi, or whether they will look for something like the Ashe. Those are both options. There were 160 something of them in the game.
Are there 160 now?
165, I think. I think we're
probably
up there.
Imagine, every
Probably
spell of every champion.
I don't know. Maokai banned by Koi, though.
Maokai banned by Koi, so just changing it up. Ashe still open, Elise still open. What direction will they go in? I saw the Koi players on stage laughing, having a bit of a giggle, taking a bit of a mick out of each other. So I think they're having a good time. They're not going to be too tilted from that last game. They're just mentally reset. But Ashe and Elise are the two champions I'm looking at now, and Sejuani too, I think, if they're both out.
Koi banned the Ashe.
Sus.
Okay. It is a little suspicious
What
that
are they
would
setting
do
up
that on the
for?
blue side. They're definitely setting up for something.
I'm surprised that's not a Nautilus ban, and then they just trade off. Like, give over Elise, perhaps play an Ashe lane, and then play Sejuani into it or something along those lines. But maybe they've got a different idea.
Well, they must do, because they banned away the Ashe instead of that Nautilus. So
I hate you, Medic.
the Sivir removed by G2. So we do have some of the power picks still available here.
They want Koi to pick Sejuani, I think.
Or Elise.
They have to pick Elise.
Yeah.
They can't give Elise over to G2
Do you
with
think,
Ashe being down.
I was going to say, do you think that Elise is just S tier?
Yeah, I think it's S tier if your team knows how to play around Elise very well. Like, if you're a good dive team, I think then Elise is just an example of such a powerful champ. Like a T1,
I remember
for example.
seeing your rankings of the champs, and Elise was an S tier, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Elise was an S tier. When like T1, for example, pulls off Elise dives really well, and they play double range spot with like Varus Kalista support, and then they just push you in, and there's not much really counterplay to it, so I'm a bit surprised they banned Ashe and took Elise, but we'll see how it pans out. Varus can be picked up here from G2. What is Koi's response? Do they want to play a Lucian lane again into a Varus this time?
Do you reckon they just lock in the Nautilus here, or do you think they get jungle?
They could go jungle and then play Nautilus on 3, because I think if you blind Nautilus here, maybe Koi could play a brown lane, but I don't know if that's something they want to do with Elise. Jace is another one which you could just pick here and then pick support on 3, but yeah.
Oh, they're going to go for the
jungle makes sense.
Fair enough, yep.
That's the first time Yikes actually played Sejuani this split.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Interesting. That does surprise me a little bit. I thought that he would have at least one Sejuani get.
At least according to the numbers I have in front of me. Yeah, he's played Lilia, Graves, Kindred, Belva.
Very diverse champion pool, of course. The Jace now being hovered for Larson, potentially. Often we see this AD, AP, mid-jungle, what's the word? Portfolio diversification. You want a mix of damage, basically. So it becomes slightly harder to itemize against. The question is, how do they round out here? Do they lock in their AD carry? Do they want to try and get themselves a support? Are they just going to try and leave? Are they actually going to lock in the second soul? I'd be surprised if they do. I feel like AD carry makes the most sense here, but then what do you pick into the Varus? Do you want to just go for the Lucian again? Because if you do, it's very likely that Nami's just going to get banned away. Exactly.
There's no point going Lucian on Nami here. Just go full top side, I think, and drop bot lane. Makes the most sense. There's no pairing you can go for. G2 could match here with Jax, I think, or just look for Nautilus here and then go 4-5. Olaf as well, some kind of top lane champ.
Yeah, something we saw a lot of from Broken Blade last week. He had a very impressive 1 versus 3 where he walked away alive, even got himself a kill. Very comfortable on the champion, and it makes a lot of sense, something that he often picks specifically into the Cassante. Now means that G2 can look to pinch the AD carry pool even more.
I wonder if Koi will go mid lane pinch, or whether they'll get rid of the Nautilus alongside a mid laner here, because you can reduce some of that pressure that the Varus would have in the lane if you get rid of Mickey's most played this split.
Getting rid of some support, okay.
I would be surprised if they don't take away a Kali.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I feel like a Kali here for G2 with Sejuani would be really strong. I mean, the lane phase early will be a bit tough, but that would be a good pickup for them. And I think when you're in a situation like this, where you have 2 obvious roles you can ban out, it's always better to double ban 1 role than it is to split, unless there's some cases where it's better. So I think here they should just double ban mid. I was a little bit surprised they aren't banning Nautilus. I think that G2 likely gonna 5-pick support, of course. And if they do want to play a ranged bot matchup, then Nautilus is something they're going to run into. So with that being open, I think Koi might go for some kind of melee support bot lane here. Question is what? Either that or they're blinding Soraka.
Yeah, it could be something like a Zeri Soraka down towards the bottom side.
they
There
have
is the
done this.
Nautilus, so now Akali is open for G2 if they want to have Caps lay his hands on that.
Yeah, I think here it's either Nautilus Leona ban or a Zero Akali, because I feel like you're trying to put both your hands in both different baskets here.
Right.
Because I feel like if they lock in Akali here and then counterpick your melee support bot with a Leona,
yeah,
I think their comp
They
is
could
just
still, of course,
it's
do
just a
something like
G2
a
style.
Rakan if they want to as well. Like there are other options that they have at their disposal because they can save the counterpick for support till last.
What? Belveth?
Is it?
Wait.
It's Sejuani support, I think. Is it Sejuani support?
Sejuani support.
We'll wait for a bit, or is it
Okay.
Belveth mid? I don't know. We'll wait.
I like Belveth mid seems really foolish to me.
Let him cook.
I'll be honest.
Let him cook, boys.
There is the Lucian Nami.
Slow down.
I'm trying to think if there's any other options.
Options here are Sejuani support.
Yeah.
And they're picking a mid laner.
Or Sejuani top.
Belveth
or
mid.
Sejuani jungle.
And they're picking a support, I think.
Belveth mid. Quick, check Cap solo queue. Quick.
No, let's see what they're looking
There's gotta be
I'm
something
going
in
to
there,
check
right?
it just in case.
Check the holy text. The truth will exist.
It's Belveth mid, I think.
Belveth mid into Jace.
Or it's Sejuani mid.
Or
You're it's Heimerdinger mid.
Yeah, it's Belveth mid. Okay. Here we are.
Okay, so there's no Belveth mid in Caps' solo queue. Ever.
No Belveth mid.
The only person who I know was playing Belveth mid actually was LS. I was watching his stream and he was playing it on release. So I'm sure he knows a lot about how the matchup and how... No, they've swapped it. Sejuani mid. They've baited us all. They've baited us all. It's going to be Sejuani mid. Wow, this makes me think of Doinby days when you're playing Nautilus and Malphite. And
it also reminds me of the Zac mid that Caps brought out earlier in the season and was playing at Worlds last year. You know, a tank mid laner that has some engage threat, that has some kill threat. Team it up with a carry jungler, you know, a Kindred or a Belveth. It can do some work. A little surprising. I'll put that one out there.
Okay, so I've done the research.
Yeah.
He's played 5 games of Sejuani mid. TP Ignite, Radiant Virtue, Fimbulwinter.
Well, he basically just plays jungle Sejuani, mid Sejuani.
He's gonna probably have TP Ignite, and he's probably gonna roam around, and he's gonna do Cap Stings as he always does.
Yeah.
What was his win rate there?
Don't look at the win rate. Let's just say he wasn't winning a lot. I mean, he was losing more often than winning.
Has he won a game? I can't remember.
He won a game.
He won two games.
Nice,
He won
nice,
two
nice,
games.
nice.
No skin, Sejuani. There it is. Spellbook, TP, Ignite, Sejuani mid. Game 2, G2 versus Koi.
You know what they did manage to do?
What?
They got the melee mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, no, I'm... Now listen, gentlemen. I've got a Gordon Ramsay fanboy on my right. And I've got a guy who's re-rolled from a doctor to a caster. You can re-roll to a chef for a second. What do we think about the dish prepared? G2
Spicy.
have cooked up something pretty unique for us.
I think seasoning is good.
Seasoning is good.
Presentation, not bad.
But how does it taste? That's my question.
I think we're
Because
gonna
I
find
see a Sejuani mid into a Jace, and I feel like it's a very neutralizing lane. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily win the lane, but it also doesn't like really lose it.
You have
it's
some
Sejuani.
sugar and you have some acid, and you're cooking with them. It kind of neutralizes those flavors.
That's what I'm saying. What are your thoughts here? Gordon Ramsay
where
wannabe.
Hansama was warding there because I thought Koi was going to make something cook. They're going to lead invade. That's what they're going to do. I was wondering what's going on here on this bot side of the map. They are trying to stop Malrang from 3 camping into bot and trying to threaten any kind of dives.
No, Malrang's on the top side of the map.
I think he started W and he's just shoving in the wave. So he's ready to match. So Malrang has to give up. And now Broken Blade's here.
Alright, so great, Larson, you're going to catch the wave. Okay, Shigenda is going to deal with Broken Blade. Now, Broken Blade has the ghost, has used it already. Malrang,
He's going to run to the towers. He's going to get the towers. He's going to get the wolf. He's going to get the wolf. He's going to get the wolf. It's so spicy. What is this? What?
They hate spiders, man. They're arachnophobes.
This is
It's a set play from G2. You can see it. Sejuani flex, push in mid-level 1, late invade bot side, crossover with Olaf.
Maurang has smite and Yike does not, and there is a ward on this blue.
He needs to get this
You've
blue.
gotta land this
or
smite.
it's over. He needs to get this blue or it's over. I can tell you that for a fact.
So Yike with 2, I think will probably take an E second, so he won't have a knock-up. He's going to go forward. Maurang's trying to sneak in and smites it away.
Oh, he took E as well, trying to get the kill. He just Hex Flash stole the blue. Now he's mad. You've pissed him off now. Maurang, you took his wolf. You took his raptors. He's going to chase you into your jungle.
Yeah, how will he adapt here? What's he going to do? Let's just focus on Maurang.
He's going to Hex Flash over to the red. He's going to Hex Flash over to the
Gank top. He's got no flash top. He's got no flash. He's got no ghost. Remember Adam's Olaf? We might see a repeat of it in this game, guys.
It's first blood.
Broken Blade goes forward. Shigenda very willing to accept him. He's dead. He's just going to sack to the tower. Make sure that Maurang doesn't get an assist here. Shigenda will take the kill.
Not bad, honestly.
Overall, first blood, the gold lead for Rogue.
Anything you can do, I can do better, Maurang says. He was born in the chaos of level 1 and level 2 jungling. Good response from Koi.
I will say Yike is 3 camps ahead.
Good response from Koi. First blood.
I can't help get the image of Whippo in my head right now, because do you remember at Worlds?
The Graves game where he was against Humble Life with Willer. And they lost the game still.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, okay, let's talk about the theory behind that. The idea is to put Maurang incredibly far behind, right? Broken Blade immediately invades.
Is he didn't do it. He did Gromp.
Yeah, and now he's back
with Hex Flash. Is he going to Hex Flash into the
Observers,
alcove?
can we see what Broken Blade sees right now?
Oh, Broken Blade. Steps forward, steps back.
What? Is he like, what? He can't go to his...
Oh,
he's
got
getting
level
3. He's scared of going to his own red because the enemy team has bot push and maybe he thinks Yike is
and
there.
pings have come down. Look, you can see on the minimap, they're not entirely sure where the Belveth is, so he said that there's a real risk that he could be on the bot Scuttle Crab as well. G2 bot lane have to be a little bit cautious. Mickey doesn't have a ward available. But wow, okay, what a crazy early game. As Medic summarized for us, Koi do have the early game gold lead. Larson has no mana. And Caps, well, he's not really going to do anything off the back of it because he's Sejuani.
He's got no flash.
He's
But Yike is here. He's going forward. Yike looking for it. There's the stun locked up. Cocoon comes out as well. But Caps on the board equalizes that kill score. And now Yike can try and chase Maurang through this jungle.
Very creative use of the blast cone there from Yike. Completely caught Larson off guard as he was trying to chip away at Caps underneath the tower. The goal there from Larson was just to deny Caps as much farm as possible, maybe even threaten a kill. And then Yike is able to punish, and we got to see that the double melee mid-jungle duo, except the Sejuani was the one in the mid lane setting up the play.
I feel like it was a bit of a blunder from Larson, though, because he was out of mana and the wave was crashed. There was no real need for him to get those extra few autos in. He probably called Maurang to cover. Maurang was looking, but then once the wave crashed, Maurang ran away. So a bit of miscommunication, I feel, from Koi, but good execution from G2. Larson didn't even use the flash. He knew he was dead. Maurang will get away with getting his red buff and such. A bit scared of the invade from Yike.
And Mickey and Hansama just continued getting the push down towards this bottom side. We did see Ashe as an answer into the Heimerdinger because you can outrange her his turrets. But once again, Hansama has been able to get back to base and get back into the lane because Mickey held the wave with his turrets. And now he has a tier stacking up and is in a very strong position. But back to the jungle, guys.
Yeah, Maurang has 12 CS.
Now, 14 now.
That's his 4th camp.
Okay, so you can leave the little ones if you don't care about the gold and just care about the XP, because they'll die after 10 seconds. He's going up towards top lane. Broken Blade has Ghost, no flash. Might look for a mid gank, but instead works his way up. Scuttles up towards this top lane. Yike is here too, though. Yike is here too, looking for some death in lavender.
Maurang wait straight from bottom to top.
Here he goes. There's the Ghost. Broken Blade, no flash. Maurang locked up, though, and Yike once again in the right place. Gobbles him down. A delicious banquet for the Belveth as Broken Blade takes the kill.
Nice setup there from G2 again. Yike knowing that Broken Blade wants to crash the wave. Maurang trying to punish. Use the repel to commit.
Caps
Of course he's bot. Of course he's bot.
That Glacial Prism onto Trimby doesn't quite land the CC. Caps tanking the tower. Trimby, though, sniped from long range as Hansama takes him, and now Koi. Comp is in for a world of hurt. A double for Hansama, and it's falling apart at the seams for Koi.
They're ganking top, they're ganking bot. It's 6 minutes into the game. Yike will catch mid wave as a carry jungler with a tank mid. He's more than happy for that. to happen. G2 just showing creativity around the map.
We had a minute where the game slowed down, and I thought, oh, G2 have ran out of plays. Never mind, immediately we saw the roam down a bot, the gank up top, Caps being unlocked on the map. Doing it on Sejuani, though, is not what I expected. And, you know, you summarized it beautifully. It's like the Doinby days, right? Where you would just sacrifice a wave to then look for an opportunity. You can see that there's no way for him to catch in mid. He's able to set up the dive on bot. He has that level 6 play. He initially tanks the tower, then Mickey takes the aggro, and it's a very clean dive from G2.
Look where his jungler is. His jungler just ganked top and is farming his camps, and then his mid laner saying, I'm diving bot, take mid wave. That is the most beautiful thing a jungler can hear in his ears ever, especially when it works. I feel like Caps is just the heart of G2 in these games. All throughout the last few years, playing these crazy mid laners. And yes, he has his funny int moments, but whether it's the Pyke, whether it's the Nivea, whether it's the Sejuani, the Zac, he always just pulls something off to make the game feel different.
Even in the good old days, Dylan, we have to go Vayne. Like, he has been this player since he joined the league, and I don't really blame Koi for getting caught out by the Sejuani roam, because it has been 10 years since we last saw a mid-Sejuani in major regions. Many reasons for Zenix Blast. Played it in 2013 summer, so 9.5 years technically.
Was that in Champions? Yeah, Champions 2013. Wow.
Wow. What a time to be alive.
10 years ago.
Born too late to, you know, be a medieval knight. Born too early to explore space and time. Born just in time to experience Caps.
On Sejuani mid.
On Sejuani mid.
I mean, just Caps in general, I think, is
Caps in general.
Something nice. Is Shigenda here, caught out a little bit. We'll use the flash to get away, and Yike prioritizing the Rift Herald here makes sense on the Belveth. You want that upgraded form. Get your Void Coral out, get your little helper Remora, and also get some stacks on your passive. That Death in Lavender up to 16 already. Yike will want to get that, you know, 80, 90 before he really starts to shred through opposition.
Caps is going to dive bot, by the looks of it. He's running down, but he'll get spotted by Malrang and back away. But I feel like when his jungler's on one side, most mid laners lean to that side. No, Caps goes the other way. Looks for plays on the opposite side, and normally in pro play, hang on, Mickey.
Trimby caught out here, rooted up. Chain of Corruption did hit, and Trimby just doesn't have a moment to breathe, doesn't have a moment to live. And so he is taken out once again. This Nami so susceptible to the combination of Heimerdinger and Varus. Larson next up, and he will burn his flash to escape the waiting jaws of Yike.
As from experience, this is one of those games where you look at the enemy team and you say, are we playing the game wrong? Like, is our understanding of how the game should be played just fundamentally wrong, and the way they're playing is correct? Because the pace that G2 are playing at, Koi can't keep up.
Mawang has to flash away from Yike as he continues this chase.
Did he just steal his reds?
Well, he's got a red,
but yeah, I wasn't entirely sure if he was.
So,
oh no,
it's about to spawn.
It's respawning now. Yeah, my apologies. But yeah, wow is all I can say. It's you gave the example earlier, Kadril, but for those that weren't around watching Professional League in 2019, the three favorites of that year's World Championship were G2, SKT, and FPX. And coming out of the group stages and even the quarterfinals, G2 and SKT were looking incredibly strong, and a lot of talk was around one of those two teams winning the whole thing, right? And FPX on the other side, they kind of had a hard-fought road. They went all the way 5 games in up against IG in the semifinals. Then in the finals, the 3-0 against G2 that many of us like to try and forget. But it was this type of playstyle where they would bring out these crazy mid laners, where Doinby in particular would consistently just sacrifice waves in mid to look for roams around the map. And it was back then G2 would try and match with the Pyke mid, the very famous Pyke mid that they picked in the first rotation of that World Finals to try and match Doinby and try and counter some of those roams. But his ability to do that was something that was unrivaled, and very few teams could actually emulate that style, even though many did try. This is probably the first time in a long time that we've seen a very similar style work to great success in the early game.
Here they go again.
Trimby locked up, all 4 members of G2 down here, and Trimby has nowhere to go once again. Just assassinating, one more auto's enough. Yike steals his soul, Comp clears the wave. But now, can Comp survive?
And look at the mini-map. Comp's dead. He's as good as dead. And Broken Blade's catching mid-wave. Actually, TP coming in. Maybe they're going to protect.
Just locked up by himself. They're trying to protect.
They're double TPing.
Double TP. Chain of Corruption coming in. Larson already. He's eaten again. It's a double for Yike. They're looking for more. more. Shigenda goes all out to try and defend for Comp. Now once again underneath the tower. Now there is a long wait for the next minion wave, but instead they put the Herald down to tank the tower. Comp is going to try and kill himself on the enemy turret in-game to make sure that Hunsummer and Caps can't get any gold out of it, but he can't get there quickly enough. Hunsummer's on a killing spree, and G2 are demolishing Koi.
They're acing them between towers at 11 minutes into the game. Only Shigenda lives. That was double TP invested to save Comp, and they even gave up more kills than they initially intended to. Broken Blade caught mid-wave the entire time. They've lost nothing on the map for this play.
I can't believe what I just saw. It's such a great demonstration of when you're strong, showing what you can do.
Yep.
Like, the gap between G2 and Koi right now is so massive, and G2 is showing it to them. Trimby is just trying to get back to lane, and like, what does Larson even do in this situation? Like, he can't match this roam with Caps. They can't beat them in the 4 versus 4. So at this point, Comp just has to try and survive. Malrang's doing what he can. He oversteps only slightly to then be punished by Yike and Mickey. He's only level 6 to the level 8 of Yike, and the double TP comes in, but Larson has no HP. I think that's because Broken Blade in mid lane actually chipped him down in the middle of his TP. And what flawless execution from G2. What else is there to say?
What else is there to say? Well, G2, we'll see what play they look for next. Caps and Yike teaming up. Larson can't even enter his own jungle. Larson, don't do it. Don't
You
go
walk
that
away
way.
from the safety of your tower and immediately you're locked up. A beautiful death for Larson as Yike gets his 4th of the game. Yet to die means he keeps the Remora stacks up as well. And it is almost an 8,000 gold lead, guys. Well, 7,000 gold lead for G2 right now at 13 minutes into this game.
And you can see G2 just sacrificing all these waves on Caps to give them to Yike, or just sacrificing the time to get hands ahead. And you can see that in the gold, you know. Caps is basically even with Larson, but the jungle and AD gap is massive in terms of gold. Broken Blade might be in trouble. Koi looking for their first kill. I've seen Broken Blade do crazier things.
Yep. Uses the Ragnarok, dodges the all-out, now turns his attention over to Trimby. Trying to get those autos down, but just can't do it. Koi get their second kill. Meanwhile, Hunsummer and Mickey very happily taking turret plates in the mid lane. They took 5 bot, 4 mid. I want to see how many they took
13.
top as well. Is that all of them?
Is that going to be 14?
Will they get it? Couple more autos. 14 plates for G2.
Wow, 14 out of 15 secured. 1 short of the achievement. But it doesn't matter. Dragon spawning in a minute's time as well. And it's hard to not feel like that this game is done and dusted, you know? Like, this is a game where if this was a scrim, you FF go next.
Yep.
This would never happen in a real game. What valuable practice is this? That's the frustrating thing when playing against G2.
But it's okay. Malrang has his boots and Oblivion Orb.
He does.
So they're back in the game right now. Koya got this.
He's
It's going to
around.
reduce that healing so much.
Was he running around with boots and Oblivion Orb? What a legend. Just looking for these psycho plays with these items.
I mean, you've got to,
You
right?
got to find something.
Like, you're looking for maybe a shutdown onto Yike to get some gold into your back pocket.
So, you know how you were asking us about the dish at the start of the game?
I was,
You
yeah.
know, like what it would look like,
Yeah.
what it would taste like.
Yeah.
Looks like a 3-star Michelin.
Wow.
I might say.
You would rate it that highly.
Well, if they close it out at this rate, it looks pretty damn good.
Shigenda able to dodge to the side there, use the Unstoppable as well to get away from the stun from the grenade. I was wondering when we saw the draft whether it would be, you know, actually spicy or German spicy, you know, shaft, but actually just pepper. Right now it's looking like a few chilies in there, you know, a couple of jalapenos, a Carolina Reaper, and at the moment the Reaper's only coming for Koi as Mickey caught out just a little bit, but he's going to try and turn this one over to Comp and Trimby. Yike steals away another camp and continues to stack up on that Belveth.
Drake spawning, they're just going to pick that one up. G2 waiting for the explosive team fight to start breaking the base, but it's still 15 minutes into the game. They've still got a second Herald in their back pocket. We'll see how far they want to push the advantage. Knowing G2, they probably want to break a record somehow, so they might overextend. Koi just need to try to stay composed. The whole map's falling apart. Try to group up, try to stay composed, try to punish overextensions like that from Mickey there. They're not going to commit though.
Coming goes down. Well, they're trying to commit, but you can't get through the turrets, and they don't know where Yike is. He can dash across that wall, remember. Cap's coming in as well. They can't even kill off Mickey. Good use of the turrets to tank up a couple of those shots from the culling. Yike now coming down towards this bottom side. Void Remora's going to help them out just a little bit as they chip away at this tower, but it was on Belveth that G2 had that 18-minute, 53-second game earlier in the split. I believe one of our fastest games ever in the LEC.
Here, they're not going to fully push in the bot lane. The Rift Herald is going to come up for them in a little bit.
The Herald.
Yeah? Maybe they could have used it. But TP actually from Caps, they look to catch out Larson up towards this top lane. Larson trying to get something on the map. The first tower of the game, perhaps, and should be able to secure it with one more auto attack. He'll take it, gets the bounty, but a little consolation prize it is for him. More of a participation trophy than anything measurable as Yike gets his 5th kill.
I can see it already. G2's going to end top. I can see the positions on the map. They're going to try for it.
You want a couple of waves to build up the extra Remora for the Belveth, so if he stays up there and catches these...
I can see Broken Blade not going to catch bot wave. Hans is running to Shadow top. They have Herald.
I don't think it was in range for a few of these minions, so not ideal if they want to end from this, but they might just look for comp instead. Glacial Prism, Caps going forward by himself, Marang with a good repel there to dodge away from the Sejuani ult.
Yeah, okay, they're not going to have a big enough wave up there. If they got a couple kills, it's something they could look for, but there's the Herald. So here comes the push. If Koi can withstand this,
Caps is tanking the tower. Like, he could have just backed away at any point there.
Yeah, they can withstand this pretty easily. G2 aren't going to go for any crazy shenanigans. They're going to back away, pay some respects, and I think the Nash is what they've probably got their eyes on now. Koi still not able to find a pick.
What do you do in game 3? Like, do you bans?
God, I don't. Fortunately, that's not my job. I just get to sit back and watch what will be game 3. But you know, we did jokingly we did jokingly say that every time these two teams meet, it is a 3-0, and
it's looking like
game 2, G2 just came in incredibly well prepared. You talked about it, Cajal. It felt like a set play. The level 1, I don't think was that overwhelmingly impressive. But the follow-ups as a result of that were just great to see. The fact that Caps was able to find so many great roams, specifically towards the bot side of the map, the fact that Yike was able to limit what Malrang could actually do in the early game. We saw Malrang go from Raptors straight into a top gank. Yep. And at first I thought that he was there to cover for a potential dive, but it seemed like his game plan was let's catch Broken Blade off guard in that wave and let's create a gank, with which Yike was just there primed and ready to cover for. So G2 have just found every answer to shut down Koi, and while I think Malrang has done what he could, it's now a 10k gold difference between the two teams.
I remember there was a brief scrim meta when Sejuani mid was meta in 2020 when Xin Zhao jungle was viable.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And you would play like Xin Zhao, Sejuani jungle mid, and this would be your kill threat into sides. But here with Belveth, they're pulling it off.
Where are you going, Comp? Not many places, it feels. He dashes away, but Yike will chase him down. The Endless Banquet has begun. Yike sees the TP behind them, and now they're in a 2v4. Shigenda trying to get into the action. Yike dodging away as much as he can, but he's going to get booted up for a second. Continues to dodge and to dive and to dip away from it all. And G2 now in the chase. They don't like it when you isolate 2 of their players, and instead they'll try and chase you down. G2 will survive. Caps gives a bit of a questioning glance with the emote there, and now G2 we'll just go back and farm up the mid wave. It's, yeah, whatever Koi try and do just is met by an unstoppable force at the moment that is this G2 lineup.
Yeah, it's a bit too hard to tank inhibitor towers at this point, but it looks like Broken Blade took a shot or 2 and then backed away. Baron spawning in 20. I think G2 are going to reset, move back out onto the map, start up the Baron, look for a turn. Their turn is really strong. Heimerdinger ult with E, Varus ult, Sejuani ult. If anyone walks up, they are going to get CC'd, and G2 will turn.
That's a 5.2k gold difference between the junglers.
Yeah, we can have a quick look at the total gold for everyone.
Morello first item. I know LS is sitting at home. He's sipping his tea, ready for some good LEC top tier action. He sees that.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think we could say much bad about Malrang's itemization in this game. The guy was given pennies, Cajal.
You're really going to flame him for going Morello first? Leave the man alone!
Poor Malrang.
He's got less gold than Mickey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
he's almost Flame Horizon. He is Flame Horizon at 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. It's definitely one where, hang on a second, Caps.
Going for comp, hits him with Glacial Prism, like Yikes on the chase as well. Can't quite find it.
Don't have enough damage.
Ultimate form has timed out there for a second. Baron obviously an option to regenerate that, but from now he will be in that less imposing Belveth form, and I'm sure Koi will be very happy to have to deal with, you know, a less powerful Yike.
What I will say, like, because I think we can all agree this game feels over.
Yeah, I think we agreed that about 5 minutes in.
You've played against G2 before, Cajal.
Yep.
One of the really frustrating things I imagine you experience when preparing draft is, so we can ban this. We could ban all of the meta stuff. We could pick all of the best meta stuff, and you feel like that they still have an endless champion pool, right? And then game 2, Like, this is a prime example of it, right? You expect the Sejuani, you expect something a little bit more traditional meta, and even we, after game 1, were saying you remove the Nautilus, and that's actually where G2 have looked their shakiest, because, well, the bot side of the map, if they're not, like, hard-winning 2 versus 2, it feels like the G2 don't feel as strong as they normally are. And then what happens? They've created this mid-jungle duo that just terrorizes the entire map. So how do you even approach a team like this that seems like that they can carry through any lane and have so much versatility in terms of their draft?
Some questions are hard to answer, and I think that's one of them. Where it's like, hey,
Really?
Kajal, they have all of these strengths.
Yeah.
How do you stop them? And it's kind of like, well, the only thing you can really do is kind of look in the mirror and say, let's play our own style, get our own OPs, and if they want to do crazy shenanigans and make it whack and wild.
Well, what did you do when you played against
Well, we lost, obviously.
What do you Kajal? You had all of these draft strategies. Did you win? No, 0-3.
Actually, we beat them once.
Was that cool Urgot game where you had like a crazy thing around
G2,
Baron?
no.
That wasn't against G2?
I played a Nocturne game against them once, and I went like 9-0, but we lost.
Really?
Yeah.
Baron taken for G2 now.
Spring 2019. But yeah, no, they're a really formidable team when you have so much flexibility in draft. It's really hard to guess where anything's going, but also what to ban, because you don't know where anything's going, kind of. So yeah, you can see it, that 4-5, right? You think the Sejuani is going jungle.
Shigenda just TP'd to this tower, and he is already dead as Yike goes godlike. G2 are pushing for the win. As much as I like story time with the lads, I think the end of the game might be very imminent. Here it goes.
Imminent. Here it comes. Hansama. I thought he was tanking the tower for a second then. The first tower will drop. Koi faltering. Damage just from the E of
Yike's going forward. He's looking for more. Once the kill onto Trimsy, Hansama takes it instead. Comp and Marang forced back into the fountain. Larson forced to the last remaining turret on the map for Koi. And in one of the most convincing games I have seen in a long, long time, G2 will go 2-0 up over Koi.
One game away from the finals here, G2. Next weekend, or this weekend I should say. It's Monday, always forget that
Yeah, it's on Sunday now. The finals are on Sunday. G2 one game away from securing their spot there.
I mean,
You can see the face on Larson.
This is one of those games where it's like, so
what do we do?
What do we talk about?
What's the takeaway here?
Like, they're able to counter game.
He's scratching his head, laughing like, what do we...
Yeah,
well, that was the game.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, they can gank top, but also they can counter gank top, but also dive bot at the same time. So how do we stop that from happening? Do we also play a mid laner that can drop all these waves? Do we play super aggressive level 1 and just split the map? You know, just 4-man invade bot side, split the map level 1.
Sion, Sejuani mid, Zac top, just everyone
Tristana, just lane swap.
Yep.
Yeah,
that worked well for IG, didn't it?
This is going to be a tricky one for Koi, because it feels like G2 are firing on all cylinders. It feels like that as a team, we think back to, well, even last split, they were ramping up throughout the regular season, right? And then the first half, they went 4-5. Second half, they went 8-1, right? And this is a team that typically gets better as time goes by, but we're only in week 5, and already this team is looking incredibly dominant.
Yeah, it's incredible performance so far by G2. We'll see if Koi can bounce back. But before that, we'll talk once again to Ender, who's going to give us a telestrator about Yike.
Hi, Ender.
Hello.
Hey, KJ. Hey, Pedro. How you doing over there? Look, I got to talk to you guys about Yike and about G2 because I can't help but feel like whenever I watch this team, they are the most unique team that we have in the LEC. And after bringing Yike into the roster, they completely revamped how they approach drafts. And a lot of it is because Yike's champ pool is freaking weird, man. He plays all these carry picks, plays the Viego, the Lilia, just bust out the Belveth for us again. And it's so counter to what the other meta picks are in the jungle. Like, where's the Sejuani here? G2 just picked Sejuani, but it wasn't in the jungle. And what G2 do is they try to make up for the fact that his champion pool doesn't have hard engage, isn't a strong frontline, by supplementing the rest of their draft. And this is what makes them so unique, because if we bring up Mickey's champions, right? He plays the Nautilus down in bot lane, right? If you don't have engage in jungle, you need that bot. Or you need the Sejuani out of mid lane, the Zac out of mid lane to find the initiation. You can also play more AD mids, right? The Jace mid has been something Caps has been playing as well to again supplement the lack of physical damage when they're going for an AP jungler. All of this to be said is that you can basically pick and choose different pieces that a Sejuani would give you with that hard engage by taking a Nautilus down on the bot side. But I would be sad, I guess, if we didn't actually walk you through the level 1, because this game got off to an absolutely insane start. Again, G2 changed the way they play the game because they have Yike on the team. And it all starts off with just the most ridiculous level 1 invade. If we can go ahead and bring that up, because I've never really seen this invade on every single side of the jungle before. That just does not happen, quite frankly. But they're allowed to do it because they have an Olaf on the top side that's super powerful at level 1, right? And then also, Yike can clear away those Raptors pretty effectively on the Bell Vest. So you see what G2 are doing right off the bat. It's a very late invade on this bot side. You know, there's a ward here they're going to be able to clear away, and they work with 3 people so that even if Malrong was on this side of the jungle, he would have to back away, right? Koi are not going to be with him. At the same time, you have Broken Blade sneaking past Ugenda, looking for an absurd fight. It doesn't matter that he's in the middle of 2 people either, because he has both Flash and Ghost to escape. Misses the first Undertow, unfortunately, but Yike hits level 2, and then keeps going between the turrets. What is this man doing? He only takes 1 turret hit because he uses the dash to scoot on through, smites away the wolf, and forces Malrong to flash. It is completely ridiculous what he's able to get away with. Now, G2 don't end up snowballing quite so hard off of this because Malrong sticks around, gets the flash, and then immediately has the insane pathing to go ahead and look for the top lane gank, which results in a kill. But it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter when you play against G2, because all they want to do again is play to dive and dive and dive. And while Yike might be farming, the Sejuani may just be ganking in a similar style to how Caps roamed on the Jace or roamed on the Zac previously. So we can go ahead and play out this clip here, because again, Yike looks for very play around the top lane a little bit later on. Go ahead and hit that play button. Is that on me? I don't think that's on me. That's on you. Perfect. They go ahead and look for the top lane dive to be able to shut him down. And at the exact same time, the bot lane dive is in full swing, right? Yike was just in top lane, and Caps is already looking for the roam, coming down bot lane to shut it. Misses the ult. Doesn't matter. He is there. And then over and over and over, they look for these dives. It is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that you have a caliber of player like Caps that can look for these windows over and over and over allows you to play effectively with 2 junglers. And from there, the snowball does not stop. G2 continue to look for dive after dive after dive. Bot lane becomes just a wasteland of bodies. Like, Koi cannot survive. They can't even get back to lane. Poor Trimby is between turrets while his AD carry is stuck trying to farm minions. Everyone's dead. G2 play perfectly on priority, and this is a masterclass in how European League of Legends is played. G2 have been at the top for so long because they understand this, especially led by Caps, and the way they have worked Yike into the system has been impeccable. They are already up 2-0 in this series. I personally believe it is going to be a quick 3-0, and they are going to be at the top for a very long time. But we'll have to see if Koi can bounce back straight after this break.
Has the ghost, has used it already. He's going to run to the towers. He's going to go between the towers. He's going to get the wolf. He's going to get the wolf. He's going to get the wolf. It's so spicy. Just a flash. What is this? What? This is hate spiders, man. They're arachnophobes.
I'll hit tower. I'll hit tower. Ring. Okay, just end. Good job, guys. Actually, stay in game. Yeah, that's one. Very good game, guys. Good strat. At Donger still on the field. I have to farm. Oh wait, 0 dev Donger. Kill, Jace, kill Jace.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bans in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Moving.
When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still? The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my...
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my life off, my life off, my life off. I don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my life off, my life off, my life off. Take the rest of my life off. I don't need no stress, no complications, nothing excess, just good vibrations. I'll be looking forward, living like a holiday. Repeat, do it over every night and every day. I don't want to work, I want to take the rest of my... I don't want to work, I want to take the rest of my life off, my life off, my life off. Take the rest of my life off. Forget 9 to 5, no occupation, no suit and tie, a new sensation. I'll be looking forward, living like a holiday. Repeat, do it over every night and every day. Living like a holiday, every night and every day. Living like a holiday. I don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my life. Take the rest of my life off.
Welcome back, everyone. Right before what could be the last draft of the day, you heard it right. G2 Esports Esports is on match point versus Koi. After all the build-up that we had, it might just be another 3-0. And so much of that has to do with Yike. We saw Ender break it down at the Telestrator before that, the way he is fitting fantastically into that roster, and they are really finding new ways to use him, Jamada. And of course, his rise to fame or to the top has been meteoric since the ERL.
Yeah, it's been so fantastic to watch, right? I think for me, a lot of my perspective was specifically from EUM summer last year, and seeing him on that LDLC lineup where he was actually the vocal point in a meta where the junglers weren't necessarily the ones that were getting the carry picks a lot of the time. And it was so exciting to see how LDLC would consistently just put him on a pedestal, give engage tools to other members and set him up on carry picks time and time again, whether it was things like the Belveth, which he pulls out now with G2, or things like the Kha'Zix. He's consistently been the one that they've been able to rely on.
I completely agree. And you know, I knew he was going to go to the LEC. Just watching him in the LFL, it was bound to happen. But there's two specific teams that I could see him go off to. One would be Mad Lions because of how they develop their talents, or the other one would be G2. Now G2 specifically because they are the kind of team that's ebb and flow and have that freedom for their players. Dylan, let's go Vayne. That's the kind of management you need when you have a player like Yike, because he's not the one shining on Maokai and Sejuani. He's the one who locks in the Kha'Zix, is facilitated, and that's what we're seeing right now. It's so incredible to watch a rookie with a veteran team around him just say, you know what, we believe in you, we trust you, and we're going to build around you.
And we were talking in the green room about like, oh, what are the best kind of rookie starts we've seen in the split? I remember Perks, I remember El Yoya, most notably and recently as well, but Yike, he's just getting off to a phenomenal start in his very first best of 5 in the LEC and playoff series, Jamada. When you look at how they make it work with Yike, that's really kind of unseen, right? Because remember, Jankos was in that team before, an absolute consistency legend who, funnily enough, was always molding that he was on Sejuani duty, and now Caps is like,
I was going to say.
It's crazy.
Jankos has to be pulling out his hair watching the series Caps play in the mid lane, right? But I think it's so creative of G2, right, to kind of say, you know what, we don't necessarily even want to change the way that you have to play the game because it's so unique and because you're so good at it. We feel like, you know what, we are a malleable enough team that we will play and change around you. We'll pick things like the Sejuani, we'll go crazy things like the Olaf top, or in this instance to facilitate more of the skirmishing and the double invades. They don't seem to care, and they're so happy to just let him have that pedestal.
And honestly, how underrated is Caps as well? We always talk about him, but we come to expect these things for him, and we don't even bat an eye. Oh, Caps played Sejuani. Yeah, sure, that sounds normal, but he's so good. He can make this flexibility work every single time. Have to give huge credit to the man in the mid lane. Of course, Yike, who's playing through him.
Yeah, it's going so well for G2. Let's see if they can keep it going, or if Koi can give us a reverse sweep. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Final, possibly, game of the day. Koi would need to reverse sweep G2 if they want to claim their spot in the finals next Sunday. And G2 just need one more win to battle it out on Sunday against whoever wins out of Mad, SK, and Koi over the next 3 best-of-5s we have.
The last time we saw full 5 games, 2020. Summer, right?
Between G2 and Rogue?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then last year was all 3-0s.
It was so long ago that I was still a player.
Wasn't that long ago, buddy. You still
I mean, also, were you really a player that year? It was kind of,
I knew Medic would take it. I don't know why I said it. Vedius was trying to console me, and then Medic just comes in with the punch.
You get a lot of, also, you catch a lot of strays.
I think I watch a lot more of your streams than Vedi does, so I know you're not really still a player. You do it off stream most of the time when you play, right? So you're trying to get Challenger again?
Yeah, I'll do that soon. But there's a stat there I can see. Is that the fastest?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up because I'd asked for the stat, and you just like randomly pointed at the screen and said there's a stat.
It's a good introduction.
It is a good introduction. The fastest ever best of 5 in Europe was 74 minutes and 31 seconds between G2 and Origin in 2019 spring. The finals after that obviously was the G2 Fnatic finals in Athens.
The banger.
It was
the fastest international final was G2 versus Team LEC.
So
that got beaten, didn't it?
Oh, maybe actually.
G2, I think when they lost to
Darm1 where there was that 18 minute.
I think that ended up being the fastest international best of 5.
How long is this best of 5 been going on?
I was going to find that out as well. But you brought up the stat before I know. So I will know when I know.
I'm the problem.
Yes.
It's me, hi.
Anyway, Koi on the blue side once again. They're going to get rid of the Maokai and the Draven. Caitlyn, Silas taken away by G2. No real surprises so far.
No, Ashe Elise are the next 2. Is it going to be a run back? Do they ban Ashe here? I think banning Ashe is a mistake, personally. I think they should force G2 to ban it in first picket. Kind of gives them a semi-free ban, but we'll see what they do here. So there we go, Elise ban. A bit different, but I think now G2 can just match, but we'll see what they opt into and they think is the problem.
Will Sejuani be the first pick for Koi? Ash
Well,
being banned away.
it's
There
open.
it is, just as you talked about, K-Draw.
So yeah, now I think Sejuani first pick is just, this eases your draft up a lot. You're not trading too hard.
You can see the players laughing. They're like, haha, G2, now what will you do?
And now they look in Zac. Surprise.
I mean, we haven't seen the Lilia yet from G2. Still could come out. Often very good into tank matchups because of the pace of your wave clear and how well you scale as well. But G2 wouldn't be surprised to see an AD carry locked in here. And just as I mentioned it, the hover's coming through right now for G2. They may very well do a Lilia Jace. Could be an option. Lilia Tristana, something
Lilia
that we've
Varus.
seen from them as well. Lilia Varus.
Yike is 3-0 on his Lilia so far in Winter. Has had a very strong performance. The Anivia hover that we kind of expect from Yike. I will say, Kedra, we have the numbers.
Okay.
If G2 win this game in 22 minutes and 16 seconds, they tie. Anything less than that, is the quickest best of 5 we've had in Europe.
22 minutes.
Well,
16
knowing us, knowing LEC, knowing that we've dug up these stats,
it's not going to be reverse sweep.
It's going to be this
reverse sweep. And it'll be the longest ever series.
Something like that's going to happen.
Last minute, 87-minute banger.
Yeah, 5,000 CS Sivir.
There's the Tristana, though. Gives you that damage portfolio that you were talking about earlier on. Vetti's been frequenting Wall Street bets, it seems, as he's trying to work out if he needs to hodl or if he needs to buy.
Ooh, okay.
Sivir,
You know what the Koi saying is, right? When in doubt, pull the Zir, Sivir out. You know, just remember, kids, we're scaling, and you ain't stopping us from wave clearing the whole game away.
Into that, G2 might look for an aggressive bot lane.
You know, part of me thought that they were going to go Vayne for a second.
Vayne into his ear, ooh, that would be tough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Kalista
I mean,
also sounds
Kalista
a bit
Ali
tough, but
sound like a Kalista Alistar into the Sivir. That feels pretty good.
yeah, I think they can double ban support though, but
I
it's
mean,
probably
sure.
like going down the list, Alistar, Nautilus, Leona, something along those
So,
lines. Even Varus here on
Last
4
week,
could work.
when we saw G2 go for a Lilia Tristana Draven, the whole idea behind the composition was actually very much a kite back and then re-engage, leverage your range to have them come into you, and then you look for your opportunity to re-engage. Very similar style, once again, from G2. A lot of basically kiting ability to disengage, create space between you and your opposition, and basically make it difficult for them to approach. I think Koi need more CC. I'd like to see something like a Gnar, maybe even a melee support, just something that can help them start these fights, because right now, G2 is a difficult team to lock down.
I would also say the flip side of, like, I think Sivir Karma here, kiting back and playing range can work, to be honest. I don't think you need, like,
That's an
committal
alternative,
CC.
true.
Do you really want to engage into double AD carry? I think if Nautilus hooks in, double AD carry, just free hits, you're dead. But if you play range, the AD carries have to commit, and then I think that's when Koi can turn.
Especially if you add another strong frontline tank up towards the top lane. You could go Cassante, you could go Sion, then you have that line at which you cannot cross. Braum as well would work in that sort of idea. You just want to try and kite back. So G2 getting rid of the Renata and the Braum does lead me towards thinking maybe something like an Alistar or Nautilus. Very possible hit for them on...
I swear, if they pick Alistar and they flex in mid somehow, because Alistar mid has been cropping up in
AP ratios are buffed on 13.3 and we're on 13.1B. It could still happen.
Yes.
I remember the good old days of Sheen Alistar top where you could punch someone mid-air as you were knocking them up.
Good catch. Yeah, good catch. You saved me there. So what support do they go for? You said Alistar. I think Alistar would work really well. Nautilus would just be my easy go-to,
sure.
I think, here, because it's Mickey's bread and butter. But Leona's taken away. Good brown band. That's just kind of negating their idea of wanting to go melee support. Rakan could also work.
Yeah.
If you want to just go Kalista Rakan here, but I think, yeah, you might struggle against something like Sivir Naut.
There's the
just
Naut,
pick
though.
up the Nautilus.
Yep, Nautilus works really well in this composition. It does exactly what you want it to do, and Mickey obviously very practiced on the champion. His most played so far this split. I think he has 6 games on it now. Koi look towards top and support. Now, how do you deal with Kalista, Nautilus in the bottom lane?
It's a good question. Leona ban stings them a bit, actually. Maybe picking Leona here would be not too bad. Picking Karma into Nautilus is a struggle, but I think they've done the same thing. They banned the top laner and the support.
Yeah.
If you could ban Nautilus Leona there and play up against Alistar, at least you have a stronger level 1.
True.
But yeah, they're going to go Gnar. I think Camille here on 5 for Broken Blade is a no-brainer. They're actually just going to sack the lane if they go Rakan, but...
Heimer gives you good push in the lane and always has quite good damage if the enemy is pushing into you. Like Nautilus wants to engage, you put down a turret, it can be a bit tricky for the Nautilus to escape that sort of situation. And gives you the turrets to put in front of the hook. So
a lot of contemplation right now coming out from Koi, and it will be the Heimerdinger. All right, so they have a little bit more utility with the Gnar when it comes to team fights, and they do also have a bit of follow-up CC alongside the Heimerdinger thanks to his bouncing grenades. I would say that this is a pretty traditional front-to-back teamfight comp from Koi. They do have good mobility with the form of the Sivir engage, potential flank options if Noah can find a way into the backline. Whereas G2, well, they kind of do G2 things where they have a lot of ability to kite back. I would say that their engage isn't the strongest. They don't have the easiest time being able to start fights, but this was also my concern when we saw a similar comp last week from them. Yet what they were able to do was kind of, they forced Mad Lions into an engage onto them, and they would look for those re-engages, and then they would pick apart their opposition. And the thing about these comps is that you don't really have access onto either backline. Like, G2 can't really threaten the Sivir or the Azir, and the same can be said for G2's backline. The difference is that the Olaf can be the big difference maker in these team fights. How much threat can it pose onto the Sivir? How easily can it disrupt what the Azir wants to do in team fights? And this is where the how do I say it? Like, the place of battle is very important. Being first in the objective, forcing your opposition to walk into you, basically controlling the space and getting your opposition to play into how you want to play the fight is going to be very important.
I think G2 just have a really good mid-game. Skirmish heavy going forwards, Kalista, Nautilus, Olaf engage, and Koi have good scaling, a lot of wave clear. Hold on a little bit, use Malrang as a bridge, and see what they can do to contest those dragon fights. I think it should be an easy stacking for G2 in the first few, and then I think Koi will start fighting back a bit.
Of course, reminder that Koi find themselves down 2 games right now. We'll see if they can bounce back as we jump into game 3.
We see the Fnatic fans have now gone for the TSM charts. 2 teams that are equally relevant in European League of Legends right now. So, I'm sorry.
Damn. Medic.
I couldn't hold it back.
I thought you were going to go like, well, they've jumped from Fnatic to Koi to this, but no, you just went for a headshot.
Yeah, that wasn't even like catching us straight. That was just straight up.
There we go. Back to the Koi charts. Let's see if Koi can vamos and manage to pressure G2 in this game, get towards that late game team fight composition that will work so well for them. Caps having to take W level 1 there just to jump away, make sure he gets to safety. And we'll see both junglers starting on the top side of the map right now. Caps, let's have a quick look at his runes. Let's see if he's gone Demolish. He has. I think when we saw Larson take the Demolish Tristana in the mid lane, he didn't get a single Demolish proc off.
Sorry, it's just a delivery of that made me giggle.
Yes. But we'll see if in this game, Caps is able to use that Demolish effectively. Might just be using it in different lanes, of course, as Caps once again jumps away from the Koi bot lane.
All right, be honest. Whose toaster have we voted up onto? Okay, I see the FPS issues.
Yeah, we see the FPS issues. It's on our side as well, so...
We are getting that rectified as quickly as possible, obviously.
We can watch the PowerPoint of Koi versus GT bot lane.
And here on slide 1, you can see the Raptors will be killed by Yike.
It's like in solo queue when you had like an Ivan top and they'd send you the PowerPoint presentation. It's like, hey guys, here's why to watch LEC.
Yeah.
Slide number 1, junglers taking camps. Slide number 2, bot lane pressure.
Cage will fix
the game.
What is it?
Cage will fix the game. Cage will fix the game.
Man.
Cage roll, come on.
I'm going to change the topic because I'm working on it. And I've just fixed it for you. No, I haven't.
Under promise, over deliver, Cage roll is the motto in these sorts of situations. As Caps looks for some damage onto Larson, trying to get that explosive shot up so he can get his W resets. Couldn't quite land it. Comp having to jump away here. Flash is coming out as well. Malrang, though, on the bottom side of the map as Comp is ticking. No level 2 yet for Trimby and Comp, but they will get it off this wave. Mickey, now not in the best of shapes, has to flash away.
Wow. So G2
goes
back in.
Of course he does. It's Mickey.
That hook was so strong that it fixed the frames, and we're back in the action.
Nice.
The PowerPoint is over. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. And now we're back into Summoner's Rift in Hans and Mickey getting off to a good early game start of the 2v2. Managed to force out 2 Summoners out of comp there, but Malrang's response came back to bite them a little bit. Yikes trying to force Malrang back. No camps down here, though. I think he's scared of Yike going and attacking his bot side, but it looks like they're going to base.
I don't really blame him for Yike being pretty strong and pretty scary, as on Lilia he's gone 3-0 so far in the LEC. He looks for a mid-gank here. Gonna dive Larson, they're gonna do it as they go in. Cap splashes away, but Malrang's in the right place at the right time. First blood. Yike tanks up a tower.
Oh my god!
Oh, it's a tragedy.
I just put up a graphic saying how good
no.
I need to fix my eyes.
No, no.
Oh, yikes. It happens.
Yikes.
We've all been there. We've all been there. But the problem is, we've been there when we flash on the wall. You know, we're not that far away from the wall. We try anyway. So Caps tanks straight away.
The idea is to get the reset by proccing the bomb and then W back out again. He also has the flash, but Marang's in a position. And then Yike trying to get close to the get close to the wall to flash over it, but he flashes a little too soon. And you can
Caps and
see
Yike are laughing.
they're both laughing.
Yike just cracking up in the background.
Yeah. We've all done it.
I knew this was going to be a reverse sweep. I told you. I told you something's going to go haywire.
Yep.
But yeah, G2 trying to get that dive off. Larson sitting very pretty. Malrang, it was a nice flash by Caps, I will say. He predicted Malrang's Q flash to try to stop him and get him an extra tower shot, but yeah, damage was enough to get the kill.
Can I ask you a question, K-Draw? How often do you see Swifties on a Sejuani?
Legend. That's what I say. First base gets a kill by Swifties. Now, let's see how many... Should we count how many camps...
Either we're killing them or I'm running it. One of the two guys.
I need us to count how many camps Malrang does ever since he's come back from base now, because he's on 0. So we'll see what he does. He needs to clear his top side, so surely he gets to at least 4.
Well, actually, I think he's going straight to enemy Raptors.
Crab's up. We'll pick that one up.
Okay,
Does that count as a camp?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give it to him. Okay, 1.
Well, we wouldn't have to sit here and do it all day, you know, but I'm saying, like, I'm intrigued to see, because I feel like he's going to run mid now, and he's not going to go to his top side. As I say that, Yike's hovering around as well.
But do they really have kill threat with Azia? I don't think there's much
to get
of a
6,
gank
I
mid.
think.
Yeah, Larson's only halfway to 6.
I think the only thing that you would do in mid would be to try and relieve the pressure of a potential dive or a potential kill, but I think Larson's pretty safe. He's a little low on mana, but aside from that, top lane, on the other hand, could be a little more volatile.
Ghosting lands the undertow on Shigenda, who tried to jump away. Has to flash.
Damn, okay.
Marang's on his way up as well, and Yike keeps him at bay.
I actually like the idea of the Swifties because he's against Lilia. Now, it's going to suck later on, but he can at least, like, outpace her a tiny bit in the early game. That's the only logic I have. But I feel like plated steel caps against Olaf, Tristana, Kalista is a must. But if you're asking my opinion, it's bad, but I can see why it's good.
He's going to sell them and buy plated steel.
I mean, but also, if him having Swifties negates Yike's pressure in the early game or lets him get a couple of ganks off, it's worth to buy them
He
and
also
sell
has
them,
Conqueror, which is also another interesting one.
Broken Blade. Oh, Marang's here, though. Yike looking for it. Shigenda trying to build up their Mega Gnar. Can't quite get it. No flash on the Gnar. Remember, Broken Blade flashing forward, but he can't get in range. The undertow, he doesn't have the mana for it.
It's a Conqueror. Look at the Conqueror.
Look at it go. Look at him. No need to farm camps when you can farm foes as he gets Yike underneath the tower. And remember, no Yike, no flash. The Swirl Seed wide. And the Swifty boys are here to party.
Malrang and Shigenda win out on the top side 2v2. Koi are now winning both solo lanes off the back of Malrang's swiftness boots Conqueror Sejuani, just turning the tides. Creative genius.
It's just so damn fast, Cajal.
He really is. I mean, he kept up with the Olaf. The tier 2 boost Lilia, whatever it was that Yike had, couldn't get away with the passive stack. And
this is real League of Legends right here.
This is none of that farming
as well.
None of that farming stuff.
He waits for the right moment before he engages. The target is Broken Blade. Tries to apply the passive as quickly as he can. The shield will proc, but it's not enough to keep him alive as he runs out of mana. Can't get close to Shigenda. And Shigenda able to get a little bit of health back, means that they can then lock up Yike. And Yike tries to be clever here, using the Fog of War to catch Shigenda out, but he doesn't fall prey to the trap, and he just bides his time.
Good auto spacing from Malrang as well, weaving in the auto attacks. So early game lead for Koi. One of the first times in this series, I believe, that they're now in a very good position. I think G2's comp is very early mid-game centric, and Koi's is very late game centric, and they're already ahead.
Let's not forget game 1, Koi were able to get a pretty sizable advantage too. They did go 3-0 in the early kills. And then there was that unfortunate bot incident with the 2v2 kills. Yeah, so
bot incident.
Let's see how things progress. For the time being, Hansama has hit level 6. He does have a small lead, but I imagine that'll be neutralized as this wave will be wiped away by the Civet. The dragon is up, and it looks like that with the pressure that they have in bot and mid, Yike will be able to secure the first objective for G2. Herald is up, and it wouldn't surprise me once the Drake gets secured that Malrang immediately goes to that objective as well.
As expected, G2 get first Drake. I think they'll get second as well. I mean, they have so much bot push, so much skirmish potential. Caps can get mid push whenever he wants as well, or at least join his team, but he's doing the same thing as last game. Caps, I've noticed this whole series. When his jungler's on one side, he will go to the other to get information. See if they're on Herald, see if they're on this crab, see if they're giving blue. He'll never lean to help the jungler. So, I mean, it is a positive in itself. I mean, the only negative is you can get caught really easily and die.
Yeah.
But as long as you're on the limits, it does give you a bit more information.
I mean, he is a little safe on the Tristana as well, right?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Malrang, Glacial Prism, Yike! Caught out in his jungle.
Like Bambi taken down by the ball there.
This has got to feel good for Maurang after last game. The fact that his jungle is being torn apart. Hansama with the ult.
Yeah, Trimby needs to flash that, gets the stun onto Hansama as well. Mickey could still look for the chase, but the turret goes down, and so no hook can connect. Cap stepping forward here, just wants the plate, he wants the plate, but the plate isn't what you can take. Larson unwilling to give it up. Cap's able to jump away though, does still have the flash here.
Calculated.
And in the end, he gets the plate and gets out. Didn't have to burn a summoner.
Hashtag worth.
Mickey flashing forward. Trimby though lands the stun. Hansama now cleansing away, but this isn't the best of places to be. Mickey ignited, ticking down, will be able to survive, but the engage coming for naught there for G2.
These laners just love walking up, even in disadvantageous positions, without flash, whatever it may be. They want to get the wave in, they want to get those plates, and they will fight you for it. And if you don't fight them back, they'll get away with it. Koi are fighting back, getting summoners out of G2's bot lane there, almost all of them blown.
I was a little surprised to see Hansama cleanse, flash in, and then immediately run away, because he realizes, I've put myself in the middle of all of these Heimerdinger turrets and the enemy's minion wave. Perhaps this was not the smartest investment of my flash.
But at least he did it.
But he did do it, yes.
And he got out.
Did it work? No, but did he do it? Yes.
That was a thing that he did, yep. Comp does, of course, still have the flash, and Koi find themselves with a 2k gold lead in this early game. You talked about some of the scaling advantage that they do have. We'll see if they're able to hold on to it. Next Dragon in about 3 minutes' time. The Herald is, of course, available for Maurang, and his ultimate is up soon. Hex flash there from Mickey. Caps goes in.
Looking for the damage.
Oh, he tried to ult flash him backwards into Mickey.
Yeah, that didn't work.
I mean, you can do it. You can pre-buffer ult and then flash behind them. Yeah, you can do it
if you flash behind the person. Yeah. If you flash in front of them, they just get knocked away.
The flashes this game from G2 mid jungle have been suspect.
Questionable, I agree. Maurang.
Oh, Maurang.
So now this didn't work out too well for Comp and Trimby, but maybe if we add Maurang into the mix.
Oh, it's good, man.
They can look for it.
Just let him cook.
Just let him cook.
They also have...
No cleanse on hands.
The Rift comes.
Surprise!
There it is! He cooked up a spicy meal for Hansama. And Hans will be feeling that one in the morning as Maurang now can put the Rift Tower down. If he wants, they could just look for the first plate and then Rift Tower. They could even not use the Rift Tower at all.
That's just such a massive gain for the Koi bot lane as well, because so many minions were lost, along with the plates secured and the Herald drop. Yike now trying to cross map, but I don't think he can really get much here.
Yeah, Shigenda should be able to live, right? Jump forward, floating lullaby a possibility. Rift Tower charged in. We look down towards the bottom lane as Caps kills Trimby somehow. Okay, so Trimby was walking up to try and get vision, and Caps is just waiting there for him.
Yeah, I think he just landed on top of him. But again, Caps moves out of lane, and Larson gets plates. And in the games where G2 can make plays happen, it's fine, because your teams and your side lanes are snowballing. But this Azir is getting a CS lead, it's got 2 plates, and as much as it's been a bit of a funny game from G2, these mistakes are costing them. I think this game is running out of its control. G2 needs to start forcing plays in the next minute or two around this next Dragon, around this next Herald, and make sure when Nash time comes, at least the game is even. That's not a good state, but at least it's a state they can play in.
That's really good from Shigenda. Yike was looking for the 900 damage smite there, but couldn't get it because Shigenda comes across. So the blue buff reset twice, and Yike wastes, about 20, 30 seconds of his time.
Huge credit again for Maurang for this early game. I think that last game he did what he could, was able to steal away that blue buff and then look for a Hex flash gank in the top lane. But, I'm going to have a look back at this play.
He's on a ward here, Caps.
Oh,
but Trimby doesn't know that he's on a ward. He tried to poke him.
I see, okay. Yeah.
And it's the jump again, I presume. And he jumps over the wall.
Easy kill for Caps there.
Nice deduction, Kadril.
Yeah.
Not much that he could do really about that one.
Hop, skip, jump.
But yeah, Koi off to a fantastic lead. And as you said, their scaling is very good. Means that it's much easier to be able to get first onto the objectives and force G2 to walk into them, which is exactly the place that Koi want to be in. Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds time. Comp is resetting right now. But Maurang is out on the map, and Larson is here to catch this mid wave as well.
He is indeed. Bit of a weird lane state here. Hans Smith, yeah, Caps coming back towards bot. CFG2 try to mix it up. Dragon spawning in 15, so I don't think they'll care too much. Can move towards his objective, start a fight. Mickey, Hex Flash coming up. Wonder if he used it there. Koi, as much as they're ahead in this early stage, G2's champs are pretty strong right now. Is it worth fighting over this Dragon?
Hey, you don't have to, right? You can just
TP top, so
keep getting your gold leads, place a ward in here, but as you say, Shigenda TPing top just means they're looking for more plates. Broken Blades worked his way all the way down from the top lane.
Does have Q and Flash.
Nah, no chance, right? He's gonna go for it.
Doesn't look like it. Doesn't want to gamble it against Hansama's Callista.
Yeah, Broken Blades there. Shigenda's top. Push in the lanes and take bases. I think Koi is happy to give that Dragon up, and G2's way of scaling through this game is Dragons. It's gonna have to be this Infernal Soul. They're gonna have to fight the third, fight the fourth, and If they can't get those two, it's only going to get worse from that point onwards. A lot of gold over to Shigenda. My God,
3
Broken
plates
Blade
there.
is so far behind now.
I bet if you look at Shigenda, yeah, sitting on 1,000 gold right now, has that 1.7k lead as well. Already finished
just
Trinity
TP'd
Force.
back into lane, right? So
3 plates is a sizable chunk of cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4k gold lead for Koi.
In a really strong position. And I think I might be too early in saying this, but I'm not sure this is going to be the fastest best of 5 we've ever had in Europe.
No, Koi fighting back.
And honestly, just we think back to some of the plays that have happened. There was the dive in mid, where Koi was able to secure 2 kills. There was the attempted gank in top lane, with which was countered once again by Malrang. And then there was the gank from Malrang in the bot lane. And this is why we wanted to put so much focus on Malrang. This game, mid, top, bot, he has had impact in every single lane, and he is a massive contributor to Koi's early game success. This, when Rogue last year were at their best, is when Malrang was at his best in the early game, and it feels like that he is very focused, and he does not want to go down without a fight.
Definitely. Fantastic game so far. One thing I do want to just highlight quickly is Broken Blade just used Ghost and Ult on the top side against Shigenda.
Okay.
Shigenda wrote XD in ult chat. So he's taunting him a bit. I think Shigenda's feeling it.
And they had their banter before the game started as well. Mickey flashes away hit.
Okay.
Ooh. Yep, okay.
I think G2 should counter with one of their own now. Well, they didn't. They didn't.
Maybe they've got the XDD prepared.
Maybe they've got all chat off, I'm not sure, but
well,
no
honestly,
response.
Larson with his own emote kind of gave himself a bit of a self-burn. Definitely a high investment in ults, and the Herald is alive, so G2 do have a window where they could look to fight here, but no Hans Sama.
No ult, so yeah, like I said, on mid-jungle. Comp's on the way.
Seed on Malrang.
Shigenda's on the way, Hans on the way. Both teams want to stall a little bit.
Yeah, Hans is quite far away though. He's only just getting into the G2 jungle. Mickey looking for the hook there as Cabs jumps forward, but Malrang immediately dives onto him. And Cabs is ticking away. Trimby takes him. Mickey next up as he'll get stunned in the bush. It's a double for Trimby. And even without their ultimates, Koi still come out on top.
I love the way Koi's draft works against G2s, because G2 has to go forwards, Shoshana has to go forwards, Nautilus, Olaf, all these champs, and they just put a Heimer turret down, they have a Meganar in your face, and the Azir and Sivir are free hitting. So their dive is kind of like half-assed. They can't really get on top of you, but they need to go in.
G2 find themselves at a pretty significant deficit.
7,000 gold is pretty significant,
and Koi have bounced back incredibly well. The biggest thing for me was the fact that Hans Sama wasn't even in that fight. I think some of the strengths of the composition is their ability to create space and then re-engage. Tristana W can go in and then effectively out. Hans Sama's ultimate is so crucial after the initial engage. You can see Mickey goes in, Mickey tries to follow, Yike and Broken Blade can't really because of the Azir soldiers and Trimby's ultimate that's just sitting in the middle of the river. And with no Hans Sama there to pull Mickey to safety, it becomes a very easy fight for Koi to win. And as you rightly said, it felt like that Koi could just sit back, relax, allow G2 to kind of play the fight for them, and they just did the damage needed to win.
Grab themselves a beverage. 1 minute 30 seconds on this next dragon. I think Koi are going to look to easily contest that and pick that up. But I feel like if I'm G2 here, I think they just take the dragon fight. Even though they're this far down, I think it's just a Hail Mary dragon fight. See what happens. Maybe try to steal it, get an even trading kills. That would be ideal. But yeah, giving this up basically takes away almost all of your win conditions, barring a Baron steal.
With a minute on it, we'll see what G2 can do to set up around it. Currently, only first items. Mythic across the board for them. Caps has a pickaxe alongside that. Comp sitting on a Kraken and a core field, so he's going to be very strong if he gets some time just to get those ricochets off in this fight. Koi with the river control. Broken Blade up towards the top lane. No TP on him means he's going to have to back now and then run down towards this bottom side, where Shigenda's teleport is up in, I say, 25-30 seconds, so he doesn't actually have to recall. He can continue to apply pressure on the other side of the map, whereas Broken Blade needs to get down to join his team.
30 seconds. Like I said, here comes Broken Blade. Kindle Gem and play the steel Caps. G2 trying to get a little bit of mid-push here. Caps has sacrificed bot to try to help them out on this wave, but I don't know if they'll get it in. Watch how fast Comp can just blow this. Just WQ to the wave. The wave's gone, and now G2 can't really walk up.
You can see Mickey was looking for something, you know, depth charge onto Comp maybe, but you need to get rid of his spell shields first. No,
Larson could be in trouble if Caps takes this 1v1.
Larson's going to walk towards him. Caps goes
in.
Caps is diving forward in that 1v1 down towards the bottom side. He ults him away with the Buster Shot, or Larson just shuffled away as well. Looks like he used the Emperor's Divide to do it. G2 now using that opportunity, knowing the Azir ultimate is down, to start up this dragon.
Flip it.
They're going to try.
Hook goes in from Mickey. Comp going in with the ult. Now Larson still not in this fight, remember, but Noise Broken Blade. They've locked down Caps. They CC chain him. The Loading Lullaby being used as well. Young trying to get the damage down on the back line, but Shigenda with a great gnaw across the side manages to isolate G2, and they'll be wiped away in the river. The turning tides in favor of Koi.
Only 2 members full for Koi, the jungle support, but the solo lanes, the carries and Comp managed to pull it off. Broken Blade's alive. He just solo killed Malrang off screen there. Massive sleep from Yike, but no follow-up.
Exactly that. Kadril, Koi dance around the fight beautifully. Broken Blade tried to enter from the north, but Jigenda single-handedly held him off. Malrang solo killed Caps. Like, the fight was just so easy for Koi to play, and you can see how, regardless of the situation, it's so easy for Koi to just pick apart G2 all across the board. It helps that they have such a massive gold advantage, but the way in which they're executing these fights, look at how it starts off initially. Broken Blade can't access the fight. Mickey goes in, and then Caps just gets isolated.
Yeah, Caps gets isolated, gets one popped by Malrang. Shigenda, like you said, zoning away Broken Blade. But look at Yike here. Double sleep onto the bot lane of Koi. Gets a nice Q, but no one can follow up. Hans is kiting for his life, and Broken Blade is solo killing Malrang. So he manages to get Trimby, but that'll be it. Losing your carry at the start of the fight is basically lights out when you're this far behind. Caps not really able to offer much. I feel like every Tristana I've seen has just struggled so much.
It's a situation where Koi's comp all effectively wants to do the same thing, and you can see how comp was always playing back with Trimby, leveraging Malrang as that front line. Mickey now forced to flash, trying to escape.
Rachel Britton's going to lock him down, though. Caps might use the Buster Shot on Larson just to distract and distance that Azir from his teammate.
Oh, hang on, Jigenda. No, he's not going to be in any danger. But as I was saying, Koi, their composition is like very straightforward in terms of how it executes and how it wants to play. And it helps that Malrang is having an incredible game right now. And G2, it feels like that there's a lot of isolated situations with which they can't control all of Koi at once. And Koi with this gold lead, they're going to force a 20-minute Baron. There's nothing that G2 can do. Easy, secure. And it looks like Koi is definitely going to give
behind. They're looking for the flank here on Yike and Hans Summer.
Larson's going to shuffle.
Larson has the shuffle. Doesn't even need it to get onto Hans Summer, though. Hans Summer will be felled by Malrang and Koi and Comp. Yike trying to get away, but he's shuffled back, though. Loading Lullaby only onto Larson. Pops a stopwatch to make sure that he can't be taken out by anyone, but Caps is nowhere near the fray, nor is Broken Blade, so just a stopwatch to delay for a moment there.
It's not crazy, it's clean play from Koi. They execute incredibly well, they punish the mispositions of G2, they secured the bot tier 2 tower, they have another wave in mid, and they might not make it as flashy as G2, but they make it look easy. 20 minutes in, tier 2 towers already falling with the Baron as well. Koi looking convincing, and a performance that we were very much expecting after their very dominant best-of-3 play in the group stages.
It's an interesting way of bouncing back as well. They just said, we'll go back blue side, we'll run it back, we'll just play scaling, give Larson a mage, not really change anything up too much, but I do remember Sivir was banned by G2 on red side, I think, in game 2, so maybe they thought that leaving it open would be okay with a Kalista match this game, so that's something that G2 might have learned, and they'll probably choose blue side in the next game. But the Sivir just gives so much space to Koi with the Azir, because they can just sit there and wave clear the whole game. Even if they're behind, if they're ahead, wave clear duty for these carries and get towards 2 or 3 items.
I mean, for me, it's just Malrang's impact is just what I think is the most valuable resource that Koi have at their disposal. What he's able to do with this is running. We saw it in game 1. We're seeing it again in game 3. I think the biggest difference is, again, that bot lane incident happened in game 1. I wonder how different the game could have been if they entered the mid game in a more even state. As Koi now with the Baron looking to siege onto the tier 3 towers of G2's base.
G2 just TPing bot there. Caps, I think with the Demolish and with the E, he wants to just get as much gold as possible, get the objective bounty, get IE on base now, and then just try to take the next fight.
But you're going to lose so much of your base. Double inhibs going down. Red Bull Baron power play continuing to extend for Koi. Caps continues to push in, though, maybe looking for a tier 3. And Demolish going to do a little bit of work, but who can get back? Well, Baron empowered recall for Shigenda means he'll be back there pretty quick. Caps will take a second tower off this push. The gold, though, still almost 9,000 in favor of Koi. Dragon up in a minute as well. They can just set their sights on that. G2 really won't be able to fight it. They are an item behind in basically every role now.
Yeah. Cap should have the eye in base, but yeah, it doesn't really merit the lead of Koi overall. Cap's the only one that's barely close to his opposition. Shigenda's just chasing him, trying to slow down the base because they're trying to push out bot here. You'll see Shigenda chase Caps to base. Comp will push in bot. Larson will push in mid, and then they'll go for that 3rd inhibitor.
And it's what Koi have always been so good at. And it's what won them games against Vitality. It's what's won them games in the past. It's what's won them a championship last year in the LEC. And as much as you say, Vetti, perhaps not as spicy as what G2 can bring us when they get in this position, they are impossible to fell, impossible to put behind.
Comes the dive.
Looking for it. Mickey hooks a minion. Caps has to flash away. Buster shot coming out as well. Yango looking for the floating lullaby. Won't be able to get it. Malrang doing so much work in this fight. Can't be able to walk back to his minion line, but G2 now starting to open up. Broken Blade finds one. Comp has to flash. No flash for Broken Blade. Mickey has one neither, but Malrang might get hooked here. Mickey's still on the chase. Super minions in the base of G2, but they are hungry for blood, as Hansama will eventually back away to clear out those minions.
Oh, the dragon is up. No jungler, but something that Broken Blade is going to make a beeline towards. Hansama on his way there. Koi, they overforced the dive. A situation that they had pushing minions top and mid. They just had to bide their time, use their range, chip away at the tower. They had a few seconds left on the Baron as well, but now with Malrang alive, G2, they're going to be forced to disengage. They need their jungler here. And remember, they can afford to lose this, but if they had been able to pick it up, it would have been a nice gold influx to try and close the gap and the deficit that they now find themselves in.
So let's look at the gold. 6,000 deficit now for G2. I think it was around 10, 11,000 5 minutes ago. Koi giving up over some gold to G2, and they lost the bot tier 1, the tier 2, the tier 3, I think, as well, or something along those lines with objective bounties. Now they lost this fight and gave over shutdowns. It looked good though. Shigenda gets the stun, caps his 1 HP, then Malrang, watch him here. Q's past Broken Blade, lands it across the corner, but it's Comp tanking the tower, which forces him back, and then Hansama's free hitting because they were focusing down onto the Lilia. Overstepped by Koi, they juggled the tower for so long that it was doing too much damage. Big shutdowns over to Broken Blade.
Yeah, it was a situation where Koi likely felt that they could just steamroll the fight, and fortunately they could not. Now the bright side for Koi is that it's not a bad situation to be in, right? You're allowed to make mistakes when you have this type of a gold advantage, so the game is still very firmly in their control, and you see how Comp held on to clearing the minion waves so that he could wait for top and mid to catch up. Now they're entering the base, and now they're threatening the tier 3 tower once again.
Tower nowhere near as healthy this time, nor is Caps down to half already from the Larson poke with the soldiers. Mickey looking for something. Broken Blade trying to get onto Comp, but he's just shredded where he stands. Comp continues to kite backwards. He's looking for Larson, but he can't get it. And now Koi can open up. Face call. Pulls back one. Mickey goes back in. Larson with the stopwatch. Yikes, gonna fall. Mickey 2. And Caps and Hansama can only stand and watch. The last defense is not enough. A penta for Comp to close it out and to start Koi's comeback in this series.
Massive step up from the carry of Koi. Second pentakill, I believe. He had one at Malmo. He's got one here as well. And it was a little bit hairy on the first dive, but they managed to pull it off on the second.
Much more patient play. They kited back beautifully, and Koi played the final team fight to perfection, allowing their AD carry to secure himself another pentakill. And I think that I forget exactly how many he has. He's either at 5 or he's now at 6. And if he is at 6, he's actually tied with Reckless for the most ever pentakills in LEC.
We'll make sure to find that out.
I remember that Reckless was at 6 and then Comp was second. I just forget if he was second at 4 or if he was second at 5. But yeah, he's in his short timeline within the LEC, he's got a lot of pentakills. Comp, very good player, and it's great to see him on form as well, because we were concerned that we wouldn't really get to see this bot lane kind of come alive after the first 2 games. But now we're really seeing them have that impact. But again, I continue to be impressed by Malrang's early game impact. This man is on a tear in the early game, and Koi are looking impressive.
They really are. If they get that early game where they can stabilize a little bit more, if they don't make those couple of mistakes that they made in game 1, they've shown that they can fight G2 in mid late. And if they have this composition where they can play front to back, Koi are kings of that right now. G2 perhaps need to bring out something a little bit different in the next draft, or need to just find a way to shore up their early game a little bit.
Definitely do. And yeah, Koi, I think they're just going to stick to it. Just stick to the plan, stick to scaling. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more
remember that
G2
focus can now go back to blue, so the question is, how does Koi adapt, given they've had all this time on the blue side to have that pressure?
I feel like Elise is a must-ban, Ashe feels like a must-ban, Draven feels like a must-ban. And I think they're just kind of locked there and just see what happens. They're going to have to give over Sejuani, most likely, or trade junglers in some way.
Yeah, well, we will see what they do after the break, but right now we're going to hand it over to Shox, who has a message for our viewers.
we wanted to take a break from today's broadcast to send our thoughts and condolences to those impacted by today's new series of earthquakes in Turkey, Syria, and our surrounding areas. In light of the new series of earthquakes, today's Turkish language broadcast of the LEC was paused during the show and will be postponed until further notice. We know many of you that have joined us today will, like us, want to support efforts in both countries. We at Riot Games are working alongside local and global charities through our social impact fund, Karma. Local to Turkey, Riot is supporting ABAP with an initial $100,000 donation and donation matching donations with the subject line Riot Games up to an additional $150,000. You can support ABAP at abap.org. We additionally are continuing our partnership with the International Medical Corps to support survivors in Turkey and Syria, and you can donate to the IMC at riot.com/donate. We will be back with Game 4 after the break.
Put it in a pineapple under the sea.
German is Schwankopf.
Schwankopf. What's it in French?
Bob l'éponge.
Bob l'éponge.
Yike. Caught out in his jungle.
Is this chunk so really low? Look.
No.
She's hinting. She's dead for sure. Play on this guy, no flash.
Coming.
Nice. Thank you.
Can't get it. And now Koi can open up. Face call. Pulls back one. Mickey goes back in. Larson with the stopwatch. Yikes gonna fall. Mickey two. And Caps and Hansama can only stand and watch. The last defense is not enough. A penta for Comp to close it out and to start Koi's comeback in this series.
What a beautiful symphony of death. I wish we could still have the music coming into this segment.
Honestly,
because
look,
just
give me
ending-
some classical over this, you know, aggro any day of the week.
It fit together very, very well, and it was also melodic in the way that Koi had to come back in this series, and they did it so convincingly. And I guess Malrang heard us talking shit before and hyping up Yike so much. He said, I'm going to set the record straight for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely did. Came out with a force in this game. And we've actually seen all 3 games, like that first gank, go super well for Malrang and be successful. This time it was counter ganking that dive around mid that went horribly wrong for G2. Yikes Flash, just super unfortunate here as well. But Malrang really showed an ability to snowball the jungle matchup. Again, knowing Yike was going to come top lane, hanging out around this lane and winning the extended trade.
Yeah, I just feel like if Malrang gets too much freedom in these games, then it really starts to look a little bit dire, right? Game 1, it was the same kind of deal when he had that much freedom. Game 3 here, it felt like after that mid dive, there was not really too much G2 could do to answer it. They kept on trying to throw bodies at plays, but Malrang was still there to answer every single time.
He was always there. I also think like the Conqueror is such an odd choice, but like as I was looking at it in the game, I was like, this actually makes a lot of sense, especially against the Lilia. Why does Lilia beat Sejuani? Well, percent HP burn, also just dominating her in extended trades. So the Conqueror, especially in that early fight, that 2v2 around top lane, where, you know, she's chasing down an Olaf and a Lilia, she actually was stacking that up and getting some considerable damage done. I also think it's interesting, our stats team pinged me and told me there's only been 4 times ever Sedge has been played with Conqueror, all back in 2019. 2 of those from a man known as SOFM or SOFM or Style of Me, an absolute connoisseur in the jungle position. So I love that Malrang is also downloading that.
I love that little tidbit. That's amazing. And yeah, this time around, though, Jamada, to our surprise, and I think also our joy, Koi did not let the early game lead go. In fact, they really made sure it got accelerated, even though G2 still got their hands on 2 early dragons.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of calculated decision-making going on there. They picked up Heralds as well in response, so it wasn't just like giving over dragons for getting nothing. And generally, just from the jump as well, thinking about like just playstyle compared to game 1 and 2, here it's a lot more bread and butter in terms of the champions they're playing too. So it felt like a lot more of a relaxed game for Koi to play out.
Yeah, they definitely had like the scaling on their side. So as long as they didn't like drastically drop the ball, they were going to be very comfortable the later the game got. At the same time, though, I think that G2 showed classic G2 style. I think when they fall behind early, this is a team, a little bit, but this is a team that will never like lose slowly or lose quietly. Like they're always going to look for some kind of an edge. So there are a lot of situations where, say like mid lane's being pushed in against Caps. He abandons lane to run bot lane and kill Trimby in River. Right? Loses a lot of gold for the plate, but sees an angle to go for it. Same thing, they were able to get the first 2 Drakes of the game because that second Drake, when it's spawning, Broken Blade gives up 3 plates in top lane so that he can get first move out of top lane and roam down and secure that objective. So G2, whenever they fall behind, will always try to amass a numbers advantage and use that to make plays around the map to compensate for the fact that they are losing.
It's good to see from the side of Koi that they were able to fight back in this game and keep that all in mind, because when we watched the first game, for instance, we saw the fact that they were always late on the play, they didn't have the numbers, they didn't have the right objectives, I want to say, necessarily. And let's remember that in 2022, with mostly the same configuration on Koi, it was a 3-0 for them, or they lost 3 games in a row. So I think the fact that we're seeing more out of this series now bodes well for the next one.
Honestly, if game 2 was 2019 G2, game 3 was 2022 Rogue, right? Like absolutely showing up, like Malrang reading every move from the enemy jungler, showing up with the counter gank. It was perfection in the early game.
Yeah, it really was. It was a lot better from Koi. I think just generally a lot more attentive as well to what G2 are doing, right? Just saying, all right, you know what, you guys are kind of just going to run into us, grief a little bit. Sure, we'll take it and we'll run with it. And again, I just to me, the biggest thing for Koi was they lost 2 games. G2 really did a good job of shutting down some of their power points through Malrang, and of course the level 1 invade from game 2. And they just say, you know what, fine, we will go back to our basics. And that was the largest thing here, because I think if you're getting smashed in the way that you do in these first 2 games, you can either do one of 2 things. You can kind of go out there and just say, you know what, screw it. We're going to just balls to the walls, the whole whatever we've got in our locker. And if we go out 3-0, we go out 3-0. Or we just sit back and just play what we know we are 100% capable of playing. And don't let G2 get any of this crazy stuff they've been pulling out, and ensure that we don't lose the game in the first 10 minutes.
Something we've heard before. You've yelled it to many teams, Ender, over the last couple of weeks. Like, to do this and just keep your head screwed on. Fantastic from them. And you also see how, to be fair, they were laughing also after they got stumped in game 2, right? But they kept the momentum up, knowing that they are better than what they shown in those first 2 games.
Honestly, like the meta in terms of like mental in EMEA is just like laugh off the int. You know, like if it goes poorly, keep spirits high. But with G2 choosing blue side, I think that this instantly resets the series, because we just saw a couple games from them over on the red side. We just got like the Lilia out of Yike, for example. But if we rewind back to game 1, that was a game where it's first pick Maokai, right? Like standard jungle, very meta jungle pick for Yike right there. And I think that I'm curious what the adaptation will be from Koi coming into this game.
Yeah, I'm actually, you know, adaptation from Koi, sure. I'm kind of curious on what G2 will do a little bit more, because I feel like I want to see another kill lane come out of them to try and shut down now. You know, a Comp and Trimby. Comp is going to be feeling super good after the pentakill, right? It's going to be spirits high, a lot of...
Sivir again.
Sivir again, probably. But I'm really curious. I don't necessarily feel like we're going to get Misfortune. I feel like Koi are probably going to keep Maokai out of Yike's hands. I'm wondering if Gulborg's right and we might end up getting a Samira and just a full-blown like kill lane 2v2 and just ensure that even if you're running into something like Nami Lucian, which again, I feel like G2 are probably considering it in that game as well, you can still shut it down with a winning 3v3.
See, I'm not so sure, because I think like when you look at like second phase bans from Koi, if they're committing to AD carry, I don't think they remove something like the Misfortune. I also think their first 3 bans, there's not a lot of wiggle room right there. There's no way you give Elise over. There's probably no way you give the Draven over as well, especially if you're trying to first rotation the Lucian Nami, which puts you in a real bind, because one of the other things that happened in this draft is because they go for AD carry support and G2 don't match instantly, G2 get to pick mid, well, Koi are put in an impossible position. They need to pick Sejuani on 3, but then that also means they're going to get banned out and they can't get an immediate answer into the Jace, which is the real problem, and goes to show that G2 have a draft advantage because they are allowed to leave their bot lane picks for so late in the draft.
And the fact that they had a game 1 kind of all lights out win with a draft with some picks that weren't necessarily in everyone's meta, right? The Misfortune came up and all of a sudden you have that trump card coming into game 4.
Yeah, and it smashed in the team fights too. That MF was no joke.
So it's so interesting. G2 back on the blue side. Let's see if Koi has some more ideas to take them down. Let's kick it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox. It's going to be an exciting 4th game of this series. I think a lot of people, after seeing the first 2, expected it to be a 3-0. We'd be home. We'd be having our evening pizzas.
Yep. Love pizza.
You gotta call me out there, haven't you?
You'd love to have a pizza after a show day.
It's true.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's true. It's like
Hawaiian,
a ritual.
however.
Yeah, I do love
he
my
actually
Hawaiian
buys
pizzas.
tins of pineapple to put on pizzas.
Sometimes.
But he
That's
does
only
do
if that's only if the pizza establishment
You were
doesn't make
frustrated
Hawaiian.
at me when you came to my house and I didn't have spare pineapple tins.
That's true. Yes,
Wait, you were mad at him?
Okay, all of this is factually correct, yes. But let's not focus on the game, shall we, gentlemen? G2 back on the blue side. They will be taking Caitlyn away. And
Just watch all the SpongeBob, like, I don't get it.
You said something that really resonated with me, which is Koi feel like that they're forced into bans, which is the Draven, the Ashe, the Elise. Then that potentially leaves the Maokai open. So what do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do is the question. To be honest, I would swap the Ashe ban out for Maokai and just have something cooked up in the bot lane ready for this Ashe support.
I agree with you, actually.
Maybe play some kind of mini lane and just try to punish it.
They've shown that they can pick the Heimerdinger, and I think that you can still do Heimer. I know that Ashe is considered a good matchup into the Heimerdinger.
That's the Ashe ban.
They gave over Maokai again. I think this just stings, doesn't it? So what's the answer? They must have something prepared. Take away the Jace, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Take away the Jace.
I'm going to say I don't think Caps was the main problem in game 1.
I know, but it's just
Jace.
so much poke. Jace, Varus, Maokai, whatever it is, it's just so impossible to deal with at times. There's the Varus taken away. Nice. Then I'm going to go Lucian Nami, get a little bit of poke of their own. No.
Jarvan was banned in game 1.
No way. No.
Let's see if Malrang decides that Jarvan is the way to go here.
it's now the time and the place for a Jarvan, you know,
Well,
Malrang.
not any Jarvan, but Malrang's Jarvan, I would have, you know, succumbed to that temptation.
The main reason why I would have considered it is just because I think if you pair up proper dive, Jarvan very good into champions that don't have that inherent mobility like a Misfortune.
Yeah, but they would just pick Lucian Nami, I think, and it would just be impossible to get onto Lucian.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
So that's why I think if you want to play Jarvan, playing it later in the draft is fine. Now a Jarvan on 3 would make sense, right? But they're going to go Sivir, maybe Renata here for Mickey, some kind of Sivir melee support lane, Sivir Karma, yeah.
Oh, wow. So they're actually going in a very different direction compared to what they did in Game 1. Remember that this Karma can be flexed. We've seen multiple teams in the LEC do it, and G2 locking this in while you expect it to be in the bot side of the map could potentially move to mid, even though I wouldn't see any, like, right now, any massive value in doing so. As Koi, we expect them to round out with a support of their own. Maybe we actually get to see Trimby on a melee support. Oh, in fact, they're actually going to go for the blind Gnar.
I mean, Shigen, that did really well on Gnar, I think.
Oh, for sure.
He dodged a lot of ganks, was good in isolation.
Had good ults in the team fights.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that Koya realizing that comfort and is key right now, having them on just comfortable champions. Larson on the Azir, which I think G2 should. I mean, they did ban it away on the 1-2-3, the Azir and the Sylas, which is his comfort. Is he going to go back to something like the Victor on 4? We will see, but Jace ban is good. Like that a lot from Koi. We'll see if they double target mid here onto Caps. Jax is another one that's on the top of my head.
Yeah, full Broken Blade up towards that top lane, most played across the course of winter. G2 can look towards support bans here if they really want, can also try and pinch the mid lane pool a little bit. Sylas and Azir already taken away. There's the Lulu. Alongside that, Trimby's been very comfortable on, you know, the Nami.
I think... yeah, sorry.
No.
Is Karma flex here, you think?
I think could be flex top, actually. Broken Blade has played it twice so far. Could be that mid flex that Betty's already mentioned. But what would you... I don't see many things that you need to team up with Sivir that Karma couldn't do. If you want more all-in, maybe you want Mickey on the Nautilus just for engage potential later on, then banning out.
Yeah, so what I think is if they blind Nautilus or Leona on 4 here, Koi, I think Karma Flex Braum is actually pretty good, especially against Vi, if they want to go that direction. I'm not sure how good it is, but it makes it so bot lane is a lot less volatile in terms of needing jungler because, you know, the Karma gets hooked once and can die possibly. But there's the Jax ban.
I think that Koi will pick a Zia here.
It's banned.
Oh, right, yeah, my bad. That was... well, it's a good thing that they didn't pick a Zia then, isn't it? Yeah, the main reason why I think that they should pick mid here, mainly because I think that it's in their best interest to figure out where that Karma is going, because even if you just pick a control mage mid, the Karma's not going to have any like significant advantage, unless you're really thinking of like an assassin, but that wouldn't make any sense.
Varus support Kalista.
It's Varus support, yeah.
Or Kalista support with Varus.
Yeah, you could play both. I think Varus support is the one that players tend to lean towards more.
Yeah.
I think the only person I've seen play Kalista support is Keria, to be honest.
Yeah. Not a high bar to hit then, if you're trying to match him.
Yeah, best in the world. You know, it's quite easy to reach. Olaf there locked in for Broken Blade. It's going to be Caps Tristana again. So they're actually running back a similar sort of comp. They've just kind of taken the Sivir away and got themselves a Maokai.
I do think they've made their dive stronger, though, compared to last game.
Oh, Ari, great pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. A lot of extra mobility. Makes it much harder to lock down.
Yeah, it's a good answer to Tristana, I think. I mean, you get pushed in, but I think the mobility against Olaf Tristana is really important. The only struggle is the Maokai W.
Yeah, and the problem with getting pushed in is Caps has shown us just how much he can roam around the map in this series, and of course, over his entirety of his career. Getting pushed in does mean that Caps is opened up a little bit more on the map, but you do have the protection of, you know, Chain of Corruption down towards that bottom side, the Fate's Call from the Kalista as well. If you get to level 6, top lane Gnar should be relatively safe, even if he's put under a bit of pressure.
So they've actually kept Trimby on the Kalista. I was expecting comp. Let's not forget that this bot lane from Koi originally was the Kalista Soraka bot lane, right? From last finals. A bot lane that they didn't even practice. They just brought out because they thought that it would be good. Typically, when you think of comp, he is that hyper-aggressive AD carry. He is someone that can go toe-to-toe with Hans Sama when it comes to the early game skirmishes. So the fact that they put him on the Forest is a little bit surprising to me, but it looks like that he will be the primary carry on that. We'll see if Trimby cooks anything up. I don't suppose either of you have seen any support Kalista?
4 supports, actually. 4 support Kalistas for Trimby in solo queue.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2 of them, lost 2 of them. So, likes the Dustblade build with the Umbral Glaive. We'll see if he can start it out here once again. Has
as we played a bit around the world as well. We'll see if Koi can continue the reverse sweep and make it 2-2.
So, Kalista support. Keria played it towards the start of the split against Damwon when they were in a 1-1 series, or I should say DK+. They've changed their name now. And he's 100% winning on it. He played it last week against Genji as well. But the other supports, hang on a second, Caps might have to take W here, level 1.
Did have to do it in game 2 as well, game 3 as well.
The other supports like Kellen and Kale, they never really found success on it yet. No one's really won on it apart from Keria in the LCK.
I mean, Keria's really the only support that's been finding success on all these different AD carry champions and support, right?
So it's a bit of a hard one to pull off because you have to trade really hard level 1. And what T1 normally do is they stack waves bot and dive. And the Kalista can guarantee the push, and you have double Halo Blades bot, and you just burst them on the tower dive, right?
Yeah.
That's the idea. So Owner will always hover around, they'll force dives. Now, will Koi do the same kind of thing? Because in the other games, when that's actually not the strategy, the Kalista just falls off so quickly, just arrives at a Herald fight, does a little bit of damage, past that point, doesn't really offer anything. So you need to get this Varus ahead.
Not the conventional style for Koi. Usually they like to try and just scale up towards the later portions of the game. Yikes styling on his bot side camps here. Razorbeaks first for him. Marowang's going to get a leashless start on his Razorbeaks. Broken Blade places a ward, so they'll know where the Koi jungler is if he decides to go red next, or even if he doesn't, they know that he's probably on the other side of the map. Spotted out now as he goes around the corner. And Trimby and Comp, let's see how aggressively they want to trade at level 1. Is Cleanse on Trimby, double Hail of Blades as to be expected in the bottom lane. Futures market as well for Trimby. Do see this sometimes on range supports or on AD carry supports, I guess, where you want to be able to get towards those spikes a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and Karma support is actually not bad into the Kalista, because as she goes to trade, if you can hit Q and slow, then obviously she can't attack as much.
Right.
And then once the Halo Blades is off, that's when you can look to trade. So that's why Trimby's being really careful on his Q. So there's the Q, so now it just makes it so only 1 or 2 autos off, right? Ideally, you want to get 3 or 4 off, get the E, and then back away. But they're stacking the waves, but Malrang's not here. They're just going to get ganked by Yike. Will they fall prey to death?
As they see him on the ward now.
Comes in.
Mickey flashes in. Here's the level 2. Combat's to flash away. Trimby trying to dance away from this one as well. Yike puts down a sapling. That will get the slow flash forward with a twisted advance and knock back, and Comp falls prey to the level 1. Trimby takes an answering kill. Trying to turn it around here with the red buff, but does still have to flash, has the cleanse. Mantra W, cleanse away by Trimby. Flashes back, but he missed the Q! Comp respawns. Marowang's on his way down here. Now, what do we got in terms of sums? None for G2's bot lane. Marowang stands on a ward for a second. Are you gonna look for it? Caps on his way as well. We talked about Caps being able to roam out early. He's doing exactly that. Comp's still sprinting down towards this bottom wave. Wants to catch it before it gets pushed in, and Marowang and Trimby have been able to delay it long enough that Comp will get here in time.
Now, G2, they're able to get a kill onto Hansama, and ideally they would have pushed this wave underneath the tower so that Comp lost this entire wave, but he was able to get back in time thanks to Marowang and Trimby holding the line. Overall, though, it comes back to what you were saying, Kadril. This bot lane for Comp, Koi rather, wants to get ahead in the early game, but Yike pathed in a way that allowed them to look for an early gank. They force out all of these summoners, and the fact that they get that kill onto Comp means that you're already mitigating a lot of the early power that this Varus Kalista is supposed to have in the early trade.
If he hits that Q, he's dead, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think he is as well, but I think the pain there is, I think Mickey is screaming to go onto Comp, but Yike was really hesitant. He eventually flashed W him. He could have done it a bit sooner, I think. Because I think he might be running Nimbuscloak regardless. He was in range, but then by the time he did it, he took a tower shot. That's why it ended up in a 1-for-1. Should have pulled the trigger faster. Mickey looks really adamant in the play. Didn't want to go for Trimby whatsoever. But yeah, Koi's bot lane, no sums left. Both junglers will need to hover around.
And Marowang did path top side to bot side, so now cleaning out his Gromp.
Yeah, look at this bot wave. Koi needs to look for a dive. Needs to force something here. This is the power of the Kalista Varus. Stack up the wave. Dive potential is insane. Here comes the dive. Yikes on the top side. If they can pull this off, 2 for 0, this bot matchup is just going to sway so hard into Koi's favor. They ideally want to pull this wave out, get this one in, stack up 3. Any TPs? Caps needs to cover this, otherwise bot lane is over.
Yike is stealing away Razorbeaks while all of this is happening. He won't be able to get here in time. G2, all hands to the pumps, all defense on. Boomerang going out. Looking for the knockup, they can't get to Hansama. Instead, they go for Mickey. Comp was taking the tower, but Comp will get one. TP coming in from Caps as he joins the party. He's looking for Comp, and the damage is coming down. Double bomb from Caps! That's truly a bomber if I've ever seen one. Trimby retreating away. Caps gets 2. Larson came a little bit late to join the fray. And in the end, the tower dive goes in favor of G2.
You called the teleport, Cadril, and the timing was fantastic. Mickey body blocks for Hansummer as much as he can. Comp takes the tower aggro, which means that he takes the initial tower shot, and Caps without hesitation dives in, applies the bomb onto Comp, waits for the explosion, and the damage is good.
And you might laugh and say, Malrang, why are you standing on top of Comp as well? Why are you going to tank the bomb? Well, if he flashes to the left, he's just going to get a reset and jumped on top of anyway, right? He's 1 HP. There's no real way he can get out, so can't really fault Malrang for just standing on top of his AD carry there. I think he's dead no matter what. Even flashing over the wall, he can't escape. Now it's G2's turn. This is the old school 2019 meta. You're bot wave stacking, you get dove. Then it bounces, and now we dive you. Yike's trying to threaten it. Malrang's here to cover. Looks like it won't come to anything, but he's holding the wave there. That's going to be a bit of a pain for Hans. Maybe he's going to stop his base here to try to get it in.
Yeah,
and that's when Koi strike.
They look for it. Comp is low here. No flash, no heal. Ignite is ticking, and Comp will fall, but Hansummer next up. Trimby gets another. Malrang chasing in here as well. You can see Yike tentatively thinking, can I join? Not in time. It's a double for Trimby. And who's the AD carry now? The Callista is online.
Trimby's Callista mechanics looking clean. Malrang's flash Q was a little short, but they end up securing a double kill to the bot side of the map, and Koi are staying relevant in this early game. The gold actually in their favor. Caps should be able to secure a plate off the back of this, forcing Larson to commit the TP. But overall, I was very concerned for Koi initially after the struggles that they faced in the early 2 versus 2, especially with the Caps TP down, but they didn't hesitate. They looked to punish Hansummer and Mickey as they tried to push the wave underneath the tower. And now Koi is definitely in a favorable position as we look back towards bot.
They are, and now my eyes are on Larson. It's time to get involved in this game, buddy. It's been a 4v3 in bot for this majority of the game. Caps coming down level 3, level 4, then the TP to cover the dive. And you can kind of understand why. The Tristana does get the push into the Ahri early on. Level 7, couple points in Q now. He can start to push back. I think Larson is the one who needs to start helping his team. With this level 6 on Vi coming through soon as well. Start trying to punish as a mid jungle.
I completely agree. Ahri's Q. Oh, hang on.
Caps knows there's no charm, so we can just get some free damage in.
Yep. But yeah, Ahri's Q damage is very strong, especially once you hit that level 7, level 9. Should be able to push through these waves, but he's not looking for a roam just yet. Yike is moving into the enemy jungle. Caps is trying to get the push. Top has the push as well, which means that the rest of G2 are here to assist Yike, especially with Mickey in mid-wave as well.
Shigenda looking to trade a little bit here in the top lane. Ragnarok comes out from Broken Blade to dodge away from the Gnar. Lots of damage onto Broken Blade though, and no real minion wave for them. Shigenda goes into the mini Gnar, flashes away. Caps has a flash of his own. Buster shot, explosive is enough. Malrang facing up against Yike down towards the bottom side, and now Yike is on the wrong side of the rift. Looks like it might just be a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Yike was down the Nature's Grasp, but no escape from Malrang. Broken Blade running away. Larson gets a couple of resets. Could look for a little bit more here, but with the undertow connecting, I think Larson will just be looking to catch this wave.
G2's bot lane's here as well. Hans has moved up from bot side. Mickey too. Larson could look to Charm Flash here, but Broken Blade has Flash. He will get out. A couple plates could fall down to Hans here as he hits the mid tower. Herald's up.
So let's kind of look back quickly at how that happened, because G2, they had the push in mid. They also had Karma rotating up towards top first, and it's Caps who's here first on the play. He plays it very well, waiting for the bomb to secure that kill. Then Yike becomes a little bit isolated from his team as Mickey tries to make his way up to assist. I think at this point, G2 need to be looking at the rest of the map. Maybe they can push another wave in top, but you can see the Sivir in mid lane as well, catching that additional wave, pushing that in, and potentially setting up G2 for a Herald contest as they're already in a position. And look at this. Yike respawns immediately back out onto the map. He goes to mid. They send Tristana down to bot to catch that wave. And they have enough members to secure this objective. So sure, it ends up being a 1-for-1, but you think about what Shigenda ended up losing off the back of that play, on top of the fact that it means a Herald with which G2 can use to unlock more on the map.
I also think the important thing in this game that's different from game 1 is Yike is really far behind. He's not been the winner of any of these kills. He's the only AP damage on this team, so he's going to be really slow in getting towards that Demonic Embrace and Leandry, so that helps Koi out so much in these Dragon fights. And it helps the itemization out just that little bit extra. So cross maps coming in, as you highlighted, Vedi. Dragon for Herald, looking for a few plates down here. I think they ideally want to make sure the Sivir can catch the wave safely on a tower, so Yike needs to make his way down here. Giving gold over to the Olaf is nice, but I think Sivir is their win condition.
And even though Trimby's picked up most of the kills in this bottom lane, you can see Comp actually still top of the leaderboards in terms of gold, close to Caps, close to Hansummer, but
Larson struggling a little bit, hasn't been able to pick up plates in the mid lane, just constantly trying to catch the waves being pushed into him by Caps. Broken Blade will steal away this red. It's much ado about nothing for Malrang. Doesn't really care that Broken Blade is in his topside jungle.
We have to keep our eyes on the mid jungle here for Koi. They look like they want to contest this red buff. The control ward goes down. Larson is threatening Caps right now, trying to get a bit of chip damage over the wall. And the bot lane needs to get that push so that they can come to assist. Trimby does just that, moving up towards the tri-bush, but they realize Comp, he wants to go back to base, spend some of that money, and they're going to disengage from this situation.
Umbral Glaive on Kalista will help so much on this bot vision. Can clear out everything G2 have, and Malrang.
Oh, 32 HP on it, couldn't get there in time. He's trying to dodge away from all of these saplings, but he may have gone a little bit too far now. He's going to get slowed.
Trouble.
Doesn't have flash, has cease and desist. Could go in onto Caps, immediately dives in. The charm coming in as well. They look to isolate Caps. Can they take him down? They can't. Caps on a rampage now. Mickey on the chase, double Spirit Rush available for Larson, though he'll use those charges to get the hell out of there.
The idea was to create a 1-for-1. Malrang, he overcommitted, trying to steal away the red buff. And as a result of that, they thought that maybe they had enough damage to kill Caps, but the root from Maokai stopped Larson from being able to use his ultimate, and that meant that G2 could walk away with the kill as Mickey and Hans Sama arrived to the fight.
It's interesting that he dashes over to try to steal it when his bot lane based. Broken Blade diving top.
Red buff Ragnarok going in. Meganar coming out from Shigenda, though. The extra health might be enough. Broken Blade flashes and gets the solo bolo.
What a monster. He knows these limits on this champion so well. Just a slither of HP left, pulls off the 1v1 dive.
Beautifully played by Broken Blade, really knowing the limits of his champion there. And another big advantage gained for G2. Larson not really having any mana to do much on the map, but he's also going up against Hansama, who has so much wave clear, going to be keeping him underneath the tower. Koi find themselves at a slight deficit for the time being. Not the end of the world. But you think about later into this game, the amount of utility that G2 have. Caps goes in onto Comp.
Trimby's on his way, though. Chain of Corruption coming out. They're going to turn it back around with a face call. Caps has nowhere to go in the shutdown. Goes over to Comp. Just funnel the money into his pockets. Mickey next up. They're under chase and underneath the tower. Mickey can only die. A double for Comp. And what a comeback in the bot lane for Koi.
Koi are alive in this series. Game 2 surely woke them up. Game 3 was phenomenal, and now in Game 4, they are fighting back, and it's through bot lane, through the win condition they had all year long last year. Top side is weak side, and bot lane is the lane to play through, and they're making it work.
And what I love about it is when Hansama and Trimby were together on Rogue all those years ago, they were the duo that would do this all the time. They would make that bot lane play in the bush. They'd wait for someone to overextend. We saw Comp and Trimby try it in Game 1, it failed. Now we see Hansama and Mickey try it, it fails, and Yike is trying to make something happen in the mid lane. Larson trying to get away, the Ricochet is not going to do enough damage to fell the Ahri in the mid lane. Koi, though, with a 2,000 gold lead now, coming up to the 13-minute mark, a minute 20 on the Drake. And will look to take their next fight around it.
Comp, he realizes there might be some danger here, but he plays close to the river, pops the heal, throws the ultimate out, which buys enough time for Trimby to get over the wall, flash, ulti, and then set up the play for the Koi bot lane. Comp doing a fantastic job, but who knew that Trimby was such a talented Kalista player? 3-0-4 is the scoreboard right now, and his plays have been instrumental in getting Koi the early lead that they have.
Look at the bot lane lead, 4,000 gold total. Single-handedly carrying the top side right now of Koi. Fans are going wild here in the studio for both of these teams. Game is neck and neck, actually slightly Koi favored, of course. With this next dragon spawning, they should be able to pick that one up pretty easily. The only issue they have right now is top. Struggling a little bit, 2 plates over to Broken Blade in isolation, a solo kill, but in terms of experience, Shigenda is all right. Pause has come through. And the Fnatic fans know that their team has arrived.
One time I'll allow the Fnatic chance today. We'll see if it works as a hack for G2. They can take a moment to breathe. You can see Broken Blade there, taking a moment just to evaluate a situation in the game. We'll find out what the pause is for in just a couple of moments' time for Assault. Yep. But what a game it's been. Explosive, to say the least.
Oh, yeah.
This Kalista Varus from Koi. Currently, definitely in the driver's seat of this game. Next dragon about to spawn. If they can get 2 on the clock, they're in a very strong position to continue to force fights.
I'm trying to start the game.
Just want to clarify, for those that don't know, Kedril does in fact not possess the power to start the game.
That's what you want them to believe.
No, stop
Betty.
it, man. Stop it.
I'm not a rioter, man. I don't work for as a freelancer. I can spread these facts. We're going to pull back the veil, Vedius, on you red badges.
Or does he possess Let me just start it in the next 5 seconds.
Oh, really? You can start in the next 5 seconds, can you? 5,
Give me 10.
3,
give me 10.
2,
no, give me 10. Let me get the button stuck.
Get wide. Oh, the button's stuck. I'll give you another 5, 4, 3, 2.
Why are you trolling me, buddy? You're supposed to be on my team.
I was trying to help you, and then you said,
Later on this episode of Sesame Street, Count Vedius will tell us how to count from 6 instead of just 5. But just so everyone knows.
Do you want to run through the alphabet again, my friend?
Yeah. Marang's client did crash.
Yeah, I'll do it.
He is back into the game now, so we should be just unpausing it. You're going to do it?
Yeah, there we go. Do you hear the game?
Oh, I do hear the game.
Okay, let me just
Dulcet
put the screen on. Let me put the telly on. 1 sec.
Okay. Take your time.
Producers.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you, Pedro. And we're back in. 7-7 the scoreline. 2,000 gold or 1,700 between the two teams right now. Next Dragon up in 70 seconds. And that's what Koi is going to look for.
It's good that this is a best of 5, not a best of 3, because after that 2 first games, we would have been making some wild conclusions about the strength of G2.
It's better than a best of 1 at least, eh?
Better than best of 1 at least, but here we are, best of 5. Koi still have a chance, a fighting chance at that. Mid-wave contest coming in, Dragon is still up, and G2 look like they want to fight.
G2 have position in the river right now. Jigenda with no TP is stuck in top lane. It looks to me like Koi is just going to sacrifice this dragon, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Perhaps they can cross-map it for a tower in top lane. Larson going to catch the bot wave. Comp and Trimby going to catch the mid one. For the time being, no action will ensue. 30 seconds though on the Herald. Koi is in a good position to be able to secure that one, and maybe they can use it to unlock the mid tower. One thing I will say is sieging against this G2 composition can be difficult for Koi, largely just because you have double AD carry wave clear. One of those AD carries is a Sivir, and you have the threat of a Maokai ultimate. So every time you approach that tower, there is a real world where Maokai can just throw the ulti down and potentially lock you up. So
Cap's going to go in. As soon as you know the charm's down, you can put some damage down. Control will keep Larson safe from a couple of extra auto attacks. Caps with the Gale Force forward though. Everfrost just short. And unsurprisingly, the player with 4 kills in this game comes out slightly ahead in terms of trades.
A lot of damage, isn't there? Caps, even though he's down a level, can look to burst through Larson if he gets in range with 1 more auto and an ultimate.
But also good use of the Gale Force to sidestep some of the skill shots there from Caps. Just great awareness.
However, Malrang's here, and there's a cease and desist.
Yeah.
And I'm...
he buffered it!
No way can you do that!
Oh my god, what?
That was... I've never seen that before. Wow.
So everyone knows about Tristana W buffers,
sure.
but I've never seen it from a Vi ultimate before.
I've seen it from Ezreal E on Vi.
Yeah.
But I've never seen it from Tristana W. I think the timing is a little bit harder than Ezreal
That was
E.
clean.
So well played by Caps.
Was forced to use his flash there, but at the end of the day, ends up just being a summoner that, not the end of the world for him.
Oh, the button broke again.
I'm sorry, man. We're going to have to hold that button down for the rest of the cast, I'm afraid. We will just work out what's going on. Yeah, not something we commonly see. Unsurprising that it's Caps who continues to surprise us in the LEC. And considering the rest of the series, although he's had a few good moments, the games haven't been about him. This one, very much about how much he can carry from the mid lane here. 4-1 currently on that Tristana. And although the Koi bot lane is ahead, you always feel that Caps can wreak havoc when it comes to a team fight.
Definitely can. Especially in a team fight where it's very front to back heavy. He's got a Sivir by his side this time, doesn't have to super commit next to things like the Nautilus. With the Karma by his side, he can play the team fights a little bit slower, not have to just dive in there and see what happens.
And you've got Broken Blade just sprinting at the enemy team as well during a fight, right? Ragnarok run at the AD carry, see what you can do. Gives Caps and Hansama a little bit more freedom, a little bit more space.
It sounds so easy. You just right-click them.
I mean, yeah, like Olaf as a champion can be very complex, but at his essence, he is press R, right click.
True, but hitting the axis is
oh yeah, that's the complicated part.
Yeah,
but
once you hit the axis, that's when you are a standout Olaf player. And Broken Blades took a page out of Adam's book recently and said, you know what, it's broken.
Yeah,
and no one else thought the same.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like I always get mad at pros because there's how many champions?
160 something, I think. I'm going to say 165, but I might be wrong.
And they sit there and they go, there's only 3 playable champions in the whole game.
It's true.
Sorry, that's it. It's not true. You know it's not.
It's a fact.
It's not true.
I mean,
it's like you trying to tell me that Lee Sin is the only viable jungler. You know that's not.
Can't play it. Right. 50s again. More buffs. It's win rate went up, but more buffs.
Do you know, like, I stand by the fact that, you know, I did introduce Nocturne into professional play, you know, and no one thought that it was good. I was telling them for years, and then what happened? It became pick ban, first pick, top lane.
So his passive killed creeps
faster. I will also say that
that's what they know.
complaining about their
pro players only playing a few different champions.
Yeah.
When you were Nocturne mid one trick.
Yeah, but I'm not a pro
years.
player. You know what I mean?
You were a pro player.
Well, okay, yeah.
I cast you in a professional game of League of Legends.
That was like 10 years ago.
10 years. Maybe because you weren't playing Nocturne mid. That may be the issue.
Yeah, no, I was a big Ahri advocate back in the day. I was a good Ahri.
You played Katarina for a short time as well?
No, I didn't really.
Okay.
I always wanted to play.
Is that more like you tried to play Katarina, but the buttons never really...
and then I never actually could play Katarina. There was an opportunity there, you see, for me to make fun of you, and then I didn't. See? Growth. That's what I like to see on the desk.
There? Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention to what you were saying.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying anything. That's probably why you weren't paying attention. A peripheral issue for Larson right now. We're just sorting things out. I do think we have a replay of the Tristana jump, so he can be doubly surprised. You know, the button one.
Give us a replay.
Marcus said that perhaps we could bring that up. And now that I've called him out specifically, he knows if it doesn't come up, everyone's going to tweet at Marcus, even though that's not his Twitter username.
Just some random person.
Marcus. Why would you do this? Why have you not started the game?
Just starts trending on Twitter. Who's Marcus?
I wish we had that much power.
Interesting.
But we'll see if it comes up. If it doesn't,
will we
just
see?
Keep talking. Well, hopefully we will see.
I feel like you muted there and I got muted too. Something just happened weird in my headset when you talked there.
It might be someone.
It did, right?
What happens is, when producers talk to us, everything else gets muffled.
Yeah, I didn't hear them though.
So, yeah, sometimes they press the button by accident and you get muffled. Or they're trying to talk to you and you're about to talk, so they then don't want to talk over you.
I see, right. That makes sense.
I think we're getting into games soon.
Why would you say that? That's like, I taught you this like 2 years ago.
Okay, let's see if it works then. I'm going to say the player said ready, and they're going to start the game.
We're going to start the game in a couple of seconds, Cadril.
I think so too.
How many? Yeah.
6.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Medic has the button!
It was Medic all along.
Medic has to start the game!
I was his ghost. He was my ghostwriter. It was Pedro and Medro.
All right, let's take stock of the game. We're 16.5 minutes in. The goal is pretty much even. Small advantage for Koi. We're even in Drakes, even in Towers. Koi found themselves a game down right now, but definitely in a position where this game is winnable.
It's always winnable, Vedius. Not over until the next explodes. The energy in the studio here is electric. All the fans just screaming their hearts out. And now it's just a mid-wave contest again. I feel like I said that the last time the pause came through, but it's the same scenario we're in. 1-3-1. Both teams just looking for a little bit of mid-push, a little bit of vision, and there's no real neutrals to play over right now. But Larson.
Thanks for the charm onto Caps. Caps can just jump away if he so desires and set orders to control a couple of times.
Larson now has kill threat onto Caps. And Caps is going to respect that, so he's just going to back away.
Doesn't have any vision on the bot side either, so like a Vi could be waiting in the bush. You could have Chimbi there. Both of them are down towards that bottom side. G2 did do a good job of taking the last 2 neutrals, though. They secured themselves the Dragon and had the Rift Herald sitting in Yike's inventory. About a third of the timer down off of that. Doesn't really get you too much, apart from, the charge. There's no plates left for you, but if you take this mid tier 1 and with 4 members strong, you could push in for a tier 2, or you could just use it later on around the Dragon timer to try and get yourself some mid priority.
The poke is strong from Comp. We could see the amount of damage he was able to unload onto Mickey. Of course, there is a 5-level difference, which does contribute, but G2 continue.
Oh! Mickey flashes away from the Gnar, then use the Mantra W with the poke from range. The healing from the W, he gets away. Mickey walks out of it.
No way.
Wow. Incredibly close there for Mickey. He was able to flash away from the Mega Gnar ultimate just at the right time. If that had connected, he definitely would have lost his life. Comp, though, with the Q and the W, didn't quite have enough damage to secure the kill, which means that nothing really going to come off the back of that. We're now waiting for the next major objective to spawn. They know that, well, Koi, I should say, know that they can move into the enemy bot side jungle, get a bit of deep vision down, maybe look for a pick. The Vi Ahri combo, very easy to set up for Ahri to land that charm and look for a pick.
Definitely is, and that's the power of those 2 champions in the mid game. They're looking for that pick onto Caps, but it looks like Mickey's the one covering it off, making sure that the mid laner G2 is safe. Broken Blade looks like he landed an axe, but Shigenda's going to come out of the Mega Gnar form and get a little bit of move speed. So yeah, I think the game's just quieting down a little bit until this next Dragon. 50 seconds on the spawn. I think Koi is pretty happy to take the fight now, I'd imagine. This is probably one of the points where they're strongest in terms of raw champion matchups against G2. The Sivir doesn't really have her IE or Navori completed, wherever it may be. The Tristana also doesn't have it completed, so I think this is going to be the fight that Koi takes.
I wonder how far Hansama is away from that Navori, though. He's only sitting at 300 gold right now, so does still need a little bit in his pockets. Chisano as well. 1.6k there, though, for Caps, but he does need to finish Zerkers and IE if he wants to get to that 2-item power point. Might just back finish off the Zerkers here and get himself the pickaxe. So almost at that Infinity Edge, but with 9 seconds on the Drake, he won't have it in time. Riftailed goes down towards the bottom side of the map. You can see Malrang hovering around this tower. Broken Blade's going to push it in. And that will be a tier 1 falling. Dragon starting, Malrang going in. Look at the camps once again. Once again, the buffer jump. Nature's Grass coming out as Yike tries to lock up Larson, but off towards the top side of the fight. Mickey's already been assassinated. Now Broken Blade is looking to Ragnarok, and Ragnarok on his way through Trenby. And the Kalista can only do so much to get out of it. A shutdown going over to Hansama in the end as he gets the kill. The Dragon secured as well for G2. Shigenda going in, but Larson can't get in range to get the charm up in time. And Undertow connects the Ravenous Hydra. Doing quite a lot of work. The arrow not enough. Dragon secured by G2.
Cap slams the door in Koi's face. They want to look for the engage, but he buffers the jump so well that there's no follow-up on the charm. He's just too far away. Too many units, distance, and a couple of things in the way. I think the Dragon was there too that he jumped behind. So the engage was a bit scuffed. They turn onto Mickey, who was split off, but then they have nothing left. Broken Blaze just runs them down.
It was Yike's ultimate that I think that made the fight so difficult for Koi to fully commit to, because you can see Malrang goes in, Jigenda and Larson want to try and follow up, but the buffer there from Caps, along with this ultimate, look, it just roots up the front line. Yeah. The flash from Malrang forced to create space, then Larson's forced to disengage from the fight immediately, and then Trimby's like, well, I flashed away, I can't get away from this Olaf, and at this point they've lost all position in the river, and they can't continue the fight. Koi, they need to find that initial pick and convert it into a winning team fight, but you see how much mobility Caps and Hansama with the Spell Shield have, and they make it very difficult for Koi to find a winning team fight.
Bless the players, it's a bit hard to
Yeah,
lose focus, regain focus.
Stop.
What was the last plan? Because you're not allowed to talk in a pause, you know? The pros aren't allowed to talk about strategy, they're not allowed to talk about anything. You just have to talk about the issue at hand. So you kind of forget what the next play was. And then you have to remind yourself, and that takes, you know, a lot of energy to get everyone back on the same page, get the energy back up in the comms, and it's now 3 times where it's dropped. So it's Koi again with the pause. I think they have another technical issue. So the best thing to do in this pause is sleep. Yeah, just turn the PC off, restart it.
I'll have a nap.
Medics joining Broken Blade there.
I was looking to see if there was a comfy way to lie on this floor, but I don't think there
definitely isn't.
And I'm an old man and my knee hurts, so
it's fair, man.
Probably shouldn't do that.
Old age gets to
all of us. Just as a reminder, this is the upper semi-final. A winner of this will go through to our finals on Sunday. No games on Monday next week, but we will have SK facing off against Mad Lions on Friday. And then the winner of that versus the loser of this on Saturday. And then the winner of this versus the winner of that on Sunday.
So the main takeaway, they're telling me, Medic, as an LEC enjoyer, is that LEC is on Friday this week.
It is on Friday this week.
And it's on Sunday this week, the finals.
Yes.
And there's no LEC next Monday.
No LEC
So
next
it's
Monday.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday this weekend.
Yes.
So I get LEC in 4 days' time.
It's Friday, yes, then Saturday, Sunday. What?
It's Friday. Yeah, okay, bang it.
Anyway, we're going to hand over to the analyst desk as we start to sing. Guys, please, save us.
Medic has such a soothing voice. It's crazy. Ender!
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, where am I?
There's another peripheral issue. So
Oh, God, not another one.
Yeah. To be fair, we fell asleep after it got paused. We would never fall asleep during that game because it was actually, all jokes aside, super hype. And it's also super close. And I feel like it's the first game of the series, and that's why it's so unfortunate that it's been riddled with pauses, where it's actually blow for blow.
Yeah, definitely. I think finally, again, with Koi in the early game specifically, they're finding ways to translate their early game leads. And I think at first glance, we were looking at the double range bot lane, carrier special coming through now, and Trimby instead on the Kalista. And honestly, he's been phenomenal on the Kalista so far.
100%. I mean, just from the laning, sort of trading back against the early ganks, then also a couple roams towards the top side of the map. He has been involved in every single one of the 7 kills that Koi have gotten so far. And I cannot say enough praise that you're playing a Kalista and being involved in every single kill. That's just wild how he's translating his pressure around the map.
Maybe it's why Larson was only involved in one of the 7.
That's true, yeah.
That's
Larson's
true.
taking a backseater while Trimby's all over.
Yeah, but once again, when you play a lane like this, it's so important that you have that early jungle manipulation to come through. Yike was really quick on the ball, but Malrang, as we know him, stayed out on the map to make sure that he could influence this lane back in his favor. At some point in the game, I believe Trimby even had more gold than Comp just because of how the skirmishes went in the early game as well. And as you said, he's out on the map.
All right, now I'm gonna do a little bit of a comparison.
It's okay. Can I give one piece of info first?
Go
They're
crazy.
replacing a PC on stage, so that will just take a few minutes.
Okay.
So go ahead.
I hope they don't have to like build the whole PC. You know, the process. I'm sure we have a
I'm
couple
sure- yeah, I'm
lying
sure
around.
it's already done.
No, but I got a little comparison because I know the casters, Cadril, you know, talking about, oh yeah, I watched T1, I'm so cool. Keria played the Callista. So I'm looking at the stats here. T1 Keria had a KDA of 14 on the Callista. Okay, that's pretty good. Trimby's got a KDA of 7, but technically no deaths, so it's like basically infinity. Damage per minute. T1 Keria, 385. Not bad, not bad. Trimby, 384.
Ooh.
Right there. But it gets better because Keria only 82.4% kill participation, so kind of slacking there. I'd expect better of a Korean support, but you know, it is what it is. But the forward percentage also 36.2 for Mr. Trimby in the bot side to 34 for Keria.
So you're saying he's as good as Keria?
I'm saying he's better according to 2 of these stat lines.
Wow. This is why we love stats, and when we will
Stats are real, baby.
use them
Stats
to our
are real.
advantage.
Game's not even over yet.
No, it just feels like it maybe, but it's not because it's incredibly close. But on the point of Trimby, it's actually really cool because he has been very vocal since he's joined the league, actually in PGL and in interviews and all that, and he always has been saying, "I will always do what we think is right for the game, for the lane, for the situation that we find ourselves in." Even like the time when everyone was playing or didn't want to play Enchanters, or were saying we're not going to play Yuumi or whatever, he is very, very willing to not only break the mold, but sometimes play the mold if necessary, but then, like in this case, just go above and beyond to try something new in an elimination, not an elimination main, but the elimination
To seed
game
you
of the
into
series.
finals,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, just like personally speaking to him and theory crafting, you know, you speak to different players, and some players are super adamant in the way that they believe the game should be played. Whenever you come with a theory to Trimby, he goes like, okay, and then like he's so curious. And that special character trait to have in a player, I think it's so important. And I think we've seen it so many times for him as well, just due to the fact, you know, the Soraka on stage at finals, now coming through with the Ashe earlier, the Callista now. I think it's so important that not only are you curious, but you dare to kind of question the entire fundamental of the game, like we saw G2 do, for example, in game 2.
It's true, guys. I know I've seen him sort of, he's a bit of a connoisseur hanging out over in LS streams, you know, trying to get all the goss on what the next top bot lane champion is going to be. But also, like, just like last year, he was like the OG range support, I think, here in EU, just playing so many of those, and other people was all about the engaged supports that, you know, Mickey would love to play on the opposite side. And I think expectations coming into this year, when the meta just fully adopted, like, oh, it's double range bot lane like every single game, we thought Comp Trimby was going to be like the top bot lane in Europe. Like, and the BO1s, honestly, they didn't step up to that expectation. It was a weak showing in the BO1s for them and the rest of the team. Everyone sort of needed some time to get there. But since we've gotten to the best ofs, they have absolutely elevated. And this Callista pick is just showing yet another layer of talent on Trimby.
Yeah, it's going really well. But can they close this one out, I guess, is the big question. You guys were commenting on kind of like the way, you have such a...
Just keep it going, just keep it going. Sorry, I really agree with the question that you're about to bring on as well.
I agree with the question.
Because I think it's a really good question.
He's reading your mind.
Due to the fact
Edward Cullen right here.
Yeah, sorry. This is super good for the early game, right? It's super good where you keep the game going and you do snowball, snowball, snowball. The problem that what I currently have right here is that you're playing into these champions over here, okay? And these champions are super hard to lock down. We've seen it already a couple times into the game where Malrang is trying to ult on towards the Tristana, but Caps is buffering it. And when you want to ult the Sivir as well, you have to have a very niche timing where the smite comes down to proc the spell shield, and then you can kind of stop them from getting Sivir ulted instead, or Sivir spell shielded instead. And that's super difficult. So Callista with the short range and with the damage kind of getting mitigated the further the game go, I think Rogue is on a little bit of a timer here as well, and that's what makes me worried about the Callista so far.
Koi are also on a timer.
Oh, yes. I had to do one.
You lasted 5 weeks before the first slip. I forgive you there.
Well, it used to be Rogue time, right? And then it was like the inverse.
That's true. Now it's like Koi. I mean, Koi
No,
don't really
someone
have
made
a
a
time.
joke. Oh my god,
It was
that's
just
such a good joke.
It was that they've gone
Medic.
rogue.
On reflection, I wish I voted for Bounce.
Well, look at that. Look
I
at
would have
that.
voted for Bounce, yeah.
Well, no reflections allowed. Oh. Is it back to us? I think it's back to us.
Is it back to us?
I think we're
Is it
about
back to us?
ready to get back
Is it us?
into the game.
I wasn't
The
ready
game,
for that.
I believe has
It
started.
is us, I think. There we
It is
are.
us. There we
Oh,
are.
in game!
We were sitting down. And here we are.
Back into the game.
Surely there'll be no more issues.
Huge action gonna happen very soon in about 4 minutes, guys.
1, 2, 3.
Benny, I don't think we can count to 240 here.
Don't challenge me.
What comes after 8? Right, so Koi contesting mid-wave. Baron is up, no dragon for 4 minutes. This is the third time I've said this out of pause, but this is the map state. 1-3-1, most likely to come through as Shigenda's hovering mid to make sure Comp can catch this wave.
G2 in a strong spot though, 1,000 gold ahead. Second item complete on both Caps and Hun Summer. As AD carry is going to dish out the DPS as the game goes on. 3 items though on Comp, and Trimby still pretty strong, 2,000 gold ahead of Mickey, but as the game goes on, the Kalista support means less and less in terms of the total gold value of your team. Yeah, she's got a Fate's Call. Yeah, she'll put out some damage, but it's not going to be as effective as a traditional AD carry.
Big boulder there to get the wave for Shigenda. Nice little Gnar skin. So again, Malrang hovering behind Larson. Just sitting there, waiting for him to take this top tier 1. Caps is not even there. He's bombed.
Oh, Shigenda look for the double jump. Blast go. Oh. Okay, that's how that works. Then flashes away.
Okay, well.
Was Shigenda on top of the blast going? Because it does knock you up if you're directly on top of it.
Yeah, I think he was.
That was
But they're looking for no flash on Yike. This could be a pick here for Koi if they want to commit.
But instead, they've gone for Mickey. Cease and desist use on him. Larson's going to try and get away from Yike. The chase on for Mickey. He will fall. Larson escapes up towards the top side. Don't see if he used the ultimate there.
A good pick from Koi, punishing Mickey out of position. Did lose him his flash as well, or rather did cost him his flash. G2 though.
Oh, Larson did use the ult, and Yike's going for the chase here. It's Demonic Radiant Virtue. I think Yike actually might win these. TP coming in, Nature's Grasp.
He's dead.
Like, Nature's Grasp behind him, but as you say, it may very possibly be dead. Twisted Advance, Malrang holds onto the Q. Nature's Grasp coming out, but that's a jungle dead. Hun Summer's on the wrong side of the rift, as is Caps. Baron, a possibility here, Veddy, as you call for it.
I mean, Larson is pretty low, so is Trimby. It seems that they don't want to gamble it, but this doesn't mean that G2 have a beeline down the mid lane. They're not going to take advantage of it. Instead, they're just going to steal away some camps, look for a quick reset. Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall with Mickey's earlier death, and then Yike going for a bit of a questionable play, quite frankly. Tried to find a pick onto Larson, but he ends up losing his life as a result, and now the gold is dead even. We can see how it is divided between the two teams, the bot side for Koi and the top side in favor of G2. And these fights, it feels like the longer the game goes, the easier it gets for G2. We'll see how Koi look to approach as we get closer and closer to the 4th Drake of the game.
This is the first Kalista support in the world that completes their Mythic. Wow. Most of the games that they're playing,
really,
it's Umbral Glaive or it's a Serpent's Fang and the game's over. But now 2 items on Kalista. We'll see what the Dustblade can do in team fights.
So invisible
Being
in the team
involved in
fights,
every single kill probably does help.
Yeah, it does. And getting, 4 of them for yourself.
Yeah, somewhat helpful.
Elevates you towards that Dustblade. Obviously, Umbral Glaive giving you gold. Out. Oh, yes. Wow. Oh, yes. That's the Barret's damage we come to expect.
Yeah, that wasn't even a fully charged Q, was it?
No.
Just saying that felt personal. You know what I mean? He just threw the ultimate out, dropped a full combo onto Caps.
And the ult will be back up for the Dragon fight if they want to use it there. At the moment, they are setting up around this Baron. They're on a control board.
Hello.
They have started it. Caps hasn't had a
no
chance to
teleport,
fully
remember?
reset. As you say, Broken Blade's no teleport, but I think Koi perhaps didn't realize that there was control ward there.
I think that they were just
or maybe they did.
trying
Thought
to
Caps
bait
might TP in.
G2 into the river. They were trying to find a pick where they could. They know that Broken Blade cannot get involved in the fight right now. Now he's on his way up. Pushed out the bot wave, making his way up towards mid. G2 have to play the patient game. Yike actually got the smite over the wall.
It was just in range. That hurts a little bit in terms of vision, but you can use it against them.
Broken Blade going all the way around here. Was spotted.
Hello.
Cleared out that ward. Nature's Guard's coming out. Larson has the Spirit Rush. Comp might get caught here. Tries to dodge between the two. Does still have the flash, but Caps is diving forward. Fate's Call's going to lock him up. Chain of Corruption coming out as well, but Yike! Body blocks perfectly. Instead, they go into Caps with the cease and desist. Comp and Trimby are dead on the back line. Now it's on to Malrang, Larson, and Shigenda to win this 3v3. Broken Blades running forward with the Ghosts. They're going to try and disengage, but Hun Summer opens up. Stopwatch from Larson, but all he's going to be met with is a Boomerang Blade. Hun
Hans Summer takes him out, and G2 win the fight.
3 for 2 in favor of G2, and you can see the dive from both sides. The Maokai and the Olaf going onto the bot lane of Koi, and then Larsen and Malrang looking for Caps. But by the time Caps dies, the actual DPS is in favor of G2 because the Sivir is up and she can just throw out auto attacks. Not really any threat of a Vi ult or an Ahri ult.
The dive was also so deep because Caps, he was able to buy enough time with the W and the flash over the wall. Malrang did end up following him, and so did Larsen, but they created so much space between them and their backline. Comp and Trimby just couldn't fend for themselves. Caps doing a great job of just buying plenty of time, which meant that G2 could walk away the victors of the fight and secure themselves their third dragon, now putting them at sole point.
Comp didn't have the ult either, it was still on cooldown, but now they're going towards Baron. TP's coming in. I think they realized that they have a little bit of tempo on this top side. How fast can they get it down though? Their champs aren't that quick at doing damage. Nara's probably the highest DPS here. Trimby's almost dead from tanking it.
Can jump out of the back of the pit if needs.
I don't know if they can finish this. Trimby's gonna die.
Trimby might die to the Baron. Doesn't yet. Koi will disengage. Yike on the chase. Nature's Grasp, an option for him. Malrang will take the honey fruit. Nature's Grasp coming out. G2 looking for something more out of this fight. Yike going into his advance already. Shigenda down to half HP. Face cool. Gets Comp out of danger, but Broken Blade still on the chase. Flash forward. There's one. Yike takes it. Larsen and Shigenda now on the wrong side of the rift. Larsen's going to try and Spirit Rush away, but all his rushing is met with G2. Hans Summer on a killing spree now. Malrang looking for Caps, and he won't get him as he buffers away the jump once more.
Oh, he knocks it back
with a buster shot. You just can't get on Caps. He's dancing around Malrang, socially distancing him. As Shigenda's chased down by Mickey. Now, Shigenda does win out on the pure 1v1, but Hans Summer doesn't like it when people hit on his support and will take him out. The flash away from Shigenda is only going to buy a little bit of time, as Yike can cut this off if he wants. Actually, might buy more time than I was expecting. Comp, though, stepping forward. Broken Blade will chase him out. And he does manage to kill off Mickey. Broken Blade, though, will
hang on a minute.
Take out Comp. Yikes, now catching up with Shigenda.
Still alive.
But the Mega is there. Shigenda walks out. What the Baron delayed so long it can't be taken. Malrang's back. And here we go for round 2.
What is going on?
What did we just watch?
So, Comp killed Caps. Shigenda got away.
Wait, when did Caps die?
Comp killed Caps? Yeah, no, Comp killed Caps. That's what happened. I think Caps might have jumped a little bit too far. Let's look at it again, shall we?
Yeah, let's.
So it starts off with Trimby just getting chunked out on the Baron. Yike then throws the ultimate out, and it's just peel central for Koi. They pull out Comp, and then Broken Blade dives the backline. Nice charm by Larsen, stops Caps' jump, and they dashed onto him to force him out the fight. But it looks like it's very G2 favored as of now.
Yeah, Larsen runs out of damage to be able to secure a kill onto Caps, and at this point, Koi is just too split up. Larsen ends up losing his life, and it's at this point that you think G2 are just going to go for the Baron. But Caps is getting chased out. The knockback comes out from Caps' ultimate to provide space, and again, at this point, you're thinking, okay, G2 will probably consider the Baron. But instead, they're like, well, hang on a second. Caps looking for a bit of... okay, well...
And then Mickey also dies.
Then Mickey also dies,
and
then they can't kill Shigenda,
so,
and then...
But the worry I have for Koi in this game is their champs are so burst heavy. Like the Vi ult, the Ahri ult, the Varus Q, that's it. There's no real DPS after that. But G2 have a lot of consistent DPS that they can rely on. So the longer the fight goes on, the worse it gets for Koi. They need to make sure they make a snappy engage and get hands down quickly.
They also have to lock those targets down with the spell shield and the W buffer we've seen multiple times from Caps. It's no easy thing to do.
This looks like a bit of a sticky situation. Larsen's going to try and get away. Twisted advance, a possibility, but a good charm from Larsen. Malrang going in. They're looking for Hans Summer instead. He smites the spell shield and Hans Summer falls. Now Koi surrounded by 4 members of G2 as Broken Blade once again goes on a rampage in the midst. Larsen with a stopwatch. Shigenda wasn't there. And even though they kill off Hans Summer, the rest of G2 pounce.
The bot lane can't move, can they? Comp and Trimby are just sitting ducks. Broken Blade's just destroying them next to Yike. There's nowhere they can go. Well played by Malrang. Take a bow. Really good engage next to Larsen on the hands, but what can Comp and Trimby really offer in these fights?
Oh, they're looking for Mickey. Caps now locked up. Gale forces. Yike trying to get in the back of the pit. The buster shot going out as Yike jumps over the wall. Malrang's got to pop a stopwatch. Shigenda into the mini now 4. Caps goes into the pit. Malrang still surviving for a moment. Shigenda kills Caps. Malrang gets away. Oh, baby! These 2 titans will not fall to the floor. It's round 3 at the Baron. Let's go.
Koi are holding on.
Malrang?
Wait, he's gonna...
Oh, he gets the shield off of his passive, I'm pretty sure. Round
3, yeah.
Okay, so the reason why that wasn't a Baron for G2 was because Caps was trying to keep Malrang away from the pit. You know, you just go over the wall, use your ultimate, create space. But the problem is the Baron isn't going down that quickly. But have a look at this engage from Malrang.
Insane. Really good on the hands. But let's watch Comp and Trimby. What can they offer? They're standing there. They see an Olaf on one side, a Maokai on the other, a Tristana on the other side. They just get murdered. And then the rest of Koi just have to run away. They have no damage left. G2 take over the fight. Really one-sided.
But Shigenda's saying, hey, as long as me and Malrang are alive, there's still a world where we can actually contest this Baron. And look at how slowly it's going down when it's just Broken Blade and Yike actually hitting onto the objective.
Sorry.
You see a bit of a fight
Comp had to flash away, but Mickey's being caught. Shigenda and Larson find the enemy support.
He's still being chased.
Comp is still being chased up by Caps. Now Mickey will fall. It's not sole point for Koi. It is for G2 if they take this Drake. Hans Summer caught out by Malrang. Stopwatch to get away from the cease and desist, but that spell shield's already been used and now he burns the flash. Comp drops back. He solo kills Caps. Comps finally finds a moment where he's left alone for the fight, but it might not even win it for Koi. Shigenda forced down towards the bottom side. Malrang trying to get in here as well. Yike's going to eat some honey food, gobble those up. Num 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 as he looks for a little bit more action here. Malrang stepping in. Trimby, Comp, and Shigenda, what can you do? Boomerang. Shigenda trying to build up that Mega Gnar.
Watch Malrang.
But watch Comp, the sapling. Comp on both sides of the sapling. Fate's call to save him from the sapling. It's the best mechanical play I've seen in years. Shigenda now building up that Mega Gnar for Malrang. How long on your ult? Still a quarter of the cooldown left on it.
Mickey's back alive. He's making his way back towards the fight. Larson, 20 seconds, has the teleport as well. Caps will be up before him, though, but he has no TP, so he will have to run to the fight. The dragon has been started. Malrang on the flank.
Malrang gets onto Mickey once again. The sapling's the Boomerang. Comp chipped away. The dragon secured that soul. Mickey forced low, but he flashes forward as he looks for more. Shigenda taking the blue up. Yike looking for the flank position here. Nature's Grasp, will it find its mark? Comp goes back in. Doesn't get caught with the ribs, but Malrang sacrifices himself for his AD carry. And in the end, after all that, G2 get the soul and should be able to secure the Baron.
Absolute chaos! What the hell's going on? Koi end up losing the fight. G2 are on the Baron now. I think that's it. They're gonna get the neutrals. Soul picked up, Baron picked up. Koi, very valiant effort to try to stop it from happening. But it's G2 that come out on top.
Unbelievable sequence of events.
Can we just get a replay of Comp and how he lived,
we
then
need to
blast
see.
coned in and solo killed Caps? Then we can watch the G2 highlight reel.
All I saw on the minimap was him being chased by 2 people, and then I saw him use his ultimate. So this is how it starts. The ultimate comes out from Hans Summer, Comp flashes away, Broken Blade is looking to chase. Okay, so he throws out the axe, isn't quite able to land the first one. Caps rocket jumps over the top of him. And then the axe isn't quite able to land. The ultimate comes out from... Oh my god, the damage onto Caps forces him to disengage. And then Comp. There's the blast cone. Comes out of the fog of war. Caps doesn't expect that at all. Surprise, it's me. Comp secures the kill. And then that fight looked really good for Koi, but they actually couldn't get on top of Hans Summer. So he was just playing behind his front line. He was consistently dishing out damage, which meant that G2 still had a reliable damage threat that allowed them to get through the ensuing fight, securing the Baron and the Drag.
So the biggest problem Koi have now is this Olaf. How do they get Broken Blade down? Burst champions, there's no Kai'Sa, there's no Vayne, there's no real % HP damage. Other than, I mean, the poke virus
Shigenda's going in. Looking for the Mega Gnar, gets Yike back. Comp with the Chain of Corruption as well. TP's coming in from Koi. Might be last chance saloon for them. Larson joins the fray, Everfrost, but there's no damage at all on Yike. He's still basically full HP and they invest everything into trying to kill him off.
And he's the second tankiest on the team. And they have a Chemtech Soul, so if you get him lower, he's going to be happier. G2 on the siege. Baron buff still up.
No way for them, though. That one's still only half the way through the minion lane, the mid lane. I'm sorry.
It's okay, medic. Take a breather.
I'll take a breath.
Keeping our eyes on the rest of the map. G2 have a push-in wave in mid. They need to go catch top. Bot is also in a bit of an awkward spot. You can see Shigenda trying to get ahead of it by immediately moving towards the bot side. Broken Blade is, of course, level 18, the highest in the game, yet to die. Mickey, though, is kind of making up for that. In his defense, he has been the focus in a lot of these fights.
But that's because he's the only one that can really focus.
That's
you jump on the Olaf, you jump on the Triss, not going to work. You jump on the Sivir spell shield, you jump on Yike, well, it's a pretty tanky tree.
Exactly that. Mickey kind of squishy, only level 13 as well. But Trimby even squishier, and we've seen that multiple times. Now, G2 have a wave. They're knocking on the door of Koi's base, and they're looking to end the series right here and right now.
Shigenda's basing. Mega Nas timing out. They're going to lose the inhib. I don't think they'll go for more. But as I say that, they are G2. Looks like they're going to move towards mid, but there's no wave there. Inhib goes down, but if you're Koi here, you don't want to fight. You just want to hold on. Elder in 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Just flip it, see what happens. GAs, get everything you can. Try to get a Rabadons on Larson, because I see an Anathemas on the Maokai of Yike. I wonder if he's put it onto Larson. I mean, he does have true damage on his...
AP damage as well.
He does have true damage on his Q2 pullback, but he is the only...
Oh, Nature's Grasp. Could come out. Shigenda going forward. They see him.
No,
He's on the control ward.
No. Shigenda gets Goomba stomped by Caps, and there's nowhere for him to go. Broken Blade chased off the rest of Koi, and although Larson's finished that Rabadons, it might be a little bit too late for Koi right now. Super Minions pushing in the top wave in the next minion wave. This one still only has a cannon to bolster it. Koi do have relatively good wave play with the poke from the Varus with the REQ, and they will do exactly that, but all that G2 are doing is delaying for the minion wave in mid. Broken Blade will escort Caps rooted, gets the Buster Shot down! The Nature's Grasp now coming out. G2 looking for a little bit more out of the action as Caps has already fallen. Hansama stepping forward, Trimby low on HP. The inhibitor tower next up for G2. They'll take it, they'll look for mid inhib as well. Double inhibs down with a minute 30 on the Elder.
Yeah, easy pick up there. 1 for 1 in the fight. Caps doesn't lose any summoners, Larson does. Trimby had to use the cleanse as well. Elder is the next focus. It'll be really hard for Koi to get into the bot side river and fight it, but they have to get in there somehow. They need to get really creative.
Good from Yike there. Those wolves would have actually stopped everyone's back if they had attacked them. So Yike delays his recall slightly to make sure that the rest of his team could reset on time.
What a game.
What a game. What a series. After games 1 and games 2, it felt like G2 were looking to repeat history. Go for another 3-0, but Koi bounced back in a convincing way in Game 3. In Game 4, they brought out something a little unique, and they made it work. Their bot side of the map was incredibly strong, but as we got later into these fights, Broken Blade has really been a nuisance that Koi have not found a way to answer. He is unbelievably strong. There is no real threat onto him, and it feels like that whenever the fights start, he is just an unparalleled monster, and Koi, they're kind of praying for a steal right now. A big blunder from G2. Perhaps they can find a pick with the Viari. Maybe they can catch Hansama unawares, but even if they do, how do they then deal with Broken Blade? Malrang trying his best. He has the GA now, but I wonder if it is enough. Elder Dragon now, 17 seconds. G2 have firm control over the bot side of the map.
Broken Blade's the biggest problem. You just highlighted it there.
Flanking.
Larson is... How can you flank? There's so many saplings, but they have to get in here somehow.
Flash from Yike looking for Larson. The charm going wide as well, and Larson can stop time for a second, but with the TP coming in, Spear rush away. Larson surviving. Caps going forward. Caps lands the final shot and then pops a stopwatch of his own. Shigenda trying to get into the backline, but Broken Blade is running them down. The blade that was broken has been reforged, and G2 will destroy Koi in the river. The Guardian Angel can only watch as Malrang goes down for a second time. A triple to Hansama, and the base in tatters around Koi.
The collapse from Yike onto Larson sealed the deal for G2, and they'll look to end the series right now.
G2 make a date with destiny in the finals once again. The new look for a new roster. It continues G2's winning ways as they lock a spot in the finals on Sunday.
Koi were competitive in the third game, and they were certainly competitive in this fourth game here, but G2, just a masterclass of skirmishing, team fight mechanics, such a good display of talent from both these teams, but it's G2 that come out on top.
And Koi, they'll feel frustrated, but of course they're not out of playoffs. Yep. They will move down into the lower bracket semifinals. They will face up against the winner of MAD and SK, which means that they still have an opportunity to get that rematch against G2. There's a real world where they can turn things around, take what they've learned from this series, and perhaps get revenge on what G2 did to them today.
And they're no stranger to doing so. I mean, they came to the finals and 3-0'd them last time, right?
For sure.
So, a lot to work on for Koi. G2 can now sit happy in the finals, watch their opponents fight it out, juke it out. As SK and MAD are up next.
But Hansama returns to Europe, finds himself in the final once more. A reminder, he's yet to win a title in Europe, which is a surprise to many. He's made his appearance known in multiple. You can see Broken Blade trying not to get too hyped. He knows that there's still another best of 5 that he needs to win. But what an exciting winter split we've had so far. SK with the Uprise, Mad Lions looking good in form, and Koi, even though they find themselves in a comfortable position right now, it's going to be no easy road as both teams look stronger into our best of fives next week, starting Friday. On Friday.
Yeah, on Friday. Starting on Friday. And 3 best of fives in 3 days. It's going to be a pretty intense weekend for all of us.
For sure.
And then a week break.
Woo!
And then we're back in
do it again!
for a spring split.
The winner of this finals, remember, gets a spot at MSI as our second seed.
Yep.
Or as our first seed if they win both this and the next split.
That's
so
very true.
It's not just fighting for, your name as LEC Winter Champions. It's also fighting for a spot amongst the best in the world at the New Look MSI that's happening in London.
And you talk about Hansel never having a title, and I mean, it was taken away from him 1 game away from winning against Mad Lions. It's yikes, debut split. Might win a title in his debut split as well.
Yep.
And I feel like G2 have always found a way to bring in rookies and win a debut split. They did it last year with Flackett, Target Match, not so much a rookie, but still coming back. And they're doing it again here, finding talent, making it work.
And I think that we're continuing to see what makes G2 such a strong team. Their creativity in the draft, their flexibility in the game. They're not afraid to make these plays, and I think it's worth saying that Koi definitely put up a fantastic fight, right? We saw great strength from them, and I'm confident they can give us another incredible best of five if they do end up rematching. But G2 were the better team on the day. You can vote for your player of the series over at LEC on Twitter. Broken Blade, Yike, Hans Summer all had incredible performances throughout the series.
I feel like G2 has pillars that make it so you will succeed, and I think Caps is one of them.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
I think Dylan Falco is another. I think the drafting at MSI specifically this year as well, the turnaround, just bringing in these new players and incorporating them so well, having these pillars around you, you can only really go up.
Yeah, you use them as a strong foundation to continue to grow, and we'll see how much G2 can continue to grow over the course of the next week, and whether or not someone else in the LEC will be able to upset what at the moment I would call our champions elect, with them having beaten Koi, who went undefeated in the group stage. But of course, they do still have to make it through that final best of 5 with SK Mad Lions and Koi all looking to challenge them on Sunday.
So we are getting ready for an interview very shortly, but in the meantime, reminder, we're going to keep saying this, you need to pay attention. Friday is when the playoffs will start this weekend. We start a day earlier to long-time LEC fans will be familiar with, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday is in fact our stage.
Saturday, Sunday.
I don't know this song.
You don't know the Friday song?
I know Friday,
Best song. Oh, apparently there's an
Friday.
interview standing by. Lord, take it away. Friday.
I am shocked by what I just heard, Vidi. You need to listen to this song. But anyway, Dylan, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking down the team today. Tell me, describe this party. And this game. It was a party for us, but describe this game, please.
This game was a complete fiesta.
Yeah.
I actually feel that with our draft, against their draft, after the game is even close to even early, there's almost no chance of us losing this game if we played normal. I'm actually a bit unhappy with the way my team played this game, because I think we could have just played a lot safer, a lot more reserved, and kind of collected the win and collected the grand finals appearance. But we had some aggressive players and aggressive personalities in the game, I would say.
It's for the best, and sometimes it becomes flippy games, but you had the advantage against Koi today. Can you describe me the change of pace between the first 2 games and then game 3 and what we just saw now?
I think the first 2 games were pretty good from us. I was pretty happy with it. I was very happy we got to do the Sejuani mid game. This was a secret strategy we've been preparing for quite some time, and the fact that we got off the complete stomp version of it, where we invade level 1 and everything happens, is really cool. There's no way they saw that one coming. And then obviously third game was a bit harder.
I love it because every time I see G2, I expect new picks and spicy picks, and obviously Sejuani falls onto this category. But how often do you have players suggesting spicy picks, and how many of them usually make it through in drafts?
You only see the troll picks I say yes to. Okay. There is an infinite supply of troll picks in the League of Legends, or at least it feels like when you're the coach of G2. I have to say no to a lot of troll picks, but we actually have quite a few still left, and hopefully we can show maybe 1 or 2 of them maybe in the grand finals.
Interesting. Well, looking forward to see this in the coming week. How is it as a coach, though? Because I know this is something we discussed in PGL. You're lucky to have players who are creative enough and who come up with interesting stats, but how do you implement them in your draft plan with your coaching staff?
I think the most important thing is just to understand why players want to play these champions. If Caps comes to me with an idea like, I want to try Sejuani mid with Belveth, I think we can play carry jungles and be really OP. We sit down and we plan out the early game like, this level 1 is something we have choreographed, and we've talked a lot about all the different scenarios and how it can go. The fact that we need to fight a lot mid-jungle with these combos is something, for example, we would talk about a lot. So it's about not just picking it because my player wants to play it, it's about creating a strategy around it and actually understanding it. Oh, also, it needs to not be a bad champion. It can't be like bad, you know? Then it's just not a good troll pick.
Yeah, I know Mickey wanted to suggest some stuff that didn't make it through. But anyway, when you think of G2 and how far you've come, does it match the expectations that you had coming into this season with this team?
It became very, very clear, very fast, scrimming with this roster, that we're at least the most talented and skilled roster in Europe. It was just very clear. To me now, it's just about living up to those expectations, performing on the day, having good match preparation. It's easy to think you're the best team and have a bad day on Grand Finals, for example, next week, and then we're second, which I think is not good enough for this roster. So it's been really good.
High expectations, especially when you think of G2 performing so well in any esports right now. So of course the League of Legends team has to follow up on this. I have one last question for you. I know that your dad was here today to watch the team perform. What does it mean to you to have your family showing up?
I'm not from Europe, actually. I'm from Canada. So my dad had to fly all the way to watch me for this set. So I'm very happy we won, and it just means a lot to me to have the support.
That buff. Thank you, Dylan. I know that... And thanks to the fans, of course, for the insane support we had this weekend. I know that Broken Blade is waiting on the other side of the studio in PGL. Is there anything you would like to tell him?
Thanks for keeping everybody kind of in check when the things got a bit out of hand. I think BB was leading the game a lot, and just, yeah, I think that's about it.
Calm and collected.
Thank you.
Dylan, thank you so much. We will see you next week. And Sharks, back to you for PGL with Broken Blade.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone, to the LEC post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Ender and Broken Blade. Congratulations. 3-1. Good day at the office.
It was a good day. I think we shouldn't have dropped one game, but still very happy to be in the finals.
Okay.
At least you got the Olaf game in and absolutely smashed.
Yeah.
Top lane matters.
Very happy about that game, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Let's take a look at it, because it was actually, you were a menace. Your Olaf was a menace all series, and you reached your power spike in game 5 with your solo bolo, and from there, it didn't stop.
Yeah.
And we were talking a lot about how it's hard to see, I don't want to say the value of top laners, obviously they're valuable, Broken Blade, but you know, you don't see them pop off that often anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think the meta doesn't allow it very much, you know, it's like, it's very bot-centric. Bot lane is just very strong, so it is not much reason to, you know, go much to top lane. If you do a 1v1 solo bolo like I did, then you can have a lot of impact, obviously. In the first couple of games, Shigena had the pressure in lane. But in this game, I was really unleashed. I think my champ was really good in this game. They literally couldn't kill me.
Yeah.
I ran into 5 people. It was like impossible to actually die. So a very happy shout out to Dylan Falco for the drafts.
And he was shouting you out as well, so that's great. We were talking a lot about the drafts, actually, in terms of kind of Yike incorporating into this roster, and the fact that he's put in a position where, you know, Sejuani has played mid so that he can play the Velvet or whatever he wants. That's super, super interesting. Would you mind talking a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, we have a lot of creative minds on the team, and no one has the ego to be like, oh, I'm not going to play the tank, you know. Caps, known as one of the best players in Europe, just says, okay, I'm going to play Sejuani because it's good, you know. It's like, if that's the case on how we are going to win, we're going to do it. And it's a very dangerous thing for us, for the enemies in the league, because like, oh, if you can play everything, how do you draft against them? How do you prepare against them, right? And sure, if we would have won this, lost this game, everybody could have been like, oh, we just trolled, you know, but we won. So people actually have to now respect it, you know, which makes us even more dangerous. So I'm very happy about that. And we obviously have a lot more stuff up our sleeve, so excited to show that as well. You know?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it. Because like the thing that I see when I see the way you guys draft, it's like Yike has this very eclectic, sort of like carry focused, like fast clear focused champion pool. And what that often means is like you're missing like the hard engage out of the jungle. Like he hasn't played the Sejuani at the very least. So then you have like Mickey just locking in like Nautilus Leona every single game and making up for that in that way. Or you know, it's a lot of AP champions in the jungle for Yike. So Caps is playing AD mids a lot of the time. And I think it's like, it goes to show like how flexible each individual player is on G2, that you can sort of mix and match who has what role in any given game. Because I think a lot of teams just sort of play the same roles in the comp every single game or the majority of games?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the biggest thing of why we are so strong. I think is because, like, for example, in this game where we had Lilia, it's if you would go like a Mumu support, for example, then they have more cleanse value, etc. And then we sometimes opt into like other matchups to have the better team comp in the end, and don't lose lane still, you know. And that's very nice to have because ego can also be sometimes in a way. And I think in this team, it's just not, you know, like everybody is so down to earth and like so humble. Even though we're so good, you know, it's like hard to stay humble, I think.
Yeah.
But we are, and I think that is very, very good. There's very, like, I really respect it. I really respect anyone on my team, also staff, literally anyone who's on the team is really giving it their all to make these kind of things work, you know. So I'm just like very, very happy, you know, to be competing with them.
Well, let's. I appreciate that. Let's throw away the humble for a second, because right, like top lane, kind of a useless role at the moment. Your Olaf absolutely tore it apart, but AD carries are just getting played in every single role, right? Like AD support, Caps is playing at mid lane every game. Yike will bust out the Kindred or the Graves. What top lane AD champion are you going to play for us?
I mean, I did show my Akshan before, right?
Yeah.
So
Ooh,
Akshan might be back now that the other Akshan player in the league got eliminated, Photon. Rest in peace.
We'll see him in like 2 weeks. It's fine.
Yeah. But until then, I might, you know, have to pull it out.
All right.
I mean, it is interesting, though, because when you look at the other roles have, I feel like, more innate possibility to bring that flex out in the game in comparison to top lane, unfortunately. Do you feel that as well? Like, there's more restraint, even in this series, right? So much Olaf, a Gragas, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah and no. It just depends on what direction we want to go, right? So, like, I think, for example, if they give me the chance I want to play, then I will just play it, you know? Like, I'm not going to shy away from something when I know it's good. Like, I don't have to be necessarily fancy to win the game, right? But if I have to be, I will be, right? And I think that's exactly the strength we have. We can go fancy, but we can also go boring and just good, you know? And I think that is very important to know for us. And for enemy teams, it doesn't matter if they know. They can't do anything about it because we can do everything what we want, you know. As long as we stay humble.
Yeah, as long as we stay humble.
Stay humble, you know.
Tell me about game 2 specifically and how much that was premeditated. I'm sure it was, obviously. You know, it was bonkers. And I feel like it might be hard in times like that to not lose yourself almost, because I feel like that's maybe what happened in game 3 thereafter. How much is it coordinated when you have planned, when you say, okay, we're going to go for tower diving between the towers, very early levels, like...
Yeah, that level 1 especially, like, what was going on? The Yikes going between mid lane towers, you're invading 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, you just, every time enemy team plays something, you obviously have practice, right? And you just train strategies that may or may not work, right? It could have gone really, really wrong this game. It was very close. For my lane, I gave up a lot. I sacrificed a lot for my lane. After the game, I was a sponge, they said, my teammates, because I soaked up all the pressure, right?
Is that why you were talking about SpongeBob?
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about SpongeBob, and I was SpongeBob. Elise L2 me, and I still gave the kill to Sugenda, so he loses even more time. So yeah, I can, you know, have so much like pressure and freedom to farm, and he eventually just took over the game, right? Yeah. Even though I'm like, I think I ended the game like 1-2, but like I actually did a lot, you know, for. And it doesn't show as much, right? Obviously, but this is why we do this strategy, right? To soak up all the pressure on top lane and just get jungle ahead, you know. And jungle was ahead, I think, like 100 CS or something.
He pulled off the Flame Horizon. That did end up happening.
I'm trying to keep track of the G2 memes because let's fuck it. It was always something new. Now I feel like adding, as long as we stay humble, it's definitely approaching meme status.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. We have a lot of inside memes. It's not more out in the public with Flackett.
Yeah.
Also, shout out to Flackett if you're watching, right? Miss him.
We all miss him. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of, like, we have very similar atmosphere, vibe in the team. It's still very easygoing. We still have a lot of jokes, you know. It's like, so it's actually really nice to be, like, if you go to practice and you win a lot, it's obviously nice. But if you go to practice and you like the people you're around, it's even better, right?
Yeah.
It's just like very, very nice to be around these people. So
it's what I feel like coming to work at the LEC.
Aww.
So, yeah.
Except for Vedius.
No, What? We love everybody.
I'm disturbed.
Our MasterCard play of the week was the Maokai Misfortune combo from game 1. I gotta say, in terms of kind of starting a series and having like the first time Misfortune and it going so well, kind of the ideal start, probably. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, it's again something. Actually, it was something that we just kind of freestyled, I would say. We just answered to what they did, basically. And you could see in the Maokai ult into Gragas ult, like we did it a lot actually. The Sejuani was trying to tank, like, oh fine guys, I'll tank, but he died anyway. And this is why I think the combo is so strong, because once I do that combo and then Misfortune ults, they can't come to save Sejuani, which is like just like every team fight looked so coordinated, even though it's just really easy. You wait for the stun, you ult behind him, and MF just presses ult and like no one can do anything, and it was very, very free, actually, just from drafts.
Because Malrang literally has to like stand in front and tank the Maokai ult, otherwise his team is going to get hit.
Exactly.
And then the Gragas ult not only knocks him into you guys, it sends the back line away from him, so it's just doomed.
It was doomed for Koi, but they still had some fight in them, and I'd like to pull up the bracket and ask you, Broken Blade, as to what you see in terms of Koi, and we're not going to talk about if or when they meet you back in the finals, but if you think it's going to be Koi that's going to make the run back, or if you feel like SK or Mad could upset.
Well, in our team, we already made up our minds who is going to make it.
Okay.
We are using the law of attraction. And we're thinking it's going to be SK in the finals.
Ah.
I can't give more detail.
Okay.
SK, and that's it. I can't give, I don't know how they win, whatever, but SK is going to make it.
They have to just win first versus Mad and then versus Koi.
They will make it.
I was gonna say, I don't even know if SK know how they win. Like, I swear, like, both series they played this weekend, like, it looked like they should have lost, but, like, they had, like, scaling picks a lot of the times. Teams couldn't close against them. Very sloppy mid games. Like,
Law of attraction. What is this? I'm trying to figure it out.
You think I know, like, physics or whatever? Like...
I mean, I could explain to you, but it would take too long, and I don't want to ruin the show.
Is that's not the... Because I know there's one where it's like, if A is better than B...
I respect your guys' time. It's the law of attraction. You might see it on social media. Someone's going to explain it to you, tag you. But SK, we're using the law of attraction and you to face them in the finals. Not because we think they're the worst, just because we think actually they will make it.
Yeah.
Right? I think they have clutch moments, actually. Even though they fall behind sometimes, right? They're winning the games.
10K. They fell behind 10K.
They don't just win games because they're lucky, right?
No,
okay, maybe one game, maybe two games,
you
but not...
should be scared of that specifically, that they brought back a 10K goal deficit.
You're up by 10K a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's like their comfort zone.
Yeah.
We also, one time, last split actually, or like, was it last split? Gave up a 15K goal lead against Misfits.
Hey, the sky's the limit. Give us 20K one next.
It's a bit dangerous.
It is dangerous, indeed. Enderdo, let's take a look at this bracket as well. I feel like I love... Although you say that a lot of times our opponents gave them something, I mean, we heard rumors of how strong SK could be for a long time, and I think they've shown that at different points in the season too.
I was gonna say, like, to be clear, like, SK have looked very good in a lot of their games. I think for me, like, this weekend, I wasn't super impressed with them coming in, and as a result, I would rate Mad over them coming into this matchup. Like, my expectations for Mad are very, very high. And then it's funny, because it's like, I feel like we have some repeat matchups from LEC history here with Mad Koi, formerly known as Rogue, and then.
Oh yeah, is that true?
Yeah, did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they used to be called Rogue. It's
really?
crazy. It's
I
crazy.
didn't know as well.
Yeah, there you go. That's where that team went. That team that schooled you in the finals.
Good clarification.
But yeah, I mean,
so actually, you didn't lose to them in the finals, to this team, because this is Koi.
Completely different roster.
Exactly. I don't even know what happened last split.
No.
Actually, I
clearly.
don't.
Me neither. But I wasn't here.
I don't want to know. Like, it's fine.
That's what your lanes look like. So. Anyways, any final thoughts? You know, it's kind of crazy because every time I look at this bracket and at the new system that we're all getting used to, you're just in the finals. That's crazy.
Yeah, it actually is. It is actually crazy. It doesn't feel like we're in the finals actually. But I guess we deserve to be there. We won every game we can.
Yeah.
I guess not every game we can, but every series.
Yeah, you did every series.
Nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be nice watching the other teams play while we prepare to win the very first winter split.
Very nice, very nice. Got the terminology. I was going to say, like, you do get to just sit there and watch, and I feel like it's such a big advantage, not just, like, being able to, like, see your opponent, but also the fact that, like, for example, a Mad Lions or an SK come in prepping to play a best of 5 versus the other. Then the next day, they have to play Koi. And then the next day, they have to play G2. Like, you can't focus on those other matchups really through the week. Even Koi has to then be prepared to play one of those teams and then you. I just feel like that is like such a big advantage heading into this.
People sometimes say, "Oh, is there not a bigger advantage?" But I feel like it's pretty big.
I mean, I think the only disadvantage we get is like not playing, right? But I think we don't really need to play.
But also, like compared to like other like formats in the past, like finals week used to be a time where it's like, oh, who do we scrim? Like everyone else went on vacation and except the team are playing. But now, like even the teams that have already been eliminated, I imagine, are still going to be playing a lot of games.
I mean, I think that that's always not a problem. We don't call it problems. We call it challenges. It's a big challenge always at the end of the tournament, right? I think our coaching staff usually figures out very quick, and you usually want to play the best team, so for best practice, right? Yeah. So we get usually a lot of opponents that want to scrim us, and if not, we usually get the best ERL teams. So no matter what, we will be practicing, we'll be preparing to win, you know. So confident in my coaching staff to, you know, get some good scrims.
Yeah.
And if not, we always have solo queue and champions queue.
There we go.
So always on the grind. And if you're not on the grind, we're being held accountable by our management.
Do you know who's owning the... Oh, do the shout out.
Oh, shout out to Romain and Raf and Isma.
The trifecta.
Very nice.
Broken Blade, you won Player of the Series, but funnily enough, you had 38.5% of the votes. Yike also had 38.5% of the votes, but you won.
That is great. I don't think I actually had a player of the game this split yet, so I'm very happy that I got it.
These matter. The player of the game doesn't
very
matter.
happy that I got in the best of 5. Don't think I deserved it in the regular season. I'll be honest. I don't think I played to my standards. I think now I actually got the feeling back. You know, like when I go into a game, I know I'm gonna smash. You know? And in the first weeks, I didn't have that. I didn't play to my standard level, I would say, and. Now that I'm back in business, I think we're gonna win. You know?
I mean, apparently you're going to the gym in the morning. So
not gym.
Oh.
Don't want false information. It's exercise.
Exercise. Sorry.
We take a run outside, 7 minutes usually. Jog, like a little jog. Sometimes longer, sometimes shorter. And then we do high
intensity interval training?
Exactly.
There we go.
Really?
Yeah, and we do that. And then sometimes we do stretches because gamers, they always are in the same position sitting. So stretches always helps us. Shout out to Isma again. Makes me feel very energized actually in the morning. And I would recommend it to anyone actually.
Okay.
I think it's great.
I'm gonna do it right now.
I gotta know. Well, I've been stretching every day and I feel fantastic.
Yeah.
I gotta know who's the fastest on the team if you guys are running every morning.
Oh, the fastest is Hans. And then it's Caps. And then it's Mickey and me.
What's Yike doing?
Yike is
He's jungling.
He might join this week. We had it that the first week was Caps, and then I think Hans joined, and Mickey joined, and then I joined, and now it's time for Yike to join. Actually, this week, because I joined last week, so maybe he'll join, maybe not. It's about people's routine, right? We have to respect it as well.
That's true.
And I think you have to respect it as well, right? So
me?
everyone.
Specifically. Oh, okay. I thought you were calling me out.
We're going running before every analyst desk from now on.
Yeah.
So
I hate running.
Yeah.
Okay, great. It's so great to hear it. And you're a wonderful PGL guest, as always. We'll see you in the finals. But first, Laura has told me that this is like incredibly difficult. Not because of it being difficult. Well, it is difficult.
It's
but
selfie time.
The photo never comes out well.
I put this away, I guess.
Yeah, put it down.
So something with the light, and then I'm just gonna. Oh, you
Oh,
hold
we
both
gotta get in
arms?
close.
You hold both arms?
I think so. I don't know. I don't do this.
Nothing.
Smile, maybe? I was talking. Oh, this is a disaster. Why would you take it when I'm talking?
Well, oh shit, I'm not supposed to pull it. Oh.
You're fine.
Oopsie. Anyways, don't forget, we will be back next Friday for the LEC playoffs, where we will have 3 best of 5s, but we'll start, well, not on Friday. One on Friday, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. We'll start with SK versus Mad. The winner of that will be playing Koi the day after, and the winner of that will be playing this guy and G2 in our winter finals. Thank you. Have a great night. And no, well, it's not a weekend. Have a great week, and we'll see you next week. Love you.
Great job. Great job.
Love you.
Vamos Koi. The Vamos Koi.
It's like Malmo all over again.
So true.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
German is Schwankov.
Schwankov.
What's it in French?
Bob l'éponge.
Bob l'éponge.
Broken Blade has the ghost, has used it already.
It's like he's going to run to the towers. He's going to go between the towers. He's going to get the wolf. He's going to get the wolf. He's going to get the wolf. It's so spicy. He flashes the flash. What is this? What? This hate spiders, man. They're arachnophobes.
There's nowhere for Caps to go. Does still have the flash, will hold on to it. Marang flash follows though. Needs a slow here. One more auto will be enough. Permafrost.
I have aura. I'm coming. I can maybe run mid. I will aura. He's gonna get hit as well, okay?
Nami as well.
Oh, Nami's behind.
Victor here.
Nami and jump.
See Caps tanking the tower. Trippy though sniped from long range as Hansama takes him, and now Koi. Comp is in for a world of hurt. A double for Hansama.
Wrist is chunked so really low. Look. No. She's hinting. She's dead for sure. Play on this guy, no flash.
Coming. Hey, double kill, thank you.
Okay, just end. Good job, guys. Same game.
Yeah, that's almost.
Very good game, guys. Good strat.
My Donger still on the field.
I have to farm.
Oh wait, 0 dev Donger.
Kill, Jace.
Red buff Ragnarok going in. Meganar coming out from Shigenda though. The extra health might be enough. Broken Blade flashes and gets the solo blow.
We've got another fight here. Mickey's
very deep. TP coming out as well from Broken Blade as they look to join the fight. Nature's Grasp into the bullet time. Dodge that, Koi. And Caps and Hansama can only stand and watch. The last defense is not enough. A penta for Comp.
I'm ghosting already. No, I can be really strong here.
I'm dead. Look me.
Look, Kalista. We win this.
Just run down Kalista. Look at
I'm taking Dragon, guys.
Yike. Go down in his jungle. Put up that Meganar.
Watch Marang.
Watch Comp. The stepping Comp. From the side to the side. Fate's called to save it from the sapling. It's the best mechanical play I've seen in years. G2 make a date with Destiny in the finals once again. The new look for a new roster. It continues G2's winning ways as they lock a spot in the finals on Sunday.
Forget 9 to 5, no occupation, no suit and tie, a new sensation. I'll be looking forward, living like a holiday. Repeat, do it over every night and every day. Living like a holiday, every night and every day. Living like a holiday. I don't want to work. I want to take the rest of my